Alberta, 2013, singles out surveillance in the colonial state as signifying a shift from controlling the territory to managing the population. The creation of a dual legal system, one for the colonizer and another for the colonist, as is the case with the West Bank and Gaza, becomes a defining feature of the colonial administration. See also Senhav and Berta 2009. Maps as instruments of colonial power. The map thus plays an important role in the ruling class tendency to erase from historical memory the violence and bloodshed out of which the state was born. Map, territory, and power become mutually implicated in one another, as the map encourages a primordialist thesis about the autochthonous state, depoliticizing and ideologically mystifying the original violence through which the state and its territory were shaped. Neocleus 2003, 421-22. Mark Neocleus's observation that maps embody ideological assumptions that reflect power relations among contesting parties is supported by other writers, notably the eminent geographer John Harley, 1988, who views maps as texts to be subjected to discourse analysis, and Mark Monmonier, 1991, who warns that maps lie while at the same time performing a surveillance function. According to Harley, 1988, 301, maps are preeminently a language of power, not of protest. See also Crampton 2001. Although this is largely true, it is important not to lose sight of the dialectics of power relations, as revealed in the Palestinian case, to be discussed below. A key disadvantage of the Arabs in their struggle against the Zionist colonization of Palestine is Israel's access to financial resources, weapons, and manpower skilled in the use of technology, including map-making. As several writers have pointed out, the Zionist focus on territorial control resulted in an obsession with map-making and the mastery of cartography for military and colonizing purposes. Efrat Benziev, 2011, shows how the British role was essential in training the fledgling Israeli army and providing it with cartographic and map-making knowledge that was brought to bear in 1948 in capturing Arab territory and eventually driving the Palestinian population out of the country. The Arabs of Palestine, largely a peasant and illiterate society at the time, could not muster such corresponding resources, including the contacts the Zionists had forged with the British in Palestine. Of particular interest here is the way Zionist strategists utilized British cartographic knowledge and resources to acquire maps about Palestine, stolen in some cases, and to learn the art of map-making. Benziev 2009. A key Zionist organization that compiled maps of Palestine and comprehensive lists of Palestinian villages and land holdings for military and settlement purposes was SHI, the intelligence arm of the Haganah. The data compiled were instrumental during the 1948 war and the ensuing mass expulsion of Palestinians. After the establishment of the state, the information was utilized to provide demographic data on the Palestinians remaining in Israel, who were then subjected to nearly 2 decades of military rule. H. Cohen 2008. Rona Sellas, 2011, investigative report about the Haganah's aerial surveillance and spying activities in the 1940s demonstrates that they were instrumental in preparing the so-called village files as a prelude to the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948. These files, which included maps, aerial photographs, textual surveys, and socio-economic data about the villages, were meant to serve military and intelligence purposes. The Jewish National Fund, the key organization in charge of Zionist colonization in Palestine, produced propaganda maps of Mandate Palestine for settlement purposes. Bargal 2003. After 1948, including the post-1967 period, map production was overtly tied to the expansion of settlements in the Opt. Political parties and various non-governmental organizations produced ideologically based versions of current and future maps of the Opt with different border designations. Leyenberger and Schnell 2010. The cartographic erasure and destruction of more than 400 villages from Palestine's landscape following the flight and expulsion of their Arab inhabitants was a major undertaking of Zionist institutions such as the Israel Land Administration, the Jewish National Fund, and the Israel Archaeological Survey Society. See SHI 2006. In considering the Israeli-Palestinian case, Yair Wallach, 2011, 359-61, views maps as constructions involving inscriptions, practices, narratives, and performances in which the meaning of the map is therefore not inherent but rather dependent on its discursive context, yet he questions the value of counter-mapping as a tool of resistance. In considering Palestinian and Israeli use and production of maps, Wallach argues for a deterritorialized reading of political maps as empty signifiers. Maps are texts that are invested with multiple meanings, emotions, and values. Although this is true at one level, even if detached from reality, Wallach presents the various readings of a map as acts of co-equals and neglects to take into account the element of power as a determining factor in the use of maps, as though maps had only symbolic and emotional value. Palestinians no doubt continue to press their case and use maps as a testimony to combat Zionist settlement expansion and erasure of their history, yet they lack the power to apply map reading in any concrete situation, such as political negotiations, even though the map could be considered a mobilizing element in nationalist discourse, as asserted by Wallach. In contrast, Ariel Handel, 2009, captures the essence of the argument concerning power and maps by distinguishing between the use value and the absolute value of maps. Absolute value is the measured distance between 2 points, whereas use value refers to the experience endured in traveling a specified distance, such as the time spent in going from one point to another. As shown in the discussion of time below, use value is crucial and is determined by political and military criteria. These maps present concretely Israel's expansion at the expense of the Palestinians, and their importance is clear. Nevertheless, this manner of mapping has a few weaknesses and is even more remarkable in light of the state of affairs in the OP today. First, these maps assume that both sides, Palestinian and Israeli, share the same space. This is a problematic assumption, which will be discussed below. Second, underlying the maps is the assumption that the conflict is a zero-sum game in which every piece of land taken from one side is added to the balance of the other. That assumption, which makes it possible to portray areas in the map as Israeli or Palestinian and to mark clear boundaries distinguishing one from another, causes confusion by creating an imaginary system between the two sides. These weaknesses derive from the fact that the maps present the absolute value of space instead of its use value. Ibid. 180, emphasis in original. Digital technology has enabled the disenfranchised Palestinians to react by producing and disseminating counter-versions of Palestine's maps that contain detailed historical data collected by the British on property ownership, population enumeration, and village statistics. This counter-mapping makes it possible to identify the extent of the destruction of Palestinian villages and the confiscation of Arab land. Abu Sida 2005, Araj 2009. A review essay on Palestine atlases has provided other examples of counter-mapping initiatives, this time by non-Palestinian geographers, Tal Sowery 2012b. In an examination of village life in pre-1948 Palestine as portrayed by Palestinian refugees in memorial books, anthropologist Rochelle Davis, 2007, 62, shows that the maps represent the shared ideals of the community and are anchored in nationalist discourse about displacement, loss of land, and destruction of places. Through these accounts, the places and names take on meanings beyond their roles as just location markers, instead they become signifiers and ideographs of a specific past. Embodied in the name, and embedded in their social construction and transmission. Maps are also powerful tools of indoctrination and hegemony in a more fundamental way. They are used to project a past and describe a present so as to inculcate the young in the values of the dominant group. In Palestine in Israeli School Books, 2012, Israeli educator Nurit Peladelhanan explores the role of the education system in socializing young Israelis into a Zionist territorial identity through propaganda, in which maps occupy a central place. By performing multimodal semiotic and textual analysis of maps, pictures, and images printed in geography textbooks used in middle and high schools, She is able to show the peripheral place and the cartographic exclusion of the Palestinians in the history and landscape of Palestine and later Israel both pre- and post-1967. The map structures our view of reality. It is a form of hyperreality, or, as put by Jean Baudrillard, 1994, 1, the territory no longer precedes the map, nor survives it. It is nevertheless the map that precedes the territory, precession of simulacra, that engenders the territory. Current maps of Palestine in Israeli schools impersonalize the Palestinians, Judists, and Arabize the country through changes to the topography and the names of places on the maps, and adopt a narrative of progress for the Jews and stagnation for the Arabs. Peladelhanan, 2012, argues that a form of Jewish elite racism is apparent in the discourse of these maps. She correctly points out that such racism is neither unique nor new to Israel. An analysis of pre-1948 Jewish textbooks in Palestine has revealed a similar view of the Palestinians, Bargal 1994. Public opinion polls and case studies of Israeli Jews dating back to the 1980s, if not earlier, are cited by Peladelhanan in support of her argument. A psychological study of Israeli Jewish adolescents' attitudes toward the Palestinians has demonstrated the prevalence at an early age of an infrastructure set of beliefs that focus on delegitimization of the outgroup, a process by which members of the outgroup are morally derogated and considered of less existential value than in-group members. Hamak et al. 2011, 152. Strong feelings of delegitimization are correlated with high levels of individual and collective fear. As shown in the next section, racism, fear, and surveillance are interrelated. Under the current Israeli right-wing government, teachers in selected public schools receive bonuses if, according to one report, they impart the correct values to students, which clearly advantages Jewish schools, particularly religious Zionist schools, and disadvantages Arab schools. Kashti 2013a. Citing new research, or Kashti, 2013b, argues that under the current education ministry, the tendency is to perpetuate intolerance among Jewish students. An assessment of the Ministry of Education's plans to introduce civics in school textbooks is provided by Halili Pinson of Haifa University, who questions the textbook's emphasis on ethnic identification and culture at the expense of structural factors having to do with discrimination and exclusion. Not only is this approach not liberal, Pinson says, but one wonders whether it is even consistent with a democratic regime. In Skop 2013. Fear as justification for surveillance. The real burden of the new urban fear, the part that is not hallucinatory or hyperbolized, is borne by those who fit the racial profile of white anxiety, Arab and Muslim Americans, but also anyone with an unusual head covering, Middle Eastern passport or unpopular beliefs about Israel. M. Davis 2001, 48. In Israel, the war on the Palestinians, and their creation of knowledge and national narrative, is many decades old, but has been deftly woven by the Israeli political and security elite since 9/11 into the international war on terror. The Israelis style themselves as the pioneers in that war on terror. Fala 2007, 588. As a feature of power, surveillance in everyday life is involved in the constitution of subjectivities at the level of desire, fear, security, trust, and risk, all of which ultimately impact human dignity and individual autonomy. It is broadly accepted that surveillance refers to the focused, systematic and routine attention to personal details for purposes of influence, management, protection, or direction. Leon 2007, 14. Personal details usually refer to information of one type or another that nowadays most likely exists in electronic format. The assumption underlying this view of surveillance is that organizations, be they public or private, are engaged foremost in the collection of data for the sake of population management, national security, and financial transactions, among other objectives. In the process, however, there is the danger of privacy violations, as revealed in recent postings on WikiLeaks and in the ongoing debate surrounding the involvement of the American National Security Agency in mass surveillance of the American public through exhaustive collection of so-called metadata. Privacy and surveillance are usually considered each other's nemesis, or to quote philosopher Lucas Introna, they are co-constitutive of each other. This makes privacy a requisite to autonomy, for without privacy there would be no self, Introna 1997, 269-70. Joseph Kupfer, 1987, 81-82, argues that privacy contributes to the formation and persistence of autonomous individuals by providing them with control over whether or not their physical and psychological existence becomes part of another's experience. Just this sort of control is necessary for them to think of themselves as self-determining. The assumption is that the greater the surveillance, the lower the risk factor. Greater privacy requires greater trust, but, paradoxically, surveillance is required to produce trust. According to Richard Erickson and Kevin Haggerty, 1997, 117, privacy can expand only with trust, but trust can only expand with surveillance. The contingent relationship between surveillance, trust, privacy, and risk must be underscored. Privacy laws are essential to regulating the protection of personal information and safeguarding against state and other forms of intrusion. These matters become especially problematic in conflict zones where security and risk are correlated in a particular way in the shadow of the state of exception. In Giorgio Agamben's 2002, words, there is a price to be paid by states that are obsessed with security. Security reasoning entails an essential risk. A state which has security as its only task and source of legitimacy is a fragile organism. It can always be provoked by terrorism to turn itself terroristic. In colonial settings, in contrast, exclusion through restrictions on mobility and access to territory, rather than through inclusion, a process aptly described as inclusive exclusion, Ofer, Givenai and Hanafi 2009, guides the rationale for surveillance activities, Abu Zara and K 2013. As a colonial occupying power, Israel is interested less in the management of the population and its well-being, in the Foucauldian sense, than in controlling, excluding, and appropriating the territory in which the population resides. This priority, however, does not minimize the importance that the colonial state attaches to the collection, control, and categorization of population data. This is how exclusion acquires its inclusive characteristic. Immediately after the attack of September 11, 2001, fear for personal and national security figured prominently in the debate about the war on terror. In fact, according to public opinion data in the West, to question the introduction of intrusive surveillance techniques as a deterrent to terrorism was tantamount to compromising state security, E. Smith 2006. In time, the public has moved away from unquestioning acceptance of limitations on personal freedom and privacy in the name of national security. Yet so pervasive has the discourse of security come fear become that, according to Mike Davis, 2001, 50, the globalization of fear became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Israeli writer Seth Friedman points out that the Jewish history of suffering is used callously by the State of Israel to create a permanent culture of fear in order to justify its brutal security measures toward the Palestinians. He describes the transformation that he went through after deciding to take a stroll in the Palestinian town of Bethlehem dressed in civilian clothes rather than in a military uniform. I gazed casually at the same windows and doors at which I'd previously had to stare, hawk-like, in case a gunman or bomber should burst out and attack our squad. I looked calmly at the same gangs of youths who, when I was in uniform, I'd had to judge in an instant, whether they were benignly intentioned or baying for my blood. The fear instilled in me by the army all but dissipated once I was simply a tourist strolling through the town. Conversely, the more weaponry and protective gear I carried, the more terrifying the place became, which, it dawned on me, was a distillation of Israel's core and eternal paradox, one that has dogged it since the moment the state was created. Friedman 2008. As revealed in numerous public opinion polls, prejudice and hatred are cultivated to delegitimize the Palestinians in the eyes of the Israeli Jewish public. In times of ethnic conflicts, governments are able to rule by capitalizing on citizens' fear, and surveillance of all kinds in everyday life is promoted as necessary to reducing fear and risk. The psychological toll of surveillance points to positive correlations between intensive surveillance and feelings of paranoia and psychosis, Kershaw 2008. As Spurgeon Thompson, 2002, 100, states, paranoia is the inevitable result of living with intensive state surveillance. Most commentators agree that surveillance implies intrusiveness into one's private domain and, indeed, personal autonomy and dignity. One has only to recall the depiction of surveillance in George Orwell's novel 1984, 1949, which has been reinforced in Christian Parenti's The Soft Cage, Surveillance in America from Slavery to the War on Terror, 2003, and the more recent revelations about massive surveillance of Americans and foreign nationals in the name of state security under the administration of President Barack Obama. It seems that Canada is not all that far behind the United States in tracking the personal information of its citizens through the activities of Communications Security Establishment Canada, Payton 2014. Israeli rule of the West Bank and Gaza provides an example of the link between fear and constant monitoring by means of identity cards and other bureaucratic measures. When asked what they fear most, many Palestinians cite the loss or confiscation of their identity cards, without which they are under the threat of expulsion or loss of residency rights, see Abu Zara 2008a. Thus the identity card acts like a double-edged sword, it facilitates their monitoring, but without it they are liable to be expelled. Rajay Batnaji, a Palestinian physician at Stanford University, wrote a poignant essay after a trip to visit his family in Gaza. In the essay he echoes Hannah Arendt's, 1943, lamentations about statelessness and loss of dignity among refugees. Noting that Gaza is something of a laboratory for observing an absence of dignity, he writes that violations of dignity include not being seen or being incompletely seen, being subsumed into a group identity, invasion of personal space, including physical violence, and humiliation. The constant surveillance from the sky, collective punishment through blockade and isolation, the intrusion into homes and communications, and restrictions on those trying to travel or marry or work make it difficult to live a dignified life in Gaza. Batnaji 2012, 466. Modalities of surveillance, case studies. If colonial surveillance is a strategy of dominance, how is it accomplished? Here, I proceed by listing several key strategies that combine people watching people in a quotidian context with the use of bureaucracy, the military, and a panoply of surveillance technologies. Altogether, I present case studies covering Israel/Palestine in the following areas: the identity problem, the disciplining of memory, racialized time, cloak and dagger operations, colonial bureaucracy, legal discrimination, spatial surveillance, immobility, biometrics, and biopolitics, and the boomerang effect. The ever-present identity conundrum. Write down. I am an Arab. My identity card number is 50,000. I have 8 children. And the 9th will come after a summer. Will you be angry? Darwish 1964. Written in prison more than 50 years ago, the stanzas in this epigraph are from the well-known poem Identity Card by the late Mahmoud Darwish, considered to be the Palestinian national poet. In this poem, Darwish refers to the identity card number to remind the police interrogators that he is a citizen of the country and to protest, as the New York Times obituary mildly put it, Israel's desire to overlook the presence of Arabs on its land, Bronner 2008. From a sociological perspective, however, the poem captures a more encompassing Palestinian experience of displacement and monitoring both inside and outside Israel. It tells the story of how Palestinians assert their claims of belonging to the land by having large families, by attesting to their continuous majority presence in historical Palestine, and by resisting Israeli policies. Plans to introduce national identity cards in Western countries have triggered heated debates on the grounds that, in the hands of governments, the cards carrying personal information could become a tool of ubiquitous surveillance over people's lives. Bennett and Leon 2008, Leon 2008. In colonial and post-colonial countries characterized by histories of foreign occupation and ethnic conflict and cleansing, the use of national identity cards as markers of group membership predates the current debate about privacy violations and identity theft in Western countries. As pointed out earlier in this chapter, several writers have analyzed how colonial and post-colonial regimes introduced maps, censuses, statistical records, and identity cards as essential ingredients in the project of ruling. In Israel, mandatory identity cards were introduced in 1949 following the establishment of the state. The ethnic background of citizens comprised the main marker of identification on these cards. 60 years later, the old identity cards were replaced with biometric ones that will be cross-referenced with existing government databases, Somfalvi 2008. The regime of identity cards in the Opt is drastically different from the one used in Israel. In the West Bank and Gaza, the identity cards are the product of three political environments: Israel's administrative and military rule, the Oslo Agreement, which transferred the day-to-day running of the territories to the Palestinian Authority, which issued its own identity cards applicable in zones under its administrative jurisdiction, and the fact that Palestinians living in Israeli-annexed East Jerusalem are governed by a third system according to which Israel issues identity cards to the Arab residents that differ in color from those issued to its own population within the 1967 borders. The identity card emerges as the primary surveillance tool. One Israeli writer calculated that Israel utilizes in excess of 100 different types of permits to control the movement of Palestinians in the occupied territories, Levinson 2011. The comparative study, whether historical or contemporary, of national identity cards is increasingly gaining the attention of researchers, Kaplan and Torpy 2001, Leon 2008. Of relevance here are the works of several writers who have addressed the issue of identity cards in both Israel and the occupied territories, most recently Nadia Abuzara, 2008a, 2008b, Abuzara and K 2013, Usama Halabi, 2011, David Leon, 2011, and Helga Tal-Sauri, 2011. Leon, 2011, argues that, generally speaking, the rationale for introducing identity cards is twofold: it lies in the state's need for securitization, and it guarantees the allocation of rights and duties to citizens. However, in the Opt, identity cards are essential tools in the Israeli matrix of control. They regulate mobility and residency but do not bestow any citizenship rights. For Tal-Sauri, 2011, 220, the identity card is an instrument of colonial power. At every checkpoint exists an under-theorized manifestation of a low-tech, visible, physical, and tactile means of power, the ID card. Halabi, 2011, who considers the identity card an instrument of surveillance, notes that, although starting in 2002 the nationality designation, i.e., Arab, Jew, or Druze, was removed from the identity cards, other codes have been instituted as ethnic markers. In the case of Israeli citizens, 8 coded stars have replaced the old nationality identification. Palestinian residents of East Jerusalem are issued identity cards whose serial number starts with the digits 08, whereas those who reside in the occupied territories are assigned a serial number starting with 09. Identity cards are also issued in different colors. Identity cards for East Jerusalem are blue, and for Gaza and the West Bank they are orange, although the Palestinian Authority replaced these with blue covers after the Oslo Agreement. A further means of classification concerns those who are of so-called mixed marriage. The offspring of an East Jerusalemite Palestinian who is married to a non-resident is given a code 086, and as of 2002 the law prohibits family reunification of West Bank and Gaza residents if they marry an Israeli resident and are males under 35 or females under 25. The disciplining of memory. Memory is one of the few weapons available to those against whom the tide of history has turned. El Abulagat and S. 2007, 6. A colonization of the mind occurs when your lack of control over your space is naturalized and you cannot imagine, nay believe, Anything different? Jamal 2004, 584. In line with the workings of internal colonialism, the Israeli state implemented a major instrument of surveillance during its first 2 decades by imposing military rule over the Arab sector that was aimed at confiscating Palestinians' land and controlling their mobility. Alina Korn, 2168, describes the system of military rule. Various methods of political control were elaborated during the period of the military government and were widely used. These were designated to construct a social reality whereby the military government would be perceived as an all-seeing, all-knowing body, even when its presence was not always evident. In order to realize this panoptic concept, a ramified network of paid agents and informers was operated. In return for the information and services provided, these agents and informers received privileged treatment. The military government awarded special favors to those who cooperated and enacted sanctions as punishment on those who did not. It employed numerous means of incentives and also pressure, in order to broaden the circle of cooperation. In addition to the far-reaching consequences of the military government on daily lives, the system of surveillance and its imposition of various restrictions contributed to the criminalization of Palestinian citizens of Israel. The means and forms of surveillance that were applied in order to broaden the political control over the Arab population, says Korn, 2170, brought in their wake an over-enforcement of the military regulations, and as a result a rise in the convictions rates. Not unlike the Israeli practice of divide and rule in controlling the West Bank and Gaza, the encompassing edifice of surveillance erected by Israel inside its 1967 borders gave rise to various categories of Arab residents. Korn, 2173, describes the segmentation of the Palestinian population. The laws that served to expropriate lands from the Arabs, together with the restrictions on their movements, created several categories of Arab residents with different civil status: Arabs who had fled from their homes during the battles to other places within the boundaries of the State of Israel, refugees, Arab inhabitants that had been evacuated from their villages against their will, both during and after the war, to other places within Israel, evacuees, legal inhabitants or refugees that had returned legally but had lost their rights over their property because they were absent from their place of residence during the population census carried out in 1948, present absentees, refugees who returned to Israel illegally, of whom some were permitted to remain, and others were refused resident permits, infiltrators. The lasting psychological effects of surveillance are borne out by Arioi Sabak-Cowries, 2007, Research on the Military Government's Role in Palestinian Life. Based on her interviews, she has concluded that, long after the military government had been abolished in 1966, Palestinians continued to be fearful of speaking out against state policies. She remarks that they are like the prisoners in the panopticon: although they do not know whether they are being watched by the guards, they simply assume the worst, refrain from opposition, and largely remain silent. An example of the process of disciplining memory is illustrated by the late Emil Habibi, a noted Palestinian novelist and one-time member of the Knesset, in The Story of the Fish That Understands All Languages. There, Habibi, 1974, 151, presents a son's narration of a dialogue between himself and his mother. "At school your mother warned me, be careful in what you say. And when I told you that the teacher is my friend, you whispered as if he could be watching me. And when I heard the story of Tanchara, a village near Haifa whose Palestinian population was expelled by Zionist forces in 1948, I cursed them, and you whispered in my ear, be careful in what you say. And when I met with my friends to declare a strike, they too told me, be careful in what you say. In the morning your mother told me that I talk in my sleep, be careful in what you say. And when I hum tunes in the shower, my father would shout at me, change this tune. The walls have ears, be careful in what you say." 4. In discussing Israeli attempts to stifle Palestinian commemorations of the Nakba, Tamir Sarek, 2011, introduces a useful corrective to the current conception of surveillance. He points out that, as currently conceived, surveillance's main purview is the collection of behavioral and personal data. Such a definition, he argues, is inadequate in accounting for surveillance as a process of memory disciplining and construction at the group level. The crux of his concern is the process of self-disciplining that individuals go through at the level of consciousness to conform to the dictates of the majority and thereby avoid punishment. This is a form of panopticon surveillance in which people are aware that what they say and do may be constantly observed. Whereas at one time the government's secret agents would monitor the Palestinian population, a shift has occurred whereby disciplining the Palestinians is carried out through the civic gaze of ordinary people, accompanied by threats from Jewish politicians to punish Palestinian citizens if they continue to commemorate the Nakba. Thus, in stressing self-disciplining in contrast to behavior and data-based surveillance, it is possible to account for the disciplining of consciousness and memory. Commemorating the Nakba has drawn criticism from within, so to speak. It is pointed out that in dwelling on the past, Palestinians hamper finding a pragmatic solution to their predicament. The quotation from Laila Abu Lughod and Ahmed Saadi at the start of this section refers to memory as an act of resistance by the dispossessed. Anthropologist Ilana Feldman, 2006, 40, concurs. Critics of Palestinian political positions will often say that the continued focus by Palestinians on their memories of home has obstructed their ability both to cope with the reality of the present and to acquiesce to resolutions to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that do not involve the right of return. What is overlooked in the critique, among other things, is the extent to which the circulation of memory through refrain has in fact helped to keep the tragic realities of Palestinian history from utterly destroying Palestinian community and political life. If Palestinian experience has not been entirely reduced to the bare life described by Agamben, and if they have not suffered a loss of the entire social texture, as Arendt saw the plight of refugees, it is in no small part due to the way the refrain of home incorporates both past and present, both territoriality and deterritorialization. Israeli attempts at subverting public discourse on Palestinian collective memory constitute acts of memoricide, according to Elon Papp, 2006, and show no signs of abatement. If one is to chronicle Israeli taboos on what passes as Palestinian memory, one must start with the actual expulsion of the Palestinians and official denial by Israel that it played any role in this act, as though the Palestinians left their country en masse of their own volition or were ordered to leave by neighboring Arab governments, as advocated by successive Israeli governments over the years. The official and popular success of this denial left any discussion of the Nakba in the twilight zone of induced forgetfulness and indoctrination, forgetfulness that the act did take place and indoctrination, or forced memory, to ensure that future Israeli generations would encounter only the official discourse, particularly the narrative of the state security apparatus, H. Cohen 2004, in the writings of mainstream Israeli scholarship, school textbooks, popular culture, and the media. Eyal Sivan's documentary film Izkar, Slaves of Memory, 1990, captures the implications of forced and official memory. The film depicts the Israeli public as immersed in commemorating state-sanctioned Jewish events with total disregard for Palestinian suffering. The film revolves around 4 annual commemorations: Passover, the Holocaust, Fallen Soldiers' Day, and Independence Day, which ostensibly, according to Sivan, constitute a powerful machine for the perpetuation of memory that goes over Israeli society like a steamroller, ibid. The Holocaust, a second defining catastrophic event in contemporary Jewish experience, is invoked and manipulated to trump any attempts to discuss the Palestinian case or to debate the significance of Palestinian memory surrounding the Nakba. Yosfa Lashitsky, 2006, points out that with the aid of museums and public events worldwide, the Holocaust has come to occupy a place in global memory, but, she insists, it becomes pathologized when used to justify acts of brutality against the Palestinians. The Holocaust, in the words of Norman Finkelstein, 2001, 6-7, became an industry that was used to justify the criminal acts of the Israeli state and U.S. support for these policies. Lashitsky and others also note that mere mention of the Nakba and criticism of Israeli policies are tantamount to anti-Semitism. Finally, with the backing of its political institutions, the Israeli state has passed legislation that penalizes local Palestinian councils by cutting off or reducing their allocations of state funds if they organize memorials to commemorate the Nakba. For memory to become transformative, it must become collective. This is the theme of Saadi and Abu Lughad's edited anthology Nakba, Palestine, 1948, and the Claims of Memory, 2007. History is the record of the victor's version of events. By relying on oral history as told by the victim, instead of the officially sanctioned archival material, their anthology presents a narrative that counters Zionist claims about what happened in 1948. Racialized time. The occupation forces are stealing our time. Everything takes so long. In Petit 2008, 15. 5. The intended effect of the Israeli military surveillance network, together with the long-practiced strategies it implemented, is to fragment time and space in such a way that it becomes impossible to lead a normal life. Abujadai 2011, 233. In the above quotations, Palestinians complain about the impact of the occupation on their use of time. One ontological feature of surveillance that is overlooked in current studies, especially those conducted in colonial settings, is its ability to inject racialism and affect one's mastery and use of time. This is evident in detentions and searches at airports, borders, and checkpoints where monitoring is not carried out strictly in a random fashion and does not affect all people to the same degree. In the case of Palestine, it is mainly carried out to deter certain travelers from visiting the occupied territories, especially foreign residents who sympathize with the Palestinians and those who are of Arab origin. Greenberg 2012. The Association of Civil Rights in Israel, ACRI 2012a, has challenged this practice, arguing that these searches are illegal according to Israeli law, but the domestic security agency Shin Bet has continued its practice of surveillance and seizure of personal material such as computers. Edelman 2013. The enterprising journalist Amira Hass, 2012b, has reported the experience of an Arab-American traveler who was interrogated at Ben Gurion Airport. "Do you feel more Arab or more American?" the interrogator asked, before supplying the following answer: "Surely you feel more Arab. Why did you visit Israel more than once?" "Surely, it is cheaper to visit Canada, Venezuela, etc." The implication is that there must be a secret, illegal reason for visiting the opt. Colonization, anthropologist Julie Petit, 2008, 14, points out, extracts its toll from Palestinians along the two important dimensions of space and time. Palestinian space shrinks, time slows, and mobility is constrained, whereas the Israeli occupiers have freedom of movement and expansion through space and control of time. It is worth pondering the meaning of time in current Zionist colonizing experience. Political scientist Amal Jamal, 2008, introduces the concept of racialized time to examine Israel's differential treatment of its Palestinian citizens and those who live in the occupied territories. His point of departure is to argue, through recourse to Martin Heidegger's work, that control over one's time is an essential human requisite. It distinguishes humans from animals. Relegating Palestinians to the margins of society by seizing control of their time, Jamal argues, places them beyond the pale, in what Agamben, 2005, calls a state of exception. The Zionist narrative depicts time as dynamic and eternal in the Jewish experience and as empty, static, and discontinuous in the Palestinian experience. Moreover, Israeli Jewish time is distinguished from Palestinian time by adopting methods whose objective is to suppress, block, delay or keep still the flow of Palestinian time. Jamal 2008, 376. According to Petit, 2008, 14, in general, colonial regimes tend to fashion the native as occupying a different, timeless, and motionless zone, distinct from the settlers' modernity and civilization. In arguing his case, Jamal, 2008, invokes colonial and post-colonial literature, example Frantz Fanon, in which native values are depicted as inferior to those of the colonizer. Israeli control of Palestinian use of time and space is thus legitimized and facilitated by surveillance in the form of closures, checkpoints, the so-called separation wall, restriction on mobility, and land use. This control was practiced in Israel proper at one time, but for the past 45 years it has been focused more on the occupied territories. Over the years, international and local human rights organizations and the media, not necessarily mainstream media, have documented numerous cases of mistreatment and humiliation of Palestinians at the checkpoints. In addition, Palestinians have been denied the right to seek access to their land, places of employment, and emergency health care, with the latter at times resulting in death, UNRWA 2008. As pointed out above, of particular significance is the association of time with space in the colonial context, which Jamal sees as having significant repercussions for the quality of life in a global world dominated by advanced technology. If time is emptied of its human meaning and mobility is methodically restricted, how can the Palestinians take part in the determination of their daily life and benefit from exposure to world cultures? Colonialism maintains the gaps and hierarchies between rulers and ruled in the use and valuation of time. Cloak and dagger operations. Israel has made a name for itself in international politics and diplomacy as the invincible spy state that infiltrates foreign agencies in pursuit of its enemies. Israel has advanced this image as a unique form of state branding. In popular culture such as films and novels and in diplomatic circles, Israel is presented as a model of how to carry out espionage and cloak and dagger operations in order to apprehend or assassinate its enemies preemptively, and at times mistakenly. The Israeli surveillance system is also a formidable domestic spy network aimed primarily at the Palestinians under its control in Israel and the occupied territories, although it does not hesitate to go after Jewish and non-Arab targets if state security is at stake. To make its state surveillance system as efficient as possible, especially during the early decades when it confiscated Palestinian land, Israel created an institutional structure that monitored the Palestinian population bureaucratically with the aid of separate divisions in various government departments and agencies, example education, police, military, statistics bureau, intelligence agencies, and land registration. A dominant feature of early Israeli surveillance practices was the use of old-fashioned spy networks of people watching people, which were embedded in local Arab communities. As shown below, these networks relied heavily on Palestinian collaborators and informers whose cooperation with Israel was the result more of personal and economic necessity than of any ideological identification with the state. At times of organized dissent and violent opposition to colonial rule, non-technical surveillance involving people watching people also relied on special undercover units, the so-called Mistarib, Arab pretenders in Hebrew, to gather information and liquidate individuals deemed dangerous by the state. There was, of course, no recourse to due process. These units were widely used in the West Bank and Gaza during the first, 1987-93, and second, 2004, Palestinian uprisings, and their use continues. On many occasions, starting with the Second Intifada, the actions of these units involved extrajudicial killings of Palestinian activists, which resulted in the death of innocent civilians, Zureik and Vitulo 1992. 6. The police were compelled to admit their deployment of the Mistarib units, usually used by the Israeli army and the Shin Bet in the occupied territories, to target Arab citizens of the state, Zarchin 2009. This admission prompted Adalah, the legal center for Arab minority rights in Israel, to charge that since the unit was designed explicitly to target Israeli Arab criminals, whereas other police units focus on particular types of crime and not populations, its very existence is liable to encourage discriminatory, racist policing, in Kauri, Liss, and Kaiser 2009. Arab author and journalist Said Kashua, 2009, has published an interesting commentary on the conduct of the Mistervim in the form of a parody. Using Hebrew, he tells his Jewish readers, including the Mistervim themselves, that the Arabs are quite aware of undercover agents in their midst who masquerade as native Arabs. The Mistervim are trained to speak in the local dialect and to behave and look like Arabs of days gone by. The irony, Kashua says, is that these transparent and ludicrous performances are a poor imitation, if not a caricature, of present-day Arabs, and it is these performances that give them away in the eyes of the local Arab population. The use of such undercover methods dates back to the Prestate period in the 1940s, if not earlier, when Jewish undercover units operated in Palestine and in neighboring Arab countries. At the time, the purpose of these special units, the Palmach, of the fledgling Israeli army, the Haganah, was to gather intelligence, to engage in acts of terror and sabotage, if necessary, in order to spread fear and spur Jewish immigration from Arab countries to Palestine, and to counter the activities of Palestinian nationalists who opposed Jewish immigration and the selling of land to Zionist settlers. Initially, local Jews who spoke Arabic and Jews who originated from Arab countries were recruited to these units in the Prestate period, Zvika 1986. After 1948, Israel widened its domestic surveillance networks by recruiting Jewish immigrants from Arab countries, in addition to native Palestinian informants and collaborators, to gather information about the political activities of Palestinians. This first applied to Palestinian citizens of Israel and was later extended to residents of the West Bank and Gaza, Novik 2011, Raviv and Melman 2014. Before 1948, Zionist surveillance activities centered on gathering political intelligence to secure land purchases in Palestine and overcome Palestinian resistance. Eventually, however, both before and after 1948, surveillance was aimed at confronting Palestinian violent opposition and frustrating Palestinian nationalism, H. Cohen 2008. For land acquisitions, the informer's task was to collect information about the availability of land and its location and then to entice landowners to sell to the Zionists. When it became clear that mounting Palestinian opposition to Zionism could not be contained through political intelligence alone, surveillance tactics were widened. The target became information about Palestinian military organizations and guerrilla activities. At times, this information was shared with the British in Palestine. As part of its opposition to Zionism, Palestinian activists sought to block the flow of information from collaborators to the Zionists through economic boycotts and assassinations of other Palestinians. 7. Assassinations were also carried out by Jews against other Jews, H. Cohen 2011. In the face of mounting opposition to Zionist colonization, remarks historian Hillel Cohen, 2008, 158, the Zionists increasingly used manipulation and financial and material inducements to recruit Arabs. When voluntary land sales dried up, not more than 7% of the land in Palestine had been legally sold through various means to the Zionists by 1948. Surveillance methods were developed to locate land-owning Palestinians who were in financial distress. Offers would then be made to these individuals. In exchange for payment of their debts, they would sell their land to the Zionists. It would be an understatement to say that the result of collaboration caused divisions in Palestinian society and weakened its opposition to Zionist settlers. In a book covering the post-1948 period, Hillel Cohen, 2006, demonstrates the continuity in Israeli surveillance practices across the pre- and post-1948 periods. The networks of collaborators, established in the Prestate period, were subsequently expanded by adding new recruits, including those who at one time had resisted Israeli policies but found themselves compelled to cooperate in order to secure jobs and other favors from agents of the state. In particular, state surveillance agencies sought the cooperation of Palestinian notables and heads of clans in an effort to discredit the overwhelmingly Arab Communist Party. The Communist Party, in the early decades of the state, mounted an ideological and organizational campaign to mobilize Palestinian citizens in Israel against the dominant Zionist political parties and to expose Israeli policies of land confiscation and the military government. The deep involvement of the state security apparatus in civil society in the Arab sector reveals the extent to which the state manipulated the Arab community. Cohen shows how the Domestic Intelligence Service, Shabak, used collaborators to intervene through threats and promises of favors in order to weaken the Communist Party's hold on Arab voters and strengthen the position of so-called Arab political parties affiliated with the main Zionist parties, particularly MAPE, the ruling Labour Party at the time. Immediately after independence, Israel took measures to prevent, at all costs, Palestinian refugees from returning to their homes. Here too the state's army of collaborators gathered information about what the state called infiltrators, many of whom were killed by the Israeli army, with others being forced to return to the refugee camps. Colonial bureaucracy. Who was born and who died and who wants to change address and who wants to get a passport and who wants to go here or there. All of this, you have to register. In the civil administration. One mustn't forget that the entire registration of citizens, including in Gaza, is held by Israel. The one who registers the citizens is the one in control. Bureaucracy reigns supreme. Braverman 2011, 283. The above quotation from an Israeli human rights activist demonstrates the connection between record-keeping and state power in the Israeli-Palestinian context. This connection remains very much a cornerstone of Israel's system of control to this day. In tandem with the above, the state exercised intimate bureaucratic surveillance of education and local elections in the Arab sector. In the former case, employment of Arab teachers was conditional upon approval of the security services. 8. In the latter, the government historically relied on the traditional Arab social structure by appointing heads of loyal clans to deliver votes to Zionist parties and run the affairs of local councils. As Hillel Cohen, 2006, points out, monitoring processes run by the security services were opposed by other Zionist parties who competed for Arab votes, such as the left-wing MAPAM, United Workers' Party. For self-serving reasons, the defunct MAPAM exposed the close connection between the security services and the ruling MAPE. It is not uncommon to come across cases where the state's security agencies coerce Palestinians to work as collaborators in return for favors. To this day, media reports reveal cases of Palestinians from the occupied territories who are denied access to medical treatment or release from prison unless they cooperate with the Shabak, Melman 2008, Reuters 2008. Usama Halabi, 2011, and Ahmed Saidi, 2011, 2013, have provided clear examples of the invidious effects of collaboration and surveillance by the Israeli state on the daily lives of Palestinian citizens. People's livelihoods depend on the extent to which they are willing to collaborate with the authorities in collecting information about their fellow community members. This old practice remains in place to this day, as confirmed in newspaper reports. Referring to a checkpoint monitoring group, Chaim Levinson, 2011, says, the Shin Bet security service uses the permit system to recruit informers. Palestinians whose permit requests are rejected for security reasons are often invited to meet with Shin Bet agents, who offer assistance in obtaining the desired permits in exchange for information. This does not mean that the surveilled individuals are unaware of these activities, as pointed out by Halabi, 2011. Using archival material, Saidi, 2005, traces the role of collaborators in aiding the state in its formative years of selectively incorporating the Palestinian minority through minimal hegemony. That is, Palestinians would be able to exercise a form of citizenship not predicated on acceptance of the state's national goals as dictated by dominant Zionist ideology as long as the Palestinian minority refrained from actively opposing such an ideology. This observation is in line with Korn's 2167-68 commentary. The young state of Israel made no effort to influence or change the attitudes of its Arab citizens, as has been done in relation to the Jewish immigrants that came after the state was established, for example, and made no attempt in encouraging them to identify with the state. The apparatuses that specialized in dealing with the Arab population and the use of various techniques of control, supervision, and manipulation, were designated to ensure correct political behavior and different types of obedience, dependence, and cooperation. SAD, 2011, has methodically traced the evolution of Israel's methods of control of the Palestinian minority since the state came into being. He shows how, failing in the first decade to transfer or encourage the remaining Palestinian minority to emigrate, the state had to devise alternative control methods. These surveillance methods had several dimensions. First, they were bureaucratic and allowed the state to withhold economic and development projects from the Arab sector if its leaders did not cooperate with the state. SAD demonstrates that bureaucracy was used as a surveillance mechanism par excellence. It documented and stored detailed information about Palestinians' lives. To a very large extent, it controlled their life chances, employment, education, land ownership, travel, etc. Second, surveillance led to the ghettoization of the Arab community by breaking up its spatial contiguity. By confining the Arabs to geographically designated areas, the state was able to implement its projects of land confiscation. Third, by means of divide and rule, the Arab community was treated not as a single national unit but as one divided into tribes and religious denominations, each of which was treated according to its willingness to cooperate with the state. It was the sociologist Max Weber who first described bureaucracy as a legal rational means of organizational efficiency and planning in the modern nation-state, see Braverman 2011. He argued that the strength of bureaucracy is the universal application of legal criteria. But Weber also saw bureaucracy as a form of iron cage that constrains human potential and creativity. In colonial regimes, bureaucracy deviates fundamentally from Weber's prescriptions of the legal rational model. In the words of Ye Alberta, the bureaucracy of occupation in the West Bank and Gaza operates like the British bureaucracy that managed populations of subjects in the colonies. The colonial model is based on the principle of racial hierarchy, in which there is one legal and organizational system for the ethnic group in power and another for the group that is under their control, in V. Lee 2012, see also Berta 2012b, 2013. The theme of bureaucracy, race, and imperialism is dealt with by Yehuda Shenhav, 2013, along three lines: racialism, moral aloofness, and arbitrariness. Racialism, with its depiction of the colonist as inferior, irrational, and lacking civilization, is the most salient feature of imperial bureaucracy. He contends that the arbitrariness of bureaucracy is reflected in the tendency of its overseers to transcend the rule of law and govern by decrees and states of emergency. Shenhav draws upon the work of Hannah Arendt to point out that the imperial bureaucratic cadre distances itself from the native population on matters of values. According to Arendt, aloofness became the new attitude of all members of the British services. It was a more dangerous form of governing than despotism and arbitrariness because it did not ever tolerate that last link between the despot and his subjects, which is formed by bribery and gifts, in Ibid, 391. With regard to Israeli colonial occupation of the West Bank, Shenhav further comments, the coupling of bureaucracy with race is most conspicuous in the Israeli Jewish rule over the Palestinians in the West Bank. It is apparent that the bureaucracy of the Israeli occupation bears close resemblance to the imperial type, Ibid, 394. Thus bureaucracy becomes a formidable weapon that constrains colonist subjects, along the lines described by the Israeli journalist Amira Hass, 2011. She captures the essence of Israel's bureaucratic strangulation of the Palestinians in a language that echoes Zygmunt Bauman's, 1989, warnings of bureaucracy's debilitating impact on the human condition. A machinery of repression depends not only on guns and torture in cellars. As the Soviet bloc regimes proved, bureaucracy is central to the system. The same is true with us. Far from the barriers of transparency of a proper democratic society, Israel has created a complex and invisible bureaucracy that completely controls Palestinian freedom of movement, and hence freedom of employment, livelihood, and studies, the freedom to fall in love and establish a family, to organize and other basic liberties. Has 2011. The manipulative nature of Israeli bureaucracy in the state's dealings with the Palestinians is captured by Robert Home, 2003, 306. A modern, positivist ideology of law and the state supported the colonists/colonialists in dispossessing the colonized, and trapped the indigenous Palestinians in a world of manipulated bureaucracy worthy of the pages of Kafka and Orwell. The overarching relationship between the settlers and natives is best characterized as a process of what Harvey, 2003, calls cumulative dispossession, a play on Karl Marx's concept of capitalist accumulation, whereby the colonizer, through recourse to force, bureaucracy, and colonial law, lays claim directly or indirectly to territory and property in general, resulting in internal displacement and large-scale expulsion of the native population. Wolf 2007, 342. Now, in the age of human rights discourse, it is difficult to embark on large-scale, naked expulsion of the native population. Instead, the Israeli case presents ample evidence of gradual economic strangulation, which amounts to invisible or silent transfer of the Palestinian population in order to maintain a Zionist-imposed population and territorial configuration. Beetsalem 2013b, Hugo 2006, Zureik 2003. As will be demonstrated in Chapter 4. The pursuit of calibrated suffering and necropolitics by Israel has exacted a formidable toll on the Palestinians. This is the crux of national biopolitics in a colonial context. Sociologist Yael Berta, 2012a, has elaborated on the significance of what she calls mundane surveillance of Palestinians in the occupied territories. The Oslo Agreement created a phantom sovereignty by which Israel exercises an omnipresence over the daily lives of Palestinians. She astutely points out that a byproduct of the Oslo Agreement and the division of the occupied territories into zones of control was to augment the old system of human surveillance with a more bureaucratic system based on the power of classification. Security threat is the organizing principle governing the surveillance of Palestinians. Such surveillance is total, although it focuses on the mundane activities of the local population. In the process it gathers information of the deepest kind about the very daily lives of Palestinians. The permit system brings the population into daily contact with the bureaucracy of the occupation and enables it to collect extensive information about the private lives of Palestinians. The gathering of information is done for its own sake. The Israeli Center for the Defense of the Individual, Hamok 2013, has carried out a detailed examination of the bureaucratic structure and the permit regime under which Palestinians live, noting that this regime has further reduced their access to 5.9% of the West Bank area between the Wall and the Green Line, known as the Seam Zone. Israel has ignored the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice regarding the illegality of the Wall, which is built mostly on private Palestinian land. Hamok argues that the permit regime is nothing short of a regime of separation based on nationality, and as such it is a grave breach of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Ibid. 6. The main feature of the Wall and the Seam Zone is the implementation of draconic bureaucratic measures that are incomprehensible to the local population. According to Hamok, regulations governing the use of the permit regime have only been published in Hebrew, and since they are extremely complex and written in legal language, they are not readily comprehensible even to Hebrew speakers. Ibid. 10. In any case, these permits are valid for a maximum of 2 years. Over time, however, there has been a decline in the number of applicants, and the permits issued have become for shorter durations. In its report, Hamok remarks that the permit regime remains a discriminatory system which many are unable to navigate successfully, if at all. Ibid. 8. In its assessment of the impact of the regime on access to agricultural land, family relations, and the quality of life in general, Hamok estimates that upon completion of the Wall, around 30,000 Palestinians will have to endure restricted access to their land and villages except by permits that are difficult to obtain. Ibid. 9. Legal discrimination. Legal discrimination refers to laws that specifically target individuals and groups for maltreatment on the basis of their race, ethnicity, gender, or other ascribed attributes without necessarily appearing to be discriminatory, although the case of apartheid in South Africa was an example par excellence of discrimination that was written into law and statutes. Self-declared democratic societies are not immune to practicing discrimination, even if it is not enshrined in law. Many scholars argue that the Israeli law of return is basically a case of legal discrimination because it automatically bestows on individuals of the Jewish faith and their descendants the right to obtain Israeli citizenship but denies this right to the indigenous Palestinian population in its dispersal. This is not the only enshrined law that discriminates against non-Jews. Other instances, such as land ownership laws referred to previously, are intended to dispossess the native Palestinians by stipulating that once the land is Jewish-owned in the form of state land, it shall remain Jewish in perpetuity. Unwritten, subtle, and informal practices of discrimination endure in many societies, including democratic ones, but Israel has dispensed with subtlety and embarked in the past few years, with the rise of the political right under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's leadership, on passing a slew of bills in the Knesset that on their face appear to be security-based, nationalistic, and not aimed at any one particular group in society. In reality, these laws disproportionately target the Arab minority, although some have a wider scope and affect individual rights in general. Several non-governmental organizations in Israel, such as the Arab Association for Human Rights, Mosawa, the Legal Center for Arab Minority Rights in Israel, Adala, Mata al-Carmel, the Arab Center for Applied Social Research, and the Association of Civil Rights in Israel, ACRI, to name a few, make available online detailed reports on recent Israeli passed and pending legislations that, because of their discriminatory thrust, have direct bearing on the Palestinians in Israel. These and other organizations point out that what has been worrying human rights organizations is the marathon of the past few years in which Israeli legislators have embarked on enacting and lobbying for the passage of a series of bills aimed at curtailing and eroding civil and political rights. I present the highlights of certain significant legislations as they have appeared in the above-mentioned organizations' publications. In March 2011, the Knesset passed several discriminatory legislations. It completed its second and third readings of a contentious bill commonly identified as the Nakba Bill. The controversy surrounding commemoration of the Nakba was brought to the fore by the efforts of right-wing politicians in Netanyahu's government. They lobbied for and succeeded in passing legislation that empowers the finance minister to withhold financial support from associations, organizations, and local councils that commemorate the Palestinian Nakba on Israel's Independence Day. In its final version, the bill targets institutions such as local councils and non-governmental organizations, rather than individuals, which are subject to fiscal penalty. In March 2011, the Knesset approved the amendment to the citizenship law in its third reading, permitting revocation of the citizenship of anyone convicted of terrorism, espionage, or any other act that harms state sovereignty. During that month, the Knesset also passed the amendment to the Communal Societies Law. According to the law, anyone who wishes to reside in a small town in the Negev and Galilee areas that contains fewer than 400 families must be admitted by an admissions committee formed by residents of the town, a representative from the Jewish Agency, or a representative from the World Zionist Organization. The law authorizes the aforementioned committees to reject any candidates who are not socially suitable or who will harm the community's cultural fabric. As described by ACRI, 2012c, the bill primarily intends to deny ethnic communities access to Jewish communities set up predominantly on state land. These are examples of several enacted and pending legislations that are, according to ACRI, anti-democratic bills, IBID, see also ACRI 2012a, 2012b. It is valid to say that these and other such laws are opposed by human rights organizations in and outside Israel because they are intended to keep Arabs out of homogeneous Jewish small towns. Other laws detailed by Adala, 2012, and worth mentioning in passing include the Citizenship and Entry Law, which was amended in 2005 but originally passed in 2003. This law privileges Jewish immigration and bans unification of Palestinian families whose members live on both sides of the Green Line. It is estimated that 25,000 families are affected by this separation. More recently, in 2014, the Knesset passed a law that favors those who serve in the army, mainly Jews, by granting them preferential treatment in housing, employment, and education, Mosawa 2014, see also Acri 2013, 20-22. Finally, a law that is still being considered demands a loyalty oath to confirm the allegiance of non-Jews seeking to obtain official Israeli documents such as an identity card through marriage, immigration, or residency. The loyalty oath law makes it possible to deny or strip individuals of their citizenship for alleged disloyalty to the state. This pending law stipulates that Israel is a Jewish, Zionist and democratic state, something that Palestinian citizens and some secular Jews object to because the law overrides the ethnic and national feelings of 1/5 of the population of Israel, see Adala 2013. It is significant that these moves are being led by Israel Beiteinu, the party of Avigdor Lieberman, Israel's foreign minister. 9. Spatial surveillance. A substantial and empirically focused analysis of Israeli monitoring of the Palestinians in the occupied territories using spatiality as the main architecture of surveillance is provided by architect Eyal Weizman. In Hollow Land, Israel's Architecture of Occupation, Weizman 2007, which was preceded by a civilian occupation, The Politics of Israeli Architecture, Siegel and Weizman 2003, and by a series of articles on the politics of verticality, Weizman 2002, Weizman describes in detail Israel's, civilian and military, control of the movement of people in the West Bank, transformation of the landscape through zoning and the building of Jewish settlements, monopoly over water resources, control of the airspace, and allocation of the electromagnetic spectrum. As he says, these form part of Israel's panoply of surveillance measures, which also encompasses electronic techniques of demarcation, population control, identity cards, inspection, currency control, Weizman 2007, 288, among others. What distinguishes the occupation of the West Bank from traditional forms of colonization, according to Weizman, is not the ideology of occupation itself, which is still driven by a desire to dispossess the Palestinians and suppress their national aspirations, but its implementation, its architectural contours, and the contradictions that arise therein. 10. He points out, settlements are constructed according to a geometric system that unites the effectiveness of site with spatial order, producing panoptic fortresses, generating gazes to many different ends. Control, in the overlooking of Arab towns and villages and in the overlooking of main traffic arteries, self-defense, in the overlooking of the immediate surroundings and approach roads. Settlements could be seen as urban optical devices for surveillance and the exercise of power. In Yacobi 2004b, 57-58. Using postmodern idioms, structured chaos, improvisation, and plastic geography, Weizman, 2007, describes the fields in which the various actors are involved in the contest over space. He argues that the coexistence of direct discipline and indirect forms of control no longer fits a theoretical narrative that presupposes an evolution from disciplinary societies to control societies. 11. Although it is prudent to go beyond Michel Foucault's binary framework of power, which juxtaposes the spectacle of the pre-modern against the disciplinary power of the modern, the colonial and racialist specificity of Palestine, and undoubtedly other colonial and post-colonial settings, calls for yet another amendment to this binary system, as noted by Akil Mbembe, 2003, 27. Late modern colonial occupation differs in many ways from early modern occupation, particularly in its combining of the disciplinary, the biopolitical, and the necropolitical. The most accomplished form of necropower is the contemporary colonial occupation of Palestine. 12. Another example of the intersection of spatiality and surveillance is provided by Haim Yacobi, who deploys Foucault's metaphor to analyze what he calls urban panopticism in the city of Lod, an Arab-Jewish mixed city that witnessed a significant Palestinian population expulsion in 1948 and subsequent segregation between the Palestinian and Jewish parts of the city. Segregation is explained as an outcome of urban planning designed to retain power for the majority. According to Yacobi, 2004b, 62, the built environment in Lod cannot be seen as merely a technical division of organizing space. Rather, similar to other cultural representations, it expresses, produces, and reproduces power relations. The basic premise of this approach is to view the production of space as part of a control project that defines space in accordance with a political agenda. A third example relates to the process of what Stephen Graham, 2003, calls urbicide, i.e., the planned destruction of urban areas, both cities and infrastructure, which refers to urban warfare in the West Bank but is equally applicable to Gaza, where the Palestinians have endured several attacks, particularly those of December 2008, and to the invasions of Lebanon in 1982 and 2006. An important outcome of this research is to demonstrate that military technologies of surveillance are making their way into urban settings, thus blurring the division between civilian and military sectors. However, during times of conflict, whether in Iraq, Afghanistan, or Palestine, Third World regions present an unclean urban terrain of guerrilla warfare, where regular armies find it difficult to operate. According to Graham, Palestinian cities are portrayed as potentially impenetrable, unknowable spaces which challenge the three-dimensional gaze of the IDF's Israel Defense Forces high-technology surveillance systems and lie beyond much of its heavy-duty weaponry, Ibid. 70. It is significant that Israel's brutal urban warfare strategies in Palestinian cities and refugee camps, including in Lebanon, have influenced American urban warfare in Iraq. Graham demonstrates the close connection between Israel and the United States in this regard, so much so that during Israel's major incursion in the sprawling West Bank refugee camp of Jenin in 2002, an act that was roundly condemned by international human rights organizations, American military personnel were reported present to observe firsthand Israel's operation. Furthermore, there have been reports that the Israeli military visited the United States to train the Americans and were in Iraq to see the American conduct of urban warfare. Thus, Graham, 2011, 135, remarks, the Israeli military and security experience in addressing these purported imperatives, as the ultimate surveillance security state, is rapidly being exported around the world. The Israeli impact goes beyond Americans copying Israeli urban warfare tactics to include an ideological component reflected in the War on Terror campaign of President George W. Bush's administration, as well as preemptive war and targeted assassinations, which have been condemned by human rights organizations and experts in international law. The upshot of this, according to Graham, has been the Palestinianization of Iraq, which involved the various Iraqi insurgencies and militias directly imitating the tactics of Hamas or Hezbollah, as well as the U.S. military directly imitating the IDF, Ibid. 137. Using the city of Nablus as a site for her research, Nuran Abujadai, 2011, explores the physical and socio-political structures that form part of Israel's colonization of the West Bank. The matrix of surveillance involves curfews, regulating the use of public spaces, violating private spaces such as the home, imposed confinement, and temporary and arbitrary occupiers' laws. Altogether, these encompassing measures reflect what one author has called an attempt at colonization of the mind, Jamal 2004, 581. Through interviews with Nablus residents, Abujadai describes the development of daily resistance tactics rooted in counter-knowledge, commemoration, and schooling. Mobility. The quintessential Palestinian experience takes place at a border, an airport, a checkpoint, in short at any of those modern barriers where identities are checked and verified. Khalidi 1997, 1. Here, historian Rashid Khalidi captures the generalized feeling among Palestinians of being watched and surveilled. Body searches, identity documentation, standing in line for hours awaiting a signal from conscripts in the Israeli army to either proceed or be turned away are emblematic of the checkpoint experience, which is characterized by dehumanization, lack of sovereignty, and overall limitation on free movement. Population registration, including the census and the permit regimes governing the movement of people that Israel introduced in the pre- and post-1967 periods in the name of state security, was crafted in such a way as to further spatial control and the expansion of Jewish colonies, restrict mobility and stunt economic development of the Arab sector, Esmir 2004. With the wall, checkpoints, fences, watchtowers, and segregation barriers in the background, not to mention the panoply of high-technology surveillance machinery, researchers point out that the permit regime is best viewed as the intersection of carceral, body, control, mobility, and biopolitics, Parsons and Salter 2008, J. Young 2012. One researcher who has explored in depth the implications of the identity card and the permit system as tools of discrimination and denationalization is anthropologist Nadia Abuzara, 2008a, 2008b, Abuzara and K 2005, 2013. From 1948 to 1966, Israel imposed military rule on the Arab population in Israel by extending the British emergency regulations in Palestine, which remain on the books to this day and are renewed annually. In the name of security, for 18 years Israel imposed a permit system and curfews on the Palestinians within its 1948 borders while systematically confiscating Arab land. After 1967, the permit system was refined and implemented in the occupied territories in a more thorough fashion. Permits and identity cards are not new inventions, although they were experimented with and perfected in colonial situations. They are used in times of war and by settler regimes, as seen in apartheid South Africa, in British colonies like Palestine, Egypt, and India, and during the two world wars, Abuzara and K 2013. What is unique about the Israeli case is the longevity of the system and the fact that it is accompanied by policies of displacement, spatial segregation, and denationalization. In the words of Nadia Abuzara and Ada K. 2013, 21, the censuses for 1948 and 1967 were used for denationalization and dispossession. As they point out, the purpose of these censuses was to underregister the Palestinian population, gather information about property ownership, and document the extent of family separation due to expulsion. Furthermore, Israel used the label infiltrator to criminalize Palestinian refugees who risked being shot at upon returning to their homes. As part of its surveillance measures, blacklists were established to penalize Palestinians who refused to cooperate with Israel's colonial enterprise as informers or sell their land to the Zionists. The construction of so-called village files by the Israeli military served to keep track of land ownership, expulsion of Palestinians, and the social structure of the village. When used in combination, the identity cards, permits, including temporary permits, and restrictions on mobility made life so difficult for Palestinians that it amounted to induced transfer, Ibid. 5. Alison Brown deploys a Foucauldian framework to examine productive power in encounters between soldiers and the Palestinian population at the checkpoints. She notes that observation is in itself a form, perhaps the main form, of resistance, A. Brown 2004, 516. Cameras that are distributed freely to the local population by the human rights organization B'Tselem are used to document the abusive behavior of soldiers at the checkpoints. Like other researchers, Brown notes the random, if not chaotic, nature of the surveillance system. Checkpoints and roadblocks are often unpredictable in terms of the time it will take to pass, and because flying points could be set up at any time, Ibid. 513. The focus on the everyday lives of refugees is a common theme in ethnographic studies of Palestine. Patterns of resistance that are not acknowledged as such are decoded to reveal how Palestinians negotiate their way through contradictory positioning and liminality. These strategies allow researchers to configure subjectivities instead of situating our understanding of Palestinian refugees in the framework of recognition and rights. Nasser Aburameh, 2011, 455, succinctly states the dilemma facing researchers in such settings. In other words, people are using the different constitutive nodes of the present, even the checkpoint, to reproduce their lives in ways that do not correspond to anything we might recognize as resistance or anything we can reduce to survivalism. How do we interpret the colonial subject that is neither in revolt nor in open crisis? What kinds of languages of signification do we read, if any, in her/his quotidian practices? How to avoid reading or ascribing intent? Such questions seemingly need to be premised on a more fundamental query: what kind of time is this curious present? And whose temporality are we talking about? Somewhat critical of ascribing semiotic meaning to understanding resistance, Livia Wick, 2011, addresses the intersection of time and space, described in the borrowed neologism Zamkhaniya, in the context of the West Bank's occupation by Israel. The temporality of space is shaped by a daily routine of occupation in which Palestinians are subjected to endless waiting and detours, whether on the road, at work, or in establishing stable relations, so much so that, as the Israeli journalist Amira Hass, 2006, has remarked, it amounts to a theft of time. Mindful of attempts to romanticize resistance in acts that are not perceived as such by the Palestinians themselves, Wick turns her attention to carceral analysis and the impact of closures and curfews on women in particular. In simple terms, Wick, 2011, 28, writes, "Instead I examine practices of living, waiting and making do every day in specific political and economic circumstances." She finds an empowering dimension to this existence. Women form alliances locally and across class lines. Palestine under closure, says Wick, seems to be transforming gender practices by giving women greater influence in their affinal families, making them responsible for the care of their children with little help from the extended family. The individualized responsibilities allow them to recode their productive and reproductive labor as vital for the continuity of the family and community. Ibid, 31. Biometrics as the new biopolitics. As a suspect minority, the Palestinians in Israel look with trepidation at any efforts to expand the system of population monitoring and registration in the name of efficiency. In their eyes, this has the potential to track their movements more thoroughly and store personal information about them in real time. The biometric campaign in Israel was opposed by human rights organizations for fear that it would compromise individual privacy and give governmental bodies wider access to personal information without securing adequate oversight. Kish 2013, Klinger 2011. Two-thirds of Israeli Jews and Arabs said in a public opinion survey that the biometric information stored by the Ministry of Interior is not immune to leaks and other infringements. However, 57% of Arabs and 42% of Jews agreed to the establishment of the database, Maigar 2009. Unlike European countries, for example, citizens in Israel are not the owners of biometric information about them stored in this database, which one report described as the most expansive in the Western world, Wilson 2013. Biometrics, as commentators note, establishes a closer link between the biological and political, forging what is known as the biopolitical, Lebovic and Pinhook 2010. The driving force behind the biometric legislation in Israel, which became law in 2009 but whose implementation was delayed following a 2-year pilot project that started in August 2013, is the argument that it ensures security and protection against theft of personal information. The criticisms of this initiative cover issues such as reliability of the technology, possible leakages of the stored information to a third party, and failure to explore other technological means for collecting and preserving personal information. But the most serious issue of all, as expressed by human rights organizations and activists, is the unrestricted use and sharing of such a database by various governmental institutions, particularly the police, without a court order. The Israeli Supreme Court has described the biometric legislation as extreme and harmful, in Zarchin 2012. Jonathan Klinger, 2011, captures the essence of such criticism. As we learned from a recently leaked document, the only reason that a biometric database is required was to pass information to the police about the citizens of Israel. This is the reason the police rejected a safer means of storing biometric information. The same police that use violence on the protesters from the right and left, who crush political dissent by Arabs and social activists, now ask for unprecedented authority over Israeli citizens. The Association for Civil Rights in Israel has mounted a campaign to stop the biometric project, including its pilot project. The association argues, the pilot was designed so that most of the issues it examined were not at all related to the question of its necessity, but rather to technical aspects that were supposed to be examined anyway. Before the experiment even began, a governmental paper defining the investigation determined that the database is necessary and that there is no point in examining alternatives. Acri 2012b, 38. The Supreme Court justices have expressed criticism that the pilot plan excludes the possibility of genuine investigation, IBID. A thorough criticism of the Israeli biometric pilot project is provided by Johnny Silver, 2013, who asks citizens not to adopt the project because of potential privacy violations. Most importantly, he notes that the project is designed not to protect your identity but to enable the authorities to spy on individuals, and that the authority overseeing the project has proven to be unreliable. In court cases that have resulted in acquittal or discontinuance, biometrics has also been criticized by the European Court of Human Rights on the grounds that it is unconstitutional to keep personal data, example DNA, fingerprints, and cellular phone information. At the core of these concerns is the potential for privacy violation. As Halaby, 2011, 212, points out, the communication data law allows the police to collect identification data, i.e., name, national ID number, phone number and address, location data, subscriber data, and transmission data related to the sender and receiver, time of sending or receiving, duration and volume of the transmission. The boomerang effect. It should never be forgotten that while colonization, with its techniques and its political and juridical weapons, obviously transported European models to other continents, it also had a considerable boomerang effect on the mechanisms of power in the West, and on the apparatuses, institutions, and techniques of power. A whole series of colonial models was brought back to the West, and the result was that the West could practice something resembling colonization, or an internal colonialism, on itself. Foucault 2003, 103. It is a common observation that surveillance adopted in monitoring marginal groups and minorities, those perceived as a threat to the state, will eventually be extended to the majority, and in colonial situations, as Foucault remarks in the passage above, see Graham 2012, and as Alfred McCoy, 2009, documents with respect to the Philippines, colonial methods of surveillance make their way back to the metropole. Witness, for example, the recent use of surveillance vehicles in the West Bank that were first introduced by the military in a Tel Aviv demonstration on behalf of social justice, Shazaf 2012. It has not escaped commentators that Arab citizens of the state are targeted by the police for generalist surveillance, even when they join peaceful social justice demonstrations like the one held in Tel Aviv in 2012. But unlike the directives about Jewish demonstrators, which focus on rioters and anarchists, the section about Arabs does not specify which type of demonstrators police should watch out for, referring only to Arabs in general. Edelman and Arad 2012. A telling example of the extent of routine, day-to-day surveillance of the Palestinian population is an incident involving beachgoers in Tel Aviv. The municipality of Tel Aviv employs inspectors to enforce city bylaws and maintain cleanliness of the beaches. These inspectors are not police officers and thus do not have the authority to arrest people. The inspectors spotted what looked like Arab bathers and asked them for their identity cards. It turned out that these were Palestinian men from the occupied territories who had crossed the border without a permit, which is next to impossible to obtain, in search of employment. The inspectors turned the Palestinians over to the police. In the words of an Israeli activist, Israel has become a nation of informers, in Arad 2012. Israeli state surveillance is not confined to Palestinian citizens, it touches the lives of the Jewish majority as well, although it takes different forms and is not so bound up with nationalistic considerations. Elon 2007, 2008a, 2008b, 2009, Michael 2007, Yoas 2007a, 2007b, 2007c. Until 2004 the Israeli army tapped all outgoing international telephone calls. As reported by Andrew Stevens, 2011, 7. The concern over expanding the power of police to monitor communication data is not ill-founded. Between 2006 and 2007, wiretapping increased by over 100% in drug investigations and by 172% in the fight against organized crime, according to figures submitted by the police to the Knesset Constitution, Law and Justice Committee. Electronic surveillance overall increased by 22% from 1,128 instances in 2006 to 1,375 in 2007. As a comparison, authorities in the United States conducted a total of 1,839 wiretaps in all of 2006. Israeli courts refused only 11 surveillance requests by the police in 2007. In total, police eavesdropped on 778 suspects and witnesses on 1,205 telephone and cell phone lines. In 2007 the police reported that there were 1,375 wiretap cases in Israel, Elon 2008a, 2008b, Levy 2008. What is significant about these data, in addition to the disproportionate wiretapping, compared to the United States, which has a population 50 times larger than that of Israel, is that the courts in Israel almost automatically approve police requests for wiretaps. Of 400 wiretaps analyzed in 2006, only 3 were not approved by the courts. This led Privacy International, 2007, a non-governmental watchdog of privacy practices worldwide, to comment that although the courts are supposed to weigh privacy concerns against law enforcement needs before authorizing wiretaps, authorization is, in practice, almost automatic upon request. By several accounts, Israel's omniscient heirs, as the title of a report in El Monde Diplomatique calls the Urim military base, Hager 2010, make Israel one of the Western countries with the largest listening posts. Situated in the Negev and hidden until now, this military base has rows of satellite dishes that covertly intercept phone calls, emails, and other communications from the Middle East, Europe, Africa and Asia. Its antennas monitor shipping and would have spied on the 8 ships the Gaza flotilla in the days before they were seized in 2009, Ibid, see also Melman 2010. 2/3 of the Israeli public endorse the U.S. government's practice of listening in on communications of world leaders, and 90% believe that the United States listens in on Israeli leaders as well. Survey results reveal a lopsided picture, with 2/3 of the Palestinians in Israel being opposed to spying on foreign leaders, ED 2013. The so-called Big Brother law, approved by the Knesset in 2007, allows the police to set up a database on citizens that contains telephone numbers, including unlisted ones, names of mobile telephone subscribers, serial numbers of mobile phones, and maps of antenna locations. The database has been described as the biggest database in the West, Elon 2007. In a worldwide ranking of surveillance societies based on 13 privacy indicators, Privacy International, 2007, assigned Israel a score of 2.3 on a scale from 1, extensive surveillance, to 5, minimal surveillance. Israel was found to practice maximum surveillance with respect to 2 of the 13 indicators, giving police access to personal data and monitoring travel and transborder data flows. No doubt as a result of the attack of September 11, 2001, Privacy International placed the United States, United Kingdom, Spain, and Australia in the same category, IBID. Since these are aggregate country data, the report does not deal with the differential application of surveillance to specific societal groups such as minorities. However, based on various reports by human rights organizations, there is no doubt that, compared to the Jewish population, the Palestinian minority in Israel is subjected to more intensive forms of surveillance. Until recently, debates about privacy violations did not rank high on the public agenda in Israel, and even less prominent were concerns over Israeli policies in the OP that impinge on the privacy of the Palestinian population. Conclusion. In the 21st century, the issues of state and corporate surveillance have become paramount. Revelations about the Obama administration's use of snooping tactics to spy on the telephone conversations of citizens and to collect personal data, as justified by the national security argument, seem to dominate the news. In search of terrorists, the United States is prepared to bypass the issuing of legal warrants and court procedures in order to cast its surveillance web so that it includes domestic and foreign nationals, both in the United States and overseas. The collection of personal data by parts of the corporate sector, such as the telephone companies, and their willingness to share such data with the Obama administration have added to the fears expressed by human rights groups. The past 2 decades have seen an accelerated expansion of overt surveillance practices in warfare. The use of drones in Iraq, Afghanistan, and other parts of the Middle East, such as Yemen, is now acknowledged as a form of targeted assassination through remote control. With the push of a button, soldiers sitting behind their desk thousands of kilometers away from the conflict zone can wreak havoc on unsuspected communities through so-called collateral damage. An old hand in the business of surveillance, Israel uses its military power to market its military hardware, particularly drones, as field-tested technology. Palestinians in the occupied territories constitute a laboratory for drone testing that Israel touts in its sales pitch. Like the United States, Israel is immune from international legal sanctions against the use of such lethal weapons. Surveillance technologies of one kind or another are a constant factor that highlights the workings of colonialism, whether in the 16th or the 21st century. Resistance to surveillance as it spreads from the colony to the home country is gaining ground. National security arguments are being subjected to scrutiny, and there is more awareness of the role of surveillance in violating human rights. It is accurate to say that such awareness is more evident in the advanced countries, the originators of colonialism. Whether resistance to surveillance will be manifest in the Third World remains to be seen. 4. Biopolitics, eugenics, and population discourse. The population is nothing more than what the state takes care of for its own sake. Foucault 1988, 160. I pointed out in previous chapters that biopolitics and territory constitute 2 of the 3 core elements of any modern nation-state, both of which correspond to a third element, that of state security. Colonial and colonizing states exhibit special features pertaining to each of these elements. In this chapter, I examine biopolitics in Zionist discourse in the pre-1948 period and how biopolitical governmentality is exercised by Israel within its 1967 borders and the occupied territories. Although in commenting on the European nation-state, Michel Foucault is correct to single out the shift in the 18th century from sovereignty over territory to the disciplining of the population, the factor of colonialism places the debate over biopolitics in a different light. In settler colonial cases, as with nation-states, it is true that the state's care for the population is self-interested, as Foucault opines in the quotation above, but the rationalities for this self-interest and the modalities of how it affects colonizer and colonist are strikingly different inside Israel and in the occupied territories. In the name of state security, the state pursues a 2-pronged policy. In this chapter I examine state policies regarding demography and population management, and in Chapter 5, I show how violence and necropolitics emerge as integral components of the state's colonial policy. This is because the Israeli state is already defined in ethno-national terms that preclude its Palestinian citizens from taking part in defining the public good, which, as we saw in the previous chapter, is being reinforced through the introduction of a slew of legislations in the Israeli Knesset to strengthen the Jewish ethnic character of the state at the expense of Arabs' rights and their national identity. The brutal pursuit of the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, in the name of security, is a testimony to the fact that biopolitics is not just about letting people live and leaving others to die, but also about the state's conscious efforts to manage the physical and social opposition to its grand colonial schemes. Biopolitics is not the exclusive prerogative of the state and its ruling apparatus, as per Foucault, 2007. It is also worth considering biopolitics from the bottom up, so to speak, to invoke James C. Scott's seminal book Weapons of the Weak, 1987, for the Palestinians, there is also biopolitics of the weak. How do minorities, the colonist, the disenfranchised, and the poor adopt a policy of resistance and survival that relies on thinking about reproductive strategies? Consider, for example, the following newspaper headline: Palestinian inmate sneaks sperm out of jail, Al Jazeera 2013. The story explains that a fertility doctor in a Nablus clinic on the West Bank confirmed that a Palestinian detainee in an Israeli prison smuggled his sperm to his wife, who had a child from the artificial insemination. According to the New York Times, the same fertility clinic assisted 50 Palestinian women to conceive by means of in vitro fertilization, Abu Aker and Ruderen 2013. A similar process of artificial insemination involving sperm smuggled from jail was reported in Gaza, Reuters 2014. In Birthing the Nation, Strategies of Palestinian Women in Israel, 2002, anthropologist Rhoda Colonial provides a nuanced discussion of reproductive strategies in which nationalism, modernization, and the confrontation with Israel figure prominently. Although family planning is notoriously difficult to implement successfully in more stable societies, Colonial points out that in addition to economics and the well-being of the newly born, the decisions of Palestinian families regarding family size are very much tied to nationalist considerations, even as they aspire to modernize. Here lies the crux of the dilemma, the clash between modernization and demography. But resistance is not only about reproductive strategies. It is also about confronting the state in its daily brutal pursuits and in its carceral prison policies, J. Young 2012. This chapter deals with the following: the 19th century debate concerning nation building and population selection, also known as eugenics, Zionism and eugenics, the profile of Arthur Ruppin, an arch-Zionist colonizer and a promoter of eugenics in Palestine, population balance as biopolitics, Zionist population discourse, modernization and demography in a colonial context, population containment as a component of biopolitics and ideology and public opinion. From biopolitics to eugenics. Since the 18th century, if not earlier, demography has played an important role in population management by the state. Biopolitics assumed importance in state planning as demography and quantitative statistical techniques became prominent tools of social engineering with the ascendancy of positivism in the works of French thinkers Auguste Comte and Henry Saint-Simon in the 17th and 18th centuries. However, it was through British empiricism of the 19th century that social statistics were systematically introduced at the state level in population policy analysis. Correlation and regression analyses owe their debut to Francis Galton and Karl Pearson, who, through their key positions in the eugenics movement in Britain, made use of their positions as statisticians to solve social problems and advocate the manipulation of population selection in accordance with the then popular doctrine of social Darwinism, see Mackenzie 1981. On the face of it, population statistics assume a neutral stance. They are considered to be objective representations of the social body. This standard view, as discussed in Chapter 3, has been challenged in constructivist studies of science and technology. The underlying assumption of this perspective is that scientific practices are embedded in a social context. The problem is not that data or numbers are fictitious or idiosyncratic inventions of the people who collect them, or that they do not represent a tangible reality out there, but rather that the construction of specific categories and the interpretation of data are theory-laden and reflect assumptions by human agents. Consider anthropologist Arjuna Potteray's, 1996, 154-55, statement that ethnic conflict and treachery about group identity have much to do with the large-scale identities created, transformed, and reified by modern state apparatuses, of which the census is an integral part. This observation assumes special importance in post-colonial and deeply divided societies. Timothy Mitchell and Roger Owen, 1990, remarked that when faced with a traditional social order that exhibits multiple loyalties and hybrid identities, as in the colonial Arab world, the colonial state sought to reconstitute them identities as fixed and singular categories by means of its control over certain means of enumeration, such as the holding of a census, in Zachariah 1996, 40, see also Benedict Anderson 1994b. Equally important, as Christine Zachariah, 1996, 3, points out, the post-colonial state had to reconstruct its national community upon and against the normalized categories constructed through colonialism. Resistant groups are automatically considered anti-national or primordial and targeted demographically to be brought in line with state interests. As documented in the previous chapter's discussion of surveillance and colonialism, the observations of these scholars constitute an important part of a burgeoning study of population, censuses, and maps in settler and colonial regimes, Cohn 1996, Scott 1998. It is with these observations in mind that I turn to tracing the process of population management of Palestinians as it evolved under Israeli control, both in Israel proper and in the West Bank and Gaza. Regional, national, and international conflicts impact populations differently, and they invariably involve population analysis through head counting and classification, what Ian Hacking, 1999, calls making people up. Population studies have come a long way since the time of Thomas Malthus, who postulated a correlation between population size and food production, arguing that whereas populations increased geometrically, food production did so at an arithmetical rate. If unchecked, population size will in due course outstrip food supply and will thus lead to conflict that will disproportionately impact the poor in society. More than 2 centuries later, it is clear that Malthus underestimated the power of science and technology in their introduction of birth control methods and in their ability to make food production more efficient. 1. Less than 5% of the labor force in countries like Canada and the United States is employed in agriculture, yet this contingent is able to feed hundreds of millions of people around the world. Ethnic conflict is better understood as a means of ascertaining group identities and securing scarce state resources. There are close to 200 nation-states worldwide, the overwhelming majority of which can be considered multinational. Very few states can boast of having a pure ethnic composition. With the rise of multiculturalism, the force of ethnic identity is being brought to bear in a direct, and in many instances violent, way upon political representation at the national and regional levels. Writers have isolated a relationship between demography, citizen representation, and violence. According to Monica Toft, 2002, under certain conditions differential demographic growth and biopolitics, my term, not hers, play a central role in destabilizing states and enhancing the prospects of violence in multi-ethnic societies. Toft, who deals with Israel as one of her case studies, postulates and confirms a set of hypotheses in which she argues with regard to the Arab-Jewish population balance that in the face of demographic differentials, democratic states are more liable to be internally destabilized than authoritarian ones. Differential demographic growth will destabilize democratic states if the position of the growing group begins to approach that of the majority, if allocation of state resources is linked to ethnic membership. Differential demographic growth will contribute to state destabilization, and authoritarian states that are exposed to external threats are more likely to be destabilized than democratic states as a result of differential demographic growth. Zionism and eugenics. Castrating the mentally ill, encouraging reproduction among families numbered among the intelligentsia and limiting the size of families of Middle Eastern origin and preventing lives that are lacking in purpose. These proposals are not from some program of the Third Reich but rather were brought up by key figures in the Zionist establishment of the Land of Israel during the period of the British Mandate. Traubman 2004. Academic studies and popular reports about the role of eugenics in Zionist writings and Israeli state building reveal the deep influence of German eugenics thinking on childrearing and the socialization practices in pre- and post-1948 Israel. Stoller List 2003, The Early Zionist Immigration Policies, and the Mental Health Profession in the Country, Peterson Overton 2008. This is an area of scholarship that, until the past decade, had been hitherto little explored in Israeli historical research. The ideas of German eugenicists were influential in Zionist circles, according to Aiton Bloom, 2011, and Rakefit Zalashik, in Y. Feldman 2009, among others. Several writers have highlighted the importance of Jewish racial purity, mental health, and eugenics in the debates about Zionist settlement and Jewish nation building in Palestine dating back to the 19th century, while showing how the discussion of eugenics and social Darwinism was greatly influenced by German thinking at the time, with German Jews playing an important part. Falk 1998, 2006, Hirsch 2009, Karpel 2006, Kirsch 2003, Sand 2009, Traubman 2004. Saklov Stoller List, who wrote her doctoral dissertation on the health services in 1950s Israel, remarks that eugenics is considered to be something that only happened in Germany, which was indeed the most murderous manifestation of eugenics, but in fact it was a movement that attracted many followers. In every place it took on a unique, local aspect. It is interesting to note that both in Germany and in Israel a link was made between eugenics, health, and nationalism, in Traubman 2004. Upon further investigation, she discovered that eugenics was not a peripheral pursuit but was fostered and encouraged by those who created and managed the health system in Israel. She explains that Dr. Joseph Meir, head of Kupat Holim Klali, the largest public health provider at the time, who occupied a central position at the very heart of the Zionist medical establishment in the Land of Israel in the mid-1930s, brought young mothers the gospel of eugenics, warned them about degeneracy and transmitted the message to them about their obligation and responsibility for bearing only healthy children, and he did not hesitate to advocate the castration of the mentally ill. In Ibid. Although in the late 1930s, with Nazi ideology looming large over Europe, attempts were made to disavow eugenics, and specialists refrained from using the term in health publications, Meir remained committed to the teachings of eugenics. In response to Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion's policy in the 1950s of encouraging large Jewish families through economic rewards, Meir wrote, "We have no interest in the 10th child or even in the 7th in poor families from the East. In today's reality we should pray frequently for a second child in a family that is a part of the intelligentsia. The poor classes of the population must not be instructed to have many children, but rather restricted." In Ibid. Although Israeli research on eugenics remains largely unacknowledged, I explore below several works that reveal a keen historical interest in the subject. Their authors include Jewish scientists in Palestine who were committed to the Zionist mantras, although Nurit 2003, claims that such research and practice in Israel were driven by unconscious ideological commitments to the teachings of eugenics. Discussing the views of historian Rakefit Zalashik, who authored a book about the history of psychiatry in Palestine, Yotam Feldman, 2009, comments that in Israel the eugenics-based concept of social engineering was part of the psychiatric mainstream here from the 1930s through the 1950s. It is common to distinguish between the theory and practice of eugenics in order to argue that the interest in eugenics was mainly scientific, not practical. Yet Zalashik notes that the psychiatrists who came to Palestine in the 1930s were familiar with the science of eugenics from their German training and advocated its application in the colonization of Palestine, in Ibid. This had direct implication for introducing the concept of race and linking it to aptitude in the classification of Jews, as observed by one practicing psychiatrist at the time who described Jews from the Middle East as follows. Their consciousness, with its meager content, does not place any special demands on life, and it slavishly submits to the outward conditions, and for this reason, does not enter into confrontation and so gives rise to a relatively very small percentage of functional illnesses in the nervous system and in terms of mental illness in particular. In Ibid. Mental health, with its eugenic corollary, was subscribed to by the Zionist movement at the time as an essential aspect of nation building. According to Zureik, the theory was that a healthy nation was needed in order to fulfill the Zionist vision in Israel. There was a powerful economic aspect to this view of things, the idea being to prevent people who were perceived as a burden on society from bringing children into the world. And homosexuals and frigid women also fell into this category. In Ibid. Ruppin, a sociologist and eugenicist. A central figure and a key Zionist official in the Prestate period who advocated eugenics was Arthur Ruppin. He wrote extensively on Jewish demography, although his demography about Palestine was found by Justin McCarthy, 1990, to be wanting for its bias in overestimating Jewish immigration to Palestine. Ruppin was identified in the annals of the Zionist project as the central colonizer and father of Jewish/Zionist settlement in Palestine, Bloom 2011, 2:8. He headed the Palestine office of the World Zionist Organization and established the Department for the Sociology of the Jews at the Hebrew University, Ibid. 1:5. Throughout his writings, Ruppin explicitly stressed the superiority of the Ashkenazic Jews to the Sephardic and Oriental Jews in terms of intelligence, creativity, mathematical ability, agility, imagination, and hygiene. Arguing that, with proper eugenic treatment, they could become a new, productive Jewish Yemenite type, capable of serving the new nation that was evolving, Bloom 2007a, 198, 199. Thus Ruppin's cultural planning was devised in such a way as to purify the Yemenites through a eugenic process of selection which would ensure the survival only of those capable of performing hard, physical labor, Ibid. 198. Aiton Bloom makes the point that Ruppin used statistics as a means for differentiation. Statistics were more than a means of representing ethnicity, they were instrumental in its very construction, Ibid. 199. More than other commentators, Bloom has provided an in-depth investigation into Ruppin's worldview as a Zionist planner and the main colonizer in Palestine. For the present purpose, three main conclusions can be discerned from Bloom's account. First, Ruppin was a key Zionist official of note who effected a shift from ideology to knowledge and science, the so-called scientification of Zionism, Bloom 2011, 360, as the mainstay of Zionist strategy in nation building, Ibid. 70. His science encompassed statistics, demography, and eugenics. Bloom, 2007a, 188, describes Ruppin's positivist orientations as follows: Ruppin's yearning for expert research, as well as his passion for statistics in general, reflected his dream of establishing a society based on knowledge, rather than ideology, faith, or superficial propaganda. Second, Ruppin was relentless in advocating mental hygiene as the cornerstone of nation building. In his commentary about Germany, he generally supported the state and its crucial function and gave it the decisive right to intervene in the life of the individual, promoting the idea that social welfare and education had to be combined with a program of eugenics, in which invalids and the mentally ill would be discouraged. Bloom 2011, 54. Indeed, according to Bloom, 2007b, 333, in 1893 Ruppin felt complete identification with the anti-Semitic parties, and even asked to be accepted by one of them as a German patriot. Bloom describes how, a decade later, as a result of Ruppin's personal experience with anti-Semitism, he began to identify with Zionism, Ibid. 337. Third, Ruppin expressed awareness of the Arabs of Palestine, arguing at one level that they should not be treated as natives in the colonial sense. Already in 1911 he described the Arabs as an important political force, Bloom 2007 b. 303. Yet this did not prevent him from adopting what essentially remains the dominant Zionist position of superiority toward the native population, which is built on the tactics of postponement and displacement. Ruppin's case, according to Bloom, 2007 b. 348. Shows how Zionism coincided with the Weltanschauung of some Nazi Party members and supporters at least until the mid-1930s. Contrary to the common narrative, which dismissed such links as merely instrumental or pragmatic, it reveals how they were based on a number of common assumptions that cannot be ignored when researching the roots of modern Hebrew cultural identity. As a matter of fact, Nazi spokesmen quoted Ruppin extensively to justify their own eugenic position. Daphne Hirsch, 2009, supports this claim by noting that the Zionist use of eugenics had a dual purpose. It made possible the use of race as a unifying concept in the service of Jewish nationalism, but it also made possible the classification of the Jews as diverse groups consisting of racial hierarchies. Race in this sense acts as a cultural and biological marker. In-group classification, she argues, was most evident among Jewish scientists who settled in Palestine and sought ways to distinguish European from Middle Eastern Jews. This was consistent, she argues, with Ruppin's eugenic position, which identified race with mental, intellectual, and cultural traits, Ibid. 604. Eugenics for Ruppin had direct ramifications for procreation. In his words, which appeared in the second volume of his Sociology of the Jews, 1935, 77, eugenic requirements in the choice of marriage partners are becoming popular in Europe. This way Jews with degenerative symptoms are destined to refrain from procreation and the race will continue to be purified, in Hirsch 2009, 604. In his discussion of Bloom's findings, historian and journalist Tom Segev, 2009, remarks that what is less known about Ruppin's views is his belief that the realization of Zionism demanded racial purity among the Jews. In part, his views were inspired by the works of anti-Semitic thinkers, including some of the original Nazi ideologists. Segev goes on to note that Ruppin was not only a follower of what later became known as the Nazi eugenic doctrines but also had an impact on their formulation, Ibid. According to Nadia Abu el-Hajj, 2012, 80, Ruppin also forged a connection between race, science, eugenics, and Jewish nationalism as part of his efforts to justify Zionist colonization of Palestine. With race being a main marker of Jewish nationalism, Ruppin believed that a genetically based racial hierarchy existed among the Jews, with the Western Ashkenazi Jews being more biologically and culturally endowed than Middle Eastern Mizrahi Jews. Similarly, he warned against the dilution of the Jewish stock through marriage to non-Jews. Social Darwinism was a doctrine that formed Ruppin's Weltanschauung, Peiterberg 2008, 82. The function of eugenics, according to him, is to correct for these factors by adopting policies of population selection and weeding out the degenerate and feeble elements of society. The debate over Zionism and eugenics is not only of historical interest, as reflected in the ongoing discussion of who is a Jew. 2. This discussion has brought to the fore revelations regarding government policies toward non-European Jews and the place of eugenics in regulating Middle Eastern Jews in Israeli society. Two particular cases are worth noting. The first involves the treatment of Ethiopian Jews who immigrated to Israel in 1984 and 1991. At first, official spokespersons rejected the charge of Ethiopian women that, while waiting in transit camps, they were coaxed by Israeli immigration officials to accept inoculation with the long-acting contraceptive drug Depo-Provera. Failing to comply would have jeopardized their chance to go to Israel. However, in 2013, it was revealed by Israeli health officials that such policies did actually exist but were discontinued. Commentators have concluded that the women's testimony could help explain the almost 50% decline over the past 10 years in the birth rate of Israel's Ethiopian community, Nesher 2012, 2013. The second case centers on the treatment of Yemenite Jews who were airlifted to Israel in the late 1940s. According to William Pfaff, 1997, it was revealed that hundreds of immigrant children were literally stolen from their Arabic-speaking parents for adoption by parents of European Jewish origin, in an attempt to meld the Yemenite Jews into what then was the European mainstream. Raphael Falk, 1998, a professor of eugenics at the Hebrew University, who argues that the Jews do not constitute a biological race based on DNA, has challenged Pfaff's claims by noting that based on first-hand experience, this was not a generalist practice against Yemenite children. Rather, care was taken to safeguard the health of these immigrants, although no doubt there were some cases of abuse. In his reply, Pfaff, 1998, quotes statements from the Israeli press, some of which have claimed that we are dealing with a Yemenite population whose primitivism touches the limits. They are hardly superior to Arabs, or blacks, or other barbarians. The feeling of superiority reaches the highest levels of Israeli leadership. Pfaff quotes Prime Minister Ben-Gurion, who has remarked with regard to immigrants from Yemen that the elementary basis of socialization is lacking. The immigrant's relationship to his wife and children is that of a primitive. His physical aptitudes are restricted and he fails to observe even the minimum of hygiene, ibid, brackets in original. The academic debate about genetics has spilled over into the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians, with scientific research paying the price this time. Science thrives and advances on controversies. But this is not what happened when a group of geneticists, led by the well-known Spanish researcher Antonio Arnaiz Villena, 2001, published a paper in the Human Immunology Journal that examined variations in the immune genes among people in the Middle East region. At the outset, the paper, which was dedicated to all Palestinians and Israelis who are suffering from war, ibid. 889, demonstrated that the Jews are not a genetically distinct group compared to other people in the region and that they and the Palestinians have a common genetic pool. After publishing the peer-reviewed article, the journal's editor wrote to its readers informing them that the paper in its electronic and hard copy formats would be expunged from the pages of the journal, something rarely done in academic forums. The journal justified its unusual actions not on the basis of scientific merit but on what the editor and some readers of the journal judged to be the presence of an offending reference that the Palestinians in the occupied territories live with Jewish colonists. It could very well be that the offending aspects of the paper are the conclusions themselves, which are routinely rejected by Israel supporters, including academics, on political grounds. In the words of British geneticist Sir Walter Bodmer, if the journal did not like the paper, they shouldn't have published it in the first place. Why wait until it has appeared before acting like this? In McKee 2001. Population Balance as Biopolitics. The moribund Oslo Agreement of the so-called peace process is by no means the latest document to spell out the biopolitical implications of the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. It does, however, provide a vivid and recent example of the centrality of population and territory in ethno-national conflicts, and it gives Israel, the dominant party in the Oslo negotiations at the time, surveillance and veto power over population management, airspace, water, and territorial control, using national security as the main rationale for the biopolitical arguments. To this day, the Palestinian Authority is obligated under the Oslo Agreement to turn over to Israel on a regular basis data about births and deaths and about any changes in the entry and exit of Palestinian residents of the territories, Human Rights Watch 2012. Since I have dealt with this issue at length elsewhere, Zureik 2001, it is sufficient here to update the argument with more recent discussions and to provide a summary of the main points raised in the study as they relate to population management in a colonial context. Zionist population discourse. My contention is that demography, as is the case with all colonial settler regimes, acts as a cornerstone of Zionist attempts to secure a Jewish majority in a land that was overwhelmingly inhabited by an indigenous Arab population at the time of the first Zionist settlement in Palestine in the late 19th century. The demographic debate started in earnest even before Imperial Britain issued the Balfour Declaration in 1917, which promised a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The various reports issued by the colonial power in response to Arab and Jewish reactions are a testimony to the competing claims by both sides regarding population, absorptive capacity of the country, and territory, land ownership. Although demography is now being increasingly framed in terms of Israeli security and an existential threat, the preoccupation with Arab-Jewish demographic balance has a long genealogy in Zionist discourse about the Arab question and what is labeled the demographic problem, or Hobby Aha Demographet, Lustig 2013. Jewish ethnic dominance is advanced to counter the existential threat and is meant to imply that as a state Israel should remain predominantly Jewish, in numbers and in ethos. Thus ethno-nationalism, better described as bionationalism, is now wielded as the main weapon in Israel's biopolitical arsenal. Increasingly, official spokespersons of Israeli governments from the Prime Minister down call upon the Palestinians to accept the Jewishness of Israel as a condition of any settlement of the conflict, which so far the Palestinians have resisted because it preempts any discussion of the Palestinian refugees' right of return and sidesteps the discussion over the rights of the non-Jewish citizens of the state, among whom the Palestinian minority constitutes 20%. Writing from New York in 1917, David Ben-Gurion informed his readers, in an article titled On Clarifying the Origin of the Felayim Sik, that unlike the Bedouins and urban Arab inhabitants of historical Palestine, the majority of Palestinian peasants who tilled the soil had deep roots in the country, so deep that they could be traced to the same stock as the biblical Jewish population of Palestine. In his words, in language, customs, traditions, and manners of the modern Felayim Sik we find many signs which testify to their Hebrew origin. Ibid. 13. Ben-Gurion reached this conclusion at the time of the Balfour Declaration, when the Jews in Palestine did not exceed 10% of the total population. As seen in Chapter 2. Whereas 2 decades earlier Theodor Herzl, the father of modern Zionism, had advocated a solution to the demographic problem that relied on spiriting the poor Arab population of Palestine across the borders, see Morris 2002. 3. Ben-Gurion saw a possible Jewish genetic link with the Arab peasant population. In one case, the objective was to transfer the majority Arab population out of the country, as Herzl saw fit, and in the other case, the purpose was to deconstruct Palestinian national identity by dissolving the Arab population into a remnant of the ancient Jewish population. Both cases, however, had a common purpose, to eliminate from the country any distinct national Palestinian Arab presence through land dispossession, population transfer, and redefinition of Palestinian identity. More than a century later it is clear that, although a form of mass expulsion did occur in 1948 with the creation of the refugee problem, the transfer solution has not eliminated Palestinian presence and the Palestinian identity question remains highly problematic for Israel. Attempts remain underway to define the conflict between Arabs and Jews in Palestine in terms of population balance and, in the process, to use the arguments of security cum demography to dilute any viable national Palestinian presence, if not physically for the time being, then symbolically and politically. Ben-Gurion's foray into genealogy did not leave any lasting effects on the population debate in Israel. Ben-Gurion himself abandoned the fleeting search for a common origin among Arabs and Jews and proceeded to play a decisive role in thinning the Arab presence in what became Israel in 1948. As the first Prime Minister of Israel, he was personally involved in plans to transfer and expel the Palestinians from the territory seized by Israel in 1948, and he approved the campaign to prevent the 800,000 Palestinian refugees, most of whom were villagers, from returning to their homes, Masalha 1992. In 1951, with regard to the 150,000 Palestinians who remained in what became Israel, Ben-Gurion invited expert opinion from the army, intelligence circles, and rabbinical authorities to advise him on the prospects and legality of their possible conversion to Judaism, Ben-Ziman and Mansur 1992. Nothing came out of this idea, and the attempt to construct a hybrid ethnic state composed of Jews and Judaized Arabs was thus relegated to a mere footnote in history. Whether in academic circles or popular parlance, the demography debate is in perpetual motion in Israel. The press is replete with reports and opinion pieces about the danger facing Israel as a result of the Arab-Jewish population balance, which, if the status quo continues, is predicted to tip in favor of the Arab population in less than 2 decades. The views are echoed by policymakers and academics of all shades. One example is the framing of the demography debate by a major Israeli think tank, the Interdisciplinary Center Herzliya. At 3 of its annual conferences, several speakers in high places repeatedly issued warnings about the demographic danger facing Israel as a Jewish state and argued for a policy of Arab population containment, within its 1967 borders and from across the Green Line. Archival material dating back to the 1950s shows that Israeli leaders were fully aware of their role in expelling Palestinians and were busy devising schemes to resettle the refugees in neighboring countries, although Argentina, Brazil, Somalia, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Germany, and even Switzerland were cited as possible transfer destinations. In the words of researcher Arik Ariel, 2013, Israel formulated a policy under which the return of the refugees to its territory would not be permitted under any circumstances. With the population balance uppermost in the minds of Israeli leaders, a committee was struck under the chairmanship of Yosef Weitz, a notorious figure in overseeing and implementing the seizure of Arab land as head of the Jewish National Fund at the time. Although the recommendations were not formally adopted, they nevertheless reinforced government guidelines pertaining to the demographic issue, namely that the Arab population should remain at only 15 to 20% of the total, that those Arabs who stayed in the country should be encouraged to emigrate, that the Arabs' abandonment of their homes should be considered an irrevocable fait accompli, and that Israel should support their resettlement elsewhere, ibid. With regard to those who remained in the country, Arik quotes Moshe Dayan, who wrote, "The 170,000 Arabs who remain in the country should be treated as though their fate has not yet been sealed. I hope that, in the years ahead, another possibility might arise to implement a transfer of those Arabs from the land of Israel, in ibid." Under pressure from the U.S. government, Israel at one point agreed to take 10% of the refugees Oregon from 100,000 to 150,000. However, nothing came out of these plans. During the Oslo refugee talks in the early 1990s, the figure of 70,000 was secretly circulated but was never made official, and successive Likud and right-wing Israeli governments continued to reject the return of any Palestinian refugees. As Palestine was a colonial settler society, the issue of immigration in and out of its territory remained paramount in planning and policy making by the Zionist leadership. As will be seen throughout this discussion, not only is Jewish immigration on the decline, as reported by Israeli officials, but the number of Israelis who return after living abroad for 2 to 5 years is also on the decline, an indication that the majority of these émigrés are unlikely to return. This may explain the real motives behind Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's call in 2015 for European Jewry to immigrate en masse to Israel. A spokeswoman for the Ministry of Immigration and Absorption has pointed out that by the end of 2003, there were close to 760,000 Israelis living abroad. This marked an increase of 200,000 since the start of the Second Intifada in 2000. The annual number of returnees between 1993 and 1999 ranged from 4,700 to 6,500 annually. Following the Second Intifada, the rates declined to 3,956 in 2000 to 3,546 in 2001, and to only 2,771 by October 2003, in Allen 2003. And from 1990 to 2001, a total of 270,000 Israelis left the country, Allen 2004. More than a decade later, it was estimated by the Israel Census Bureau of Statistics that between 500,000 and 800,000 Israelis lived abroad, in Weiner 2012. Further data show that the trend in emigration continues, with estimates of between 700,000 and 1 million Israelis living abroad. It is argued that although conflict with the Palestinians is one of the factors behind emigration, the main reason for emigration is economic, since there are better paying jobs abroad for skilled people. Madel 2013. The Arab-Jewish population balance west of the Jordan River is an important part of the debate surrounding withdrawal from the occupied territories. Of the various academic contributors to the debate, geographer Arnon Sofer at Haifa University sounds the loudest alarm bells. In a letter he wrote to Prime Minister Ariel Sharon in early 2002, Sofer urged complete separation of Jews and Palestinians in the occupied territories and Israel. To safeguard the Jewishness of the state, Sofer unsuccessfully advocated the removal of 50 settlements and separation of Jews from the Arab residents of East Jerusalem. Such separation was needed, he argued, to forestall a grave demographic outcome that will mean the end of the Jewish state of Israel, in Galilee 2002. Although it has lost some ground in recent years, as a solution, separation is not new to Israeli demographic discourse and is not confined to right-wing politicians and intellectuals, among whom Sofer is counted. The idea of separation originally germinated among liberals and the left in Israel's Labour Party, see Yehoshua 2002, and is now subscribed to by adherents of all shades of the political spectrum in Israel, except for the extreme right, which would prefer to expel all the Arabs residing west of the Jordan River. Sofer was not content to stress only separation of Jews and Palestinians in the occupied territories. He went further and warned the Jewish leadership in Israel that unless something was done demographically, such as encouraging Jews in Israel itself to move to Galilee and the Negev in order to save these areas, in 3 years' time we will need a dictator to do it, in Ratner 2003. In their report Israel, Demography, 2013 to 2034, Challenges and Chances, 2013, Arnon Sofer and Evgenia Bystrov repeat familiar points made in previous similar reports. They warn against religious Jewish dominance at the expense of secular Israeli Jews, that Israel's reluctance to divest from its settlements in the West Bank is making the two-state solution unattainable, that if things stay as they are, the Jews west of the Jordan River will dwindle in their share of the population from their current 61% or 52.2% if Gaza's Arab population is included, to 55.8%, 46.6% if Gaza's Arab population is included, by 2034, and that if economic and social reforms are not put in place, Israel will gradually become a third world country. Demography and modernization, the dilemma. In 2003 a press release from the Israel Central Bureau of Statistics, ICBS, stated that the population of Israel numbered 6.75 million people. It is important to note that unless it is stated otherwise, official Israeli figures invariably include the Arab populations of both East Jerusalem, which was unilaterally annexed by Israel, and the Golan Heights among the overall population of Israel. Based on this assumption, 5.16 million, 76%, are Jews, 1.3 million, 19%, are Arabs, and 0.29 million, 5%, are non-Jewish immigrants from the former Soviet Union, ICBS 2003. A decade later, on the threshold of 2013, the Bureau estimated that the population consisted of 6.323 million, 79%, Jews and 1.645 million, 21%, Arabs, ICBS 2012. These figures included close to 300,000 Arabs who lived in East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights. The Bureau further estimates that by 2020, the extended Jewish population, which includes non-Jews from the previous Soviet Union, will reach 6.9 million, 77%, based on a maximal scenario of birth rates and immigration, whereas the Arabs will reach 2.1 million, 23%. ICBS 2010. By 2030 the Arabs are expected to reach 2.4 million, 24%. ICBS 2009, thus bypassing the magic figure of 15 to 20% set by Ben-Gurion and faithfully pursued until the present. A cursory look at the age group composition of the Arab and Jewish populations confirms the underdeveloped nature of Arab society. It shows that whereas 25% of Jews were below the age of 15 in 2001, the figure was 41% among the Arab population. If we move the age line upward to include those who are below 19 years of age, the Arab-Jewish ratio stands at 51% to 34%, ICBS 2002, Table 2 to 60. Nearly a decade later, in 2009, the Arab-Jewish ratio had hardly changed, with 25% of the Jewish population being below the age of 15, compared to 38% of the Arab population, ICBS 2009. Throughout the early years of the state's existence, the population debate was handled piecemeal, but not without an overriding concern to ensure spatial and numerical containment of the Arab population. Although the size of the Arab population increased eightfold, from 150,000 to 1.2 million people, within about half a century, not one new Arab town was built to accommodate their needs. As a result of a series of land confiscations, discriminatory zoning laws, a military government that was imposed on the Arab sector for 18 years following the establishment of the state, discrimination practices in hiring, low participation rates in the labor force, and a generally depressed level of Arab sector funding by the government, the quality of Arab life in Israel remains to this day substantially below its Jewish counterpart. Here lies the crux of the Israeli demographic paradox. It is a basic tenet in demography that modernization and social integration reduce the fertility rate and bring about a smaller family size, thus narrowing the so-called demographic differential in ethnically bound states. As shown below, this process is not straightforward and linear. Neither integration of the Arab minority nor modernization through industrialization and education of the Arab sector was seriously pursued by the government. This demographic transformation cum modernization principle is yet to be fully borne out in the case of the Arabs in Israel. Even though Israel is considered by international standards to be a modern, industrial society with a gross national product, GNP, per capita of $34,000, World Bank 2013, that puts it in league with, if not ahead of, some Western European countries, this transformation is yet to affect the Arab sector in an appreciable manner. Among Israel's Muslim population, the GNP is half of the Jewish populations. Distorted forms of urbanization and social class formations have prevented the closing of the demographic differential between Arabs and Jews. This does not mean that there has been no reduction in the Arab fertility rate in Israel. However, this demographic change has not been sufficient to offset the overall gap between Jews and Arabs. This is particularly true if we also consider the demographic differential between Jews and Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. Demographer Sergio Della Pergola, who heads the Institute of Contemporary Jewry at the Hebrew University, is usually considered a moderate when it comes to the demography debate. At one level, Della Pergola situates the demographic dilemma in a wider context that highlights a reduction in immigration to Israel and an increase from 15,000 to 20,000 in the number of Israelis who annually leave Israel, in Lazaroff 2002. At another level, Della Pergola makes one of the more interesting observations about modernization and fertility, namely that the impact of modernization will be slow and gradual. In referring to the experience of the Arab population in Israel, Della Pergola points out that in the initial phase of the modernization process, fertility rates will increase due to improvement in health conditions. However, once modernization spreads to various aspects of society, through urbanization, improvement in education, and entry of women into the labor force, he expects to see a decrease in birth rates. According to Della Pergola, the Jewish majority will serve as a model for the Arab population, albeit through a slow process, in Chaleg 2004. However, because of the slowness of this process, the proportion of the Arab population will continue to grow, reaching 23% in 2020 and 26% in 2050, when the levels of fertility among Arabs and Jews will level off at the rate of 2.6 children per woman. In addition to the modernization process, Della Pergola locates the impetus to high birth rates in the ongoing conflict between Arabs and Jews. There is a cyclical process at play here, although national conflict pushes birth rates upward, with the struggle becoming a contest over numbers. Birth rates in turn fuel the conflict and keep demography at the center of the debate. At one point, the demography debate was joined by Uzi Arad, a veteran chief of the Mossad, Israel's foreign spy agency, who now directs the Institute of Policy and Strategy at the Herzliya Center. Citing Egypt as an example, he goes one step further and argues that international donors should apply pressure on the Palestinian Authority to introduce family planning, URA 2004. In response to this recommendation, Emmanuel Sivan, 2004, of the Hebrew University argues that Egypt's drop in fertility did not occur due to external pressure but due to internal factors, such as enlisting the support of religious establishments in the family planning campaigns. I might add that Iran's drastic drop in fertility can hardly be attributed to outside pressure by donor countries. It is strictly the outcome of internal dynamics. Two further sets of studies that have a bearing on the modernization and demography debate are worth noting. The first is by Itzhak Ravid and the second by Yaakov Sheinin, both of whom are associated with the Herzliya Center. The two studies were presented at the center's annual conferences. Ravid, 2001, presented his findings first in December 2000 and again in December 2001, highlighting the rather low rates of Palestinian labor force participation in the West Bank and Gaza, as if the occupied territories were normal regions. He estimates that the workforce in Gaza is 1/7 of the population and that in the West Bank it is 1/5. This is in contrast to 60% among Israeli Jews. Young people under the age of 15 constitute half the population in the occupied territories. Natural growth in Gaza is 4.4%, and in the West Bank it is 3.4%, compared to 2% in Egypt. Similar to Arad, Ravid presents Turkey, Egypt, and particularly Iran as examples of Muslim countries where government intervention and family planning campaigns have significantly reduced natural increase. His main point is that the rest of the Arab countries, including the Palestinians, can do the same. Although Ravid acknowledges that the Palestinians have a higher level of education compared to Egypt and Iran, he does not explain why Palestinian natural increase remains high in the midst of almost universal literacy, surely a powerful indicator of modernization and a contributor to the glaring demographic paradox. He does not explore why the Palestinians, who are known to have exported their skills to the rest of the Arab world since their dispersal in 1948, still remain under Israeli control in a state of underdevelopment that is worse than that of many other third world countries. In Ravid's study and others discussed here, there is no mention of the role of Israeli policies in distorting the modernization process in the West Bank and Gaza, as well as among the Arabs in Israel. By focusing on fertility rates in isolation, the impression is left that the underdevelopment of the Palestinians is the fault of demography, which is shaped by their culture and religion. Ravid, 2001, 2, applies the same logic in commenting on the Arab population in Israel, stating that the gap between natural growth rates between Jews and Arabs has no precedent in other Western countries. He compares Orthodox to secular Jews. Due to their large family size, Orthodox Jews have a high rate of natural increase, 3.5%, and a low rate of labor force participation, 37%. Thus Ravid presents a heterogeneous picture of the composition of Israeli society. It is a society that contains secular Jews, Orthodox Jews, Ethiopian Jews, Muslim Arabs, Christian Arabs, Bedouins, Druze, foreign workers, and so-called illegal Palestinian residents from the territories, each of whom have their peculiar demographic differential vis-a-vis the secular Jewish population. The way to rectify the situation and maintain the status of a Western nation is for Israel to devise policies to control the natural increase of the Muslim population through family planning initiatives and further investment in education. Only this tactic will enable Israel to maintain a GNP per capita that is close to those of its European counterparts and likely to rise further in the future. He argues that, as it now stands, the tax contributions of the secular Jewish society are subsidizing the Arab and Haredi sectors, where large-sized families and a low level of labor force participation predominate. A similar approach is adopted by economist Yaakov Sheinin of the Herzliya Center, Sheinin 2003, Sheinin and Shajev 2003. He points out that government transfer payments account for 12% of household income for the majority secular Jewish population, 24% for the Arab population, and 40% for the ultra-Orthodox Jewish group. He does not explore the reason why the Orthodox Jews, with their 6% share of the population, receive an allowance that is 167% larger than that of Arab citizens, who, according to Sheinin, comprise 19% of the population. He remarks that in the absence of further Jewish immigration, and if the status quo continues, the annual 3% growth rate of Arabs and Haredim will eventually contribute to a 0.5% annual decrease in the overall per capita income. And in terms of population, by 2030 the majority Jewish group will constitute 63% of the population. Sheinin calls for increasing investment in education and halting the importation of foreign workers, whose presence depresses local Arab participation in the labor force. The solution is to integrate and assimilate the minority populations into the majority group, Sheinin 2003, 2. Similar to other works on Israeli demography, here too the author falls short in prescribing concrete ways for integrating the Arab population. After more than a half-century of residential, educational, and occupational segregation, and numerous unfulfilled government promises to improve the status of the Arab sector, what makes authors like Ravid, Sheinin, Della Pergola, and others think that the government is now ready to embark on genuine integration of the Arab minority? Equally important is the extent to which educational expectations are likely to be translated into concrete job placements. It is common knowledge that one of the most serious problems facing the Arab sector is the inability of its qualified and educated university graduates to find jobs that are commensurate with their qualifications, Al-Hajj 2003, Mazawi 1995. This is true for both men and women. The debate surrounding Israeli demography is addressed in two articles by Ian Lustig. Both articles unpack the political dimension of the ethnic construction of population data. One article, Lustig 2013, critiques the drive by right-wing researchers and settlers to come up with numbers that challenge Palestinian and other demographers' estimates regarding what they consider to be an inflated Palestinian population count in the West Bank and Gaza, claiming that the real estimates put the size of the Palestinian population at around 1 million fewer people than the current estimates. A crucial aspect of the battle for numbers centers on the following. First, right-wing researchers count the 300,000 to 350,000 non-Jewish Russian immigrants as part of their Jewish population pool, and second, they do not base their estimates of the Palestinian population on accepted standard demographic methodology, which involves surveying specific groups and extrapolating the overall structure of the population, but instead they rely on voter registration, health registries that include births and deaths, and school registration. These, Lustig claims, do not include Palestinians who are outside the territories for work, study, and visitation, something that is incorporated into the estimates of the Jewish population. Data on home births, a common practice among Palestinians, are not kept by hospital officials and do not appear in the registry. Finally, Palestinians who reside in East Jerusalem, an area that was annexed illegally by Israel, are not part of the minimal counting by the settlers, whereas they are counted by the Palestinian census as residents of the West Bank. Lustig's 2011 earlier article addresses a perennial topic of discussion in Israel: immigration to and emigration from Israel. He marshals polling data to assess the ideological orientations of Israeli Jews toward emigration and considers critically the data of the Israel Census Bureau of Statistics to shed light on the historic decline in the number of immigrants and the constant increase in the level of emigration. The issues confronting Israel's immigration-emigration dilemma are rooted in several factors. First, as is the case with all immigrants, here too a sizable portion of immigrants from the former Soviet republics emigrated to other places after initially settling in Israel in search of better job opportunities. This also applies to other skilled and professional groups in Israel. Second, the halo hovering over Zionism is being gradually eclipsed as a result of globalization and the ascendancy of post-Zionism. It is no longer acceptable to speak of Yurdim, emigrants, in pejorative terms as a sign of Zionism's failures. Lustig points out that there are close to 150,000 Israelis who hold Russian passports living in Israel and the Ukraine, Ibid, and I might add that there are 100,000 who hold German passports, BRA 2011. Already in 2006, the U.S. consulate in New York estimated that there were up to 400,000 Israelis living in metropolitan New York. Only 352 had returned to Israel in the previous year. Overall, 800,000 Israelis resided in the United States at the time, in UMIT 2006. Overall, Lustig, 2011, 40, claims that between 1990 and 2008, 20,000 Israeli Jews emigrated annually, compared to between 7,000 and 10,000 who returned. At the ideological level, public opinion polls show a weakening in the attachment to Zionism's colonizing calls for settling in the country. For example, 45% of those whose parents were born in Israel are not sure that they want to stay in the country. Whereas 87% of religious Jews say that they plan to stay, only 59% of the secular plan to do so, Ibid, 49. It is important to situate the Israeli discourse on demography in the context of what I call the policies of containment toward the Arab population and their ideological underpinnings. The next two sections deal with the attitudes of the Israeli leaders toward the Palestinians in Israel and provide a brief summary of relevant Israeli public opinion polls dealing with issues of immigration, citizenship, and equal rights. Population containment. During the pre-election period in late 2012, Prime Minister Netanyahu's office released figures from the ICBS that showed ominously for Netanyahu, and by implication for the Jewish public, that of the 12 million people under Israel's control who resided between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean, 5.9 million were Jews and 6.1 million were non-Jews, in Eldar 2012a. To appreciate the significance of this press release, one has to go back and highlight Netanyahu's fears about the Arab presence in the country, which in 2003 had culminated in his advocacy that the Palestinians recognize Israel as a Jewish state as a precondition for reconciliation. In his speech at the Herzliya conference in December of that year, when Netanyahu was finance minister, he made the following widely quoted statement: "If there is a demographic problem, and there is, it is with the Israeli Arabs who will remain Israeli citizens." Based on Netanyahu's speech, the same newspaper reported, if Israel's Arabs become well integrated and reach 35 to 40% of the population, there will no longer be a Jewish state but a binational one. If Arabs remain at 20% but relations are tense and violent, this will also harm the state's democratic fabric, Allen and Ben 2003. This was not the first time that Netanyahu had made such a claim, and it was not an idiosyncratic, isolated claim. He elaborated on his ideas in the U.S. conservative publication The Weekly Standard. If Arab inhabitants are wonderfully integrated and their numbers increase to 35 to 40% of the total inhabitants of the state, then the Jewish state will have been abolished, and it will have turned into a binational state. If their numbers remain at about 20% or as they are today or again fall, but relations are stiff, contentious, and violent, this too will hurt our democratic character. In Berkowitz 2004. Netanyahu's words echo those of a leading settler who said, "The truly critical demographic problem is inside the State of Israel," in I Herald 2003. Mass transfer of Palestinians across the border to neighboring countries as a possible solution to the demographic problem has been voiced by several past, example in Sharon's government, and present ministers. These include the Foreign Minister Avigdor Lieberman, as well as Zachi Hanegbi, Limer Livnat, and Uzi Landau, to name a few, Zureik 2003. Of course, more recent public calls to transfer Palestinians owe their revival to the late Rehavam Ze'evi, who situated the transfer idea within mainstream Zionist discourse, Shragai 2001. The prestigious Interdisciplinary Center Herzliya, 2001, 7-8, highlights the centrality of demography in the proceedings of its conference on the balance of national strength and security. The fundamental dilemma that Israel faces as a result of demographic statistics and trends among the Palestinians is between a policy of adaptation, political or otherwise, and a policy of containment. The choice between the options depends on the perception of Israel's future political identity and image. The adaptation policy is the one propounded by those who view Israel as a country of all its citizens, adapting its national character, its symbol, and institutions to the changing demo-political balance. Conversely, those who support the preservation of Israel's character as it was when it was founded, a Jewish state for the Jewish nation, and they still constitute a majority among the Jewish population in Israel, are forced to proffer a counter-strategy that will provide an effective response to the aforementioned demographic trends. Of equal importance, the Israeli government has adopted several concrete steps in its biopolitical strategy against the high Arab birth rate. These constitute what I call micromanagement techniques that are directed against specific categories of the Arab population. First, under the pretext of security, Israel no longer approves applications for family reunification between couples when one spouse resides in the occupied territories, Ben-Zimon 2003. Moreover, unlike other, Jewish, Israeli citizens who marry non-Israelis, Israeli Arabs who marry citizens from neighboring Arab countries now find it extremely difficult for the non-Israeli spouse to obtain citizenship and residency rights in Israel, Ettinger 2004b. The government has initiated measures to strip such foreign spouses of their Israeli citizenship and residency rights. Israeli officials describe these marriages as a covert method of exercising the right of return through the back door, ibid. Second, over protests from civil rights organizations, the Knesset passed the Citizenship Loyalty Bill in 2011 legalizing the stripping of Israeli citizenship from those who betray their loyalty to the state, List 2011. Third, a special unit has been established in the Ministry of Interior that, with the aid of private detectives, works to track down so-called illegal Palestinian residents from the territories living in Israel. This practice has also triggered criticism from the Association of Civil Rights in Israel, Mualim 2002. Fourth, at one point the government reactivated the Israel Council for Demography after several years of hiatus. What triggered reactivation of the council was discussion in the press and by politicians regarding a decline in the Jewish birth rate, an increase in intermarriages between Jews and non-Jews, the high Palestinian birth rate, the presence of illegal residents, and a large non-Jewish contingent among Russian immigrants to Israel. The council, which was founded in 1967 after Israel conquered the West Bank and Gaza, consists of 40 members drawn from the professions and includes demographers, educationalists, obstetricians, gynecologists, jurists, amongst others. The purpose of the council was questioned by critics who accused it of acting to promote an increase in the Jewish birth rate and a decline in the Arab one, Zureik 2003. Gideon Levy, 2002, questions the council's rationale, and how will the gynecologists contribute to this endeavor? Will they make do with proposing methods to increase the Jewish fertility rate and prevent abortions, or will they also suggest techniques to encourage abortions and reduce the birth rate among Arab women? Finally, right-wing Knesset members of the Old Herut party unsuccessfully proposed a bill that would have provided financial incentives for Palestinian citizens of Israel to emigrate to Arab countries. The Knesset's legal advisor described the bill as discriminatory because it portrayed the state as encouraging the Jewish population with financial assistance to come to Israel and settle here, whereas Arabs, who are citizens of the country, are encouraged by the state to leave. In Zureik 2003, 625. Ideological basis. What makes the demography debate ominous is that it strengthens an already existing political and social climate that encourages racist attitudes toward the Arab population. Writing in the New York Review of Books, David Schulman, 2014, addresses Israeli racism in the context of the latest sustained attacks on Gaza. Usually, the media is replete with discussions about Hamas violence, racism, and its hatred of Israel. Rarely do we see in the Western media a first-hand discussion of Israeli racism toward the Arabs reflected in what Schulman calls the wave of bloodlust and racist violence, verbal and physical, now raging within Israel. He goes on to enumerate a series of horrific incidents by vigilante Jewish groups and lynch mobs against the Arabs in Jerusalem, where the police either stood by or joined in with right-wing thugs. Those who follow the sociological and psychological research on racism in Israel should not be surprised by these revelations, as I demonstrate below. This is not a new development but has historical roots in Israeli consciousness that date back to the early days of the state, if not to the Prestate period. In reviewing public opinion data covering the 1970s, I have highlighted the stereotypical and negative attitudes held by young and old Israeli Jews toward Arab citizens of the state. Zureik 1979, 142-65. Here are some of the salient findings. 80% of a Jewish sample believed that Arabs will not reach the level of progress of Jews. 90% preferred to see fewer Arabs remain in the country. 90% believed that Arabs understand force only. 84% would be bothered if a friend or relative married an Arab. 74% were concerned if their children befriended Arabs. 54% of Jewish children were taught by Arab teachers. Nearly 2 decades ago, a national survey of Israeli Jews supported the idea of transferring Arab citizens to a Palestinian state. The same survey showed that 56% would deprive Arab citizens in Israel of their right to elect a prime minister, and a similar proportion would deny Arabs the right to vote in political referenda. In 2000, another survey showed that 60% of Israeli Jews endorsed the transfer of Arabs outside Israel. In March 2002, 46% of Israeli Jews supported the transfer of Palestinians from the occupied territories, and 1/3 favored transfer of Israel's Arab citizens. Indirect population transfer of Arab citizens by means of financial incentives was supported by 60% of the Jewish respondents, Zureik 2003. It is not surprising to discover from Sami Smuha's 2005 national survey of a decade ago, which excluded the Arabs of East Jerusalem, that 55.4% of the Arabs in Israel feared the possibility of transfer and that 70% feared violence directed toward them by the Jewish population. Among the latter, 77% feared violence from the Arab side, Ettinger 2004a. In an overview of public opinion data on related issues, Nimr Sultani, 2003, documents that 1/3 of Israeli Jews are willing to deny Arab citizens in Israel the right to vote, that close to 2/3 believe Arab citizens have excessive influence over politics, that 3/4 of Israeli Jews in 2000 and 2002 said Arab citizens should not be involved in crucial national decisions, and that in 2002 almost 3/4 opposed Arab parties joining any Israeli government coalition. This was an increase from 46% in 2000 and 67% in 2001. The most relevant data for the present purpose are those pertaining to the transfer of Arab citizens from their homeland. If anything, the data show that over a decade, from 1991 to 2001, the proportion of Israelis who endorsed the transfer of Arab citizens increased from 24% to 31%. And whereas in 2001 49% said that Arabs should be encouraged to leave, in 2002 the figure rose to 60%. Also in 2001 another survey revealed that 62% of the Israeli Jewish population condoned the proposition that the government should encourage immigration of Arab citizens of Israel. 50% agreed that land within Israel that is heavily populated by Arabs should be exchanged for land with no Arabs on it that is located in the Palestinian territory. This is the so-called stationary transfer. 2/3 of the Jewish public stated that Arab citizens of Israel constituted a danger to state security. In one of the few national surveys that included Arab respondents, 20% of the whole sample supported the idea of transfer. The figure would have been higher if the sample had been confined to Jewish respondents. And when asked by several polling organizations in 2001 and 2002 whether Arab citizens of Israel constituted a danger to the state, between 60% and 72% answered in the affirmative. Not far removed from the above data reported by Sultani are the results of a poll conducted by the Tammy Steinmetz Center for Peace Research, 2003, at Tel Aviv University. When asked whether they agreed or disagreed with Netanyahu's statement regarding an Arab demographic threat within Israel, 71% of the Jewish respondents answered in the affirmative, and 42% said that it was acceptable for a minister to express this view. When asked whether Jews should have more economic and political rights than Arab citizens, 41% endorsed more economic rights for Jews, and 44% said that Jews were entitled to more political rights. Finally, the same survey revealed that 73% feared the emergence of a binational state if Israel remained in control of the territory west of the Jordan River. Starting in the middle of the 1970s, Sami Smuha of Haifa University was one of the early researchers to conduct polls and write about public opinion in Israel taking the Arabs' political attitudes into account. He then conducted a series of identical polls among Arabs and Jews from the 1980s to as recently as 2012, Smuha 2005, 2010, 2012. The centerpiece of these polls is an index of Jewish-Arab relations that Smuha developed in the early 1980s and included in 6 surveys conducted between 2002 and 2009. Use of the term index is somewhat misleading. As is customary, an index usually implies a measure that combines several items in a survey, whether attitudinal or otherwise, in order to provide an overall picture of a specific phenomenon, such as democracy, authoritarianism, or in this case, relations between Arabs and Jews. This was not done in the series of surveys carried out by Smuha. Instead of constructing a single index or indeed indexes that captured the relations between Arabs and Jews, the author based his conclusions on a large battery of questions. 16 separate issues defined the index. They covered integration, stereotypes, alienation, mistrust, deprivation, collective memory, fear of threats, legitimacy of coexistence, regional conflict, regional integration, identity, cultural autonomy, means of struggle encompassing social and violent protests, options for change, and evaluations of relations between Arabs and Jews. At the crux of Smuha's research over more than 3 decades is its presentation of an alternative to the idea of radicalization among the Palestinians in Israel, a thesis advanced in critical writings about Israeli society that describe the experience of Arabs as predominantly one of alienation and disaffection from the Israeli political system and the dominant Jewish majority. Smuha's counter-thesis, which he labels the politicization thesis, is premised on the notion that although the Palestinians in Israel, whom he calls Israeli Arabs, show a great deal of alienation and disaffection from Jewish social and political institutions, there is a discernible trend toward willingness among the Arab population to seek accommodation with the state and the Jewish public, a willingness to participate in parliamentary politics through voting, mainly for Arab parties, and a preference to remain in Israel rather than be annexed by a future Palestinian state if a compromise is reached between Israelis and Palestinians in the occupied territories. According to Smuha, 2005, 12. The politicization thesis does not overlook the forces distancing Arabs and Jews from each other, which are emphasized by the radicalization thesis, but claims that along with these negative forces, there are also positive ones that soften them, and the outcome is therefore not necessarily crisis and violence as foreseen by the radicalization thesis. Overall, however, he points out that the findings of his 2004 survey do not confirm unequivocally either of the two theses mentioned by him. Thus it appears to be a matter of the glass being either half empty or half full. As Smuha states, the new index of Arab-Jewish relations will not decide which of the two theses is correct, nor will it determine the extent to which Jews live up to their high moral standards vis-a-vis the Arabs, or rule whether the Arabs are fulfilling what is expected of them as citizens. It will, however, produce new data that will challenge public discourse and policy regarding the status of the Arab-Palestinian minority in the Jewish and democratic state. Ibid, 12-13. The 2004 survey, Smuha 2005, which I highlight here, was carried out against the background of violent events in 2000 between Arab protesters and the police, in which the police shot and killed 13 Arab citizens and injured more than 100. In spite of a special governmental commission of inquiry that was struck to deal with the events, the OR Commission, none of the policemen responsible for the killings were brought to justice. For the present purpose, the relevant findings from the survey, based on a sample of 700 Jews and 700 Arabs, are as follows. 42.5% of Jews and 80.3% of Arabs endorse the proposition that Arab political parties ought to be included in any coalition government. 70% of the Arabs had no confidence in Zionist parties. More than one-third of Jewish respondents held negative images of Arabs as less intelligent, culturally backward, and not law-abiding. 53% of Jews and 25% of Arabs did not entertain having a neighbor from the other group. 12% of Arabs felt proud of Israel's achievements. Arabs feared severe infringements of their rights, 81%, further confiscation of their land, 79%, and state, 72%, and Jewish, 71%, violence. Two-thirds of Arabs feared that they would be transferred to a future Palestinian state or annexed by the Palestinian state. Smuha has a tendency to present Arab and Jewish fears as though they were symmetrical. In terms of power relations, they are qualitatively different. It is one thing when the majority, which has the full backing of the state and its institutions, expresses its fears, and it is another thing when a powerless minority attributes its fears to the hegemonic nature of the Zionist state, which usually sides with the Jewish public. But the contours of the fears go beyond threats of physical violence, as the following results of a 2012 survey show. Between 67% and 83% of the Jews said that the high Arab birth rate was aimed at altering the Jewish character of the state. When Netanyahu made his incendiary speech about the Arab demographic problem by pointing the finger at Palestinian citizens of the state, 71% of the Jewish public approved of the stigmatizing of the Arab minority. 42% of the Arabs had personally encountered discrimination by Jews and by the state, and 19.4% had suffered from insults and acts of violence. 18% of the Jews had suffered from violence emanating from Arabs. On the crucial issue of the nature of the state, 80% of Arab respondents endorsed the proposition that as a state Israel had the right to exist where Arabs and Jews lived together. But only 13.8% of Arabs endorsed the proposition that Israel had the right to exist as a solely Jewish, Zionist state. 72% of the Arab sample agreed that Israel as a Zionist state in which Arabs and Jews live is racist. Whereas 96.5% of the Jewish sample agreed that Israel was justified in its desire to keep a Jewish majority, only 24% of the Arabs agreed. Smuha 2012. It is interesting to note that the debate over a so-called land swap, where the predominantly Arab triangle inside Israel would be ceded to a Palestinian state and a corresponding portion of occupied Arab land would be annexed by Israel, hardly involves the affected Arab population. In addition to Sofer, who endorses the land swap, demographer Della Pergola and previous Israeli government minister Ephraim Sna support the idea as long as it is based on the consent of the people affected and as long as the transfer does not involve giving up Israeli citizenship. Della Pergola, 2001, 28, endorses the principle of land and population exchange in his report of a major study on demography and the Israel-Palestine conflict. Some territorial exchanges might be negotiated between Israel and the future Palestinian state. Minor portions of the Palestinian territories now hosting the denser urban concentrations of Jews next to Jerusalem and to Greater Tel Aviv might be exchanged for some of the areas within the current pre-1967 Israeli boundaries now hosting a predominantly Arab population. However, when asked in a public opinion survey about the so-called stationary transfer, a meager 9% of the residents of Al-Fam, the second largest Arab town in Israel, which is at the center of the swap idea, approved the idea of land and population exchange, near 2002. Conclusion. Meron Benvenisti, 2002, has tackled in a simple, yet elegant, manner the bewildering subnational classifications and conceptual schemes that Israeli rulers exercise as part of their project of ruling the minorities in their midst. Writing in the language of constructivism, he points out that the Israeli government and its institutions construct fictitious identities for the Arab minority. There are two opposing forces at play here: fear from the minority, which is portrayed as causing an existential threat to the majority and as thus deserving to be demonized and gotten rid of, and the calculated attempts by the majority to fragment the minority into, as Benvenisti states, various small pieces, making it easier to deal with each piece separately, and set them to fight each other. It is not surprising, he notes, to see how the Arabs under Israeli control become Israeli Arabs, Druze, Bedouin, East Jerusalem Arabs, refugees, Muslims, Christians, Arabs and others, and non-Jewish residents of the Golan Heights. An example of how a religion is being increasingly used to define citizenship is a law passed in 2015 in the Knesset that distinguishes between Muslim and Christian Arabs under the pretext that this will give the minorities a chance to improve their position in the economy. The Christians alone among the Arab minority are now represented on a public advisory council that was created to ensure equal employment. Critics slammed the bill as an example of divide and conquer aimed at the Arab population, List 2014. It is not only Israeli politicians who engage in the game of identity construction of the other. Sociologist Sami Smuha for decades has been measuring subjective identification among the Palestinians in Israel, whom he calls the Israeli Arabs. Over the years, the Palestinian dimension of this identity has increased noticeably. The review of relevant polls in this chapter shows that racism among the Israeli Jewish public is not a new phenomenon. What is remarkable is the stability of these attitudes in their orientations toward the Palestinians. The role of Zionism has been explored in this chapter along several biopolitical dimensions: colonization and eugenics, with a focus on Arthur Ruppin, population containment, and the relationship between modernization and demography. Not only Ruppin but also other Zionist colonizers in high places subscribed to social Darwinism in one form or another. German eugenics philosophy was deeply entrenched in the Zionist worldview. It affected attitudes to Arabs and to Jews from Arab countries. In terms of culture and aptitude, they were both assigned an inferior status compared to European Jews. Ruppin, who is hailed as a moderate due to his support for binationalism in Palestine, did not deviate from the main teachings of eugenics. In the process, this chapter has also tackled the issue of emigration versus immigration. If things remain as they are, with Jewish emigration continuing to outweigh immigration and with the natural rate of increase among the Arab population remaining high, the result will be an increase in the proportion of the Arab share of the population in the near future. National security, not citizenship rights, are woven into issues of population management, so much so that the Israeli state is becoming increasingly defined in opposition to the size of the Arab population and the presence of Arabs in the country. In Zionist discourse, Arab demography constitutes a core element of the existential threat facing Israel as a Jewish state. Finally, This chapter has highlighted the failure to reconcile modernization theory and demography. Being a colonial settler state, Israel's policies and public attitudes toward the Arabs have hampered the decline in their birth rate that was universally postulated by demographers. In the absence of genuine government policies that increase employment, education, and industrialization, the Arab sector in Israel will continue to exhibit third world features. 5. From calibrated suffering to necropolitics. Force is the only thing Arabs understand is a basic tenet of Israel that underlies its confrontations with the Palestinians and other Arabs. Although not the originator of this Orientalist notion, one-time Israeli anthropologist Raphael Patai gave it currency and scholarly cloak in his book The Arab Mind, 1973, as the investigative journalist Seymour Hersh discovered when writing about the Abu Ghraib episode in Iraq and his interviews with U.S. military officials. Hersh singles out two themes that emerge from Patai's book, which was roundly criticized by academics but enthusiastically endorsed by the U.S. military and considered to be the Bible of the neocons on Arab behavior. 1. That Arabs only understand force, and 2. That the biggest weakness of Arabs is shame and humiliation. Hersh 2004. Within this shame-humiliation matrix, as shown by the American Abu Ghraib scandal and by the subsequent revelations about Israeli torture and humiliation of Palestinian prisoners, see Chapter 2. Is the idea that the Arabs are obsessed with things sexual and that homosexuality is the Achilles heel of all Arabs. Israeli violence toward the Palestinians is not limited to military campaigns, it extends to civil society and the state's social control agencies, such as the police and domestic spy networks. For example, the Israeli police do not hesitate to engage in brutal behavior when dealing with Palestinian citizens of Israel, as occurred in October 2000 when 13 Palestinians were fatally shot by the police and several hundred were injured while demonstrating in sympathy with their brethren in the occupied Palestinian territories, OPT. The first of such blatant, brutal actions by the Israeli police took place in 1976 when 6 Palestinian citizens, who were protesting government confiscation of Arab land, were also killed by the police and 100 were wounded. In both instances, the police and other security officials who committed these crimes were not charged with murder. Similar attacks, this time by the Israeli army, were carried out in 1953 and 1956 by the notorious military outfit Unit 101 under the command of Ariel Sharon, who in 1953 sent his troops on a murderous mission to the refugee camp of El Bureig in southern Gaza, where 50 people were massacred, Chomsky 1983, 384, and to the village of Kibbutz in Jordan, resulting in 69 Arab fatalities, Schleim 2014. In 1956 the border police massacred 47 Palestinians from the village of Kafr Qasim, Chomsky 1983, 158. But the most shocking crimes committed on Sharon's watch as commander were the mass killings of more than 2,000 Palestinian refugees and Shiites in Lebanon in the camps of Sabra and Shatila in 1982 at the hands of Israel's protégés the Lebanese Christian Phalange, Goodman 2014. The discussion below examines the adoption by Israel of new tools of violence that are couched in scientific language to give them legitimacy and protection from scrutiny by international organizations. The science of calibrated human suffering. The dialectics of repression prompted Israeli leaders and their troops to develop innovative methods of non-lethal punishment which promoted Palestinian suffering, while avoiding overly blatant violations of formal procedures. Ron 2462. No prosperity, no development, no humanitarian crisis. Amos Jalad, in Blau and Feldman 2009. Sociologist Jim Ron, 2000, explores the use of what he calls Israel's savage restraint in confronting the first Palestinian uprising in the late 1980s, a practice that Israel has refined over the years and continues to implement in its brutal pursuit of the Palestinians with self-professed scientific rigor. Suffice it to note here that the above quotation by Amos Jalad, a senior Israeli official in the Ministry of Defense who from 2009 to 2010 headed the Coordinator of Government Activities in the Territories, COGAT, embodies the prevalent thinking of the military establishment. He oversaw the implementation of a calibrated combination of repression and restraint as a way of overcoming the concerns expressed about Israel's actions by human rights organizations. With the backing of the United States and other Western governments, Israel has managed to ignore the United Nations condemnations and circumvent criticism of its actions. Ron claims that these actions explain how Israel has sunk deep infrastructural roots since the 1967 occupation, hoping to ensure long-term Jewish rule. Ibid. 464. Israel has been careful to vary the methods of dialectical repression in dealing with the Palestinians in the West Bank, compared to in Lebanon, where, in the aftermath of its 1982 invasion, it became apparent that the massacres in the Palestinian refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila by Israel's protege the Lebanese Christian Phalange were carried out with Israel's full knowledge and complicity. It must be stated, however, that there is a threshold regarding the dialectics of repression. When Israel felt that its power was challenged, it did not hesitate to engage in what amounted to blanket bombing of Lebanon in the summer of 2006, and it mounted savage attacks on West Bank cities in 2002, particularly Nablus and the Jenin refugee camp. It has acted with equally brutal ferocity during its invasions and bombing of Gaza on several occasions, notably in 2008, 09, 2011-12, and 2014. Nonetheless, in all of these instances, Israel would have not been able to exercise its power with impunity without some international sanctioning that was provided explicitly or implicitly by various U.S. administrations and European governments. The core of the argument provided by Ron, 2000, more than 3 decades ago remains true to this day, although with the passage of time Israel has become less concerned with the international repercussions of its actions, as demonstrated in its continuing use of extrajudicial assassinations and military assaults on Gaza at a high civilian cost. After Hamas won the majority of seats in an internationally supervised national Palestinian election in 2007, Israel tightened its grip on the opt and embarked on a systematic policy of cutting off the flow of funds and drastically reducing the supply of food and other essentials to Gaza, all in the name of security and fighting terror. In 2006 Dov Weissglass, once Israel's point man in advising successive Israeli prime ministers on policy toward the Palestinians, described the choking off of the food supply and other essential goods to Gaza's population, which numbered 1.2 million people at the time, and would rise to 1.8 million by 2014, as akin to a diet regiment. He quipped cynically, "It is like an appointment with a dietitian. The Palestinians will get a lot thinner, but won't die." In Levy 2006. The WHO, World Health Organization, produces a drug list of 480 essential items. Gaza's largest hospital, Al-Shifa, is 90 items short, and has less than 3 months' supply left of another 130. Exports, too, have been drastically curtailed. Family-owned strawberry and flower farms have been ruined. Due to Israel's naval siege, the annual catch of Gaza's fishermen is less than a sixth of what it was 5 years ago. The people of the Strip are now one of the most aid-dependent populations on Earth. Successive Israeli attacks, in which hospitals, schools, homes, and shelters were not spared, have substantiated the above grim picture. In its campaign of 2014, Israel bombed the only functioning power plant in Gaza and shelled Gaza's largest medical complex, the Dar al-Shifa Hospital, as well as residential dwellings with multiple families in them. Amnesty International 2014. In the context of collective punishment, it is not surprising to come across figures showing that nearly 50% of adult Palestinians in the occupied territories have been arrested at one time or another. Ilaus 2013. Jane Young, 2012, argues that Zionist carceral practice is in essence that of a colonial policy, as distinct from typical law and order policing. With 3,000 Israeli military orders in place, Ibid. 94, it is no wonder that between 1967 and 2011, 20% of the Palestinian population was incarcerated. Among males, it was 40%. In commenting on these and other figures, Young concludes that the West Bank and Gaza are the most imprisoned society in the world, Ibid. 2. And, referring to the work of Esmail Nashif, 2008, a Palestinian scholar on Israeli prisons, she correctly observes that the carceral and brutal policies of the occupation provide a flipped story of Foucault in that, contrary to Foucault, the prisoner is not treated individually under the panopticon. He is treated collectively and racially. J. Young 2012, 21. This lacuna in Michel Foucault's work is not to be construed as a disavowal of his theoretical edifice. Rather, Israel's colonial violence against the Palestinians aims at elimination, not by the hanging rope or the guillotine but by techniques of gradual elimination of the human, bodily and morally. Thus punishment is intended not to punish less, but to punish better, to insert the power to punish more deeply into the social body, Ibid. Science in the service of suffering. At present, spatial organizations and physical instruments, technical standards, procedures, and systems of monitoring have become the means for exercising contemporary violence and for governing the displaced, the enemy and the unwanted. Wiseman 2011, 3-4. In his book The Least of All Possible Evils, Humanitarian Violence from Arendt to Gaza, 2011, from which the above quotation comes, E.L. Wiseman shows that although Israel's conduct in pre-2014 Gaza was masked by minimal humanitarian standards, these standards were in reality intended to justify the physical and procedural siege mechanisms applied by Israel in Gaza, Ibid. 5. Wiseman goes on to note, with an echo of Giorgio Agamben's work, that these standards operated by calibrating the level of electric current, calories and other necessities to the minimum possible level in an attempt to govern people by reducing them to the limit of bare physical existence, Ibid. The statement by Amos Jalad cited above does not acknowledge the escalation of the Israeli siege strategy, which has turned deadly on several occasions during successive Israeli invasions of Gaza. The use of grotesque quantitative measurements couched in mathematical equations, see Ibid. 1485, is intended to camouflage and calibrate Palestinian suffering so as not to cross what Kogut calls the red line, a threshold beyond which collective death and catastrophe occur. An investigative report by journalists Yuri Blau and Yotam Feldman, 2009, has looked into the military policy surrounding the siege of Gaza, with special attention to how decisions governing the selective entry of foodstuffs into Gaza are made. This is a siege that has been widely condemned by human rights organizations, as well as by the United Nations and state governments, although the siege continues to have the full backing of the United States and most Western governments. The entry of basic food products is based on calculating the required minimum caloric intake of the population on the basis of age and gender so as not to cause humanitarian disaster. It is a policy that is guided by what Wiseman, 2011, calls the least of all possible evils. One is tempted to see the conduct of the Israeli army during its 3 invasions of Gaza from 2008 to 2014 through the prism of what Hannah Arendt, 2006, writing about Adolf Eichmann's conduct during the Holocaust, calls the banality of evil, meaning that bureaucratic efficiency, not individual conduct, was to blame. 2. Nevertheless, Wiseman concludes, a policy of least evil does not make it a humane policy or humanitarian under international humanitarian law. The military guidelines that were eventually made available to journalists, but not to the Palestinians in Gaza, state that this is not a human siege but is intended to prevent the entry of non-essential luxury food items, which bizarrely include processed hummus and sesame paste. In the absence of written rules, the Palestinians are left in the dark about which food items are allowed and which are not. When queried by journalists, a Kogut official responded that the Palestinians know what they are allowed to bring, yet a Palestinian responsible for coordinating with the Israelis told journalists, even if there are just 10 types of goods, I want to see it in writing. Journalists have discovered that there is a hidden dimension to selective listing and the lifting of prohibitions on food entry. In addition to bribery, which was mentioned by disgruntled Israeli exporters of fruits and vegetables, a former senior official with Kogut commented. There was a vague, unclear policy, influenced by the interests of certain groups, by this or that lobby, without any policy that derived from the needs of the population. For example, the fruit growers have a powerful lobby, and this lobby saw to it that on certain days, from 20 to 25 trucks full of fruit were brought into Gaza. It's not that it arrived there and was thrown out, but if you were to ask a Gazan who lives there, it's not exactly what he needs. What happened was that the Israeli interest took precedence over the needs of the populace. In Blau and Feldman 2009. Journalists have also discovered that under this policy, decisions on what to allow into Gaza are governed by a tug-of-war between the Israeli sellers of foodstuffs, fruits, vegetables, meats, etc., the ministries of health and agriculture, and the military establishment as the enforcer of the policy. The Palestinian Authority and Palestinian merchants who act as middlemen have little influence on the situation. As a matter of fact, Palestinian intermediaries who have questioned the policy have been told in no uncertain terms to cease. A telling newspaper report by Amira Hass, 2010b, is subtitled "Since Hamas took control of Gaza, officials have employed mathematical formulas to monitor goods from aid groups entering the Strip to ensure amount was in line with what Israel permitted. Thus we read about coefficients employed to determine Gaza's breathing space, a term used by Kogut authorities to refer to the number of days remaining until a certain supply runs out, which dictates the entry of allowed quantities. Israeli authorities have defended this use of statistics, stating that they consulted the Ministry of Health and used consumption data based on the Palestinian census. Hass, 2012c, reports that Israeli security is at the top of Kogut's list, followed by concerns for public health, whether the product is a luxury item, how it squares with Israel's legal obligations, if the product could be used for infrastructure and development projects. Here Hass reproduces a list of items such as building and raw materials, cloth, needles and thread, cleaning and bathing supplies, books, musical instruments, and processed hummus, and the reaction of the international community. Hass notes that Kogut came up with a figure of 2,279 calories per person as a red line threshold below which life would be threatened. It is questionable whether this figure was adhered to, given the plethora of health studies and reports attesting to widespread malnutrition and a lack of essential types of food in Gaza, with detrimental effects on the young and other vulnerable groups, such as women and older people. Save the Children and Medical Aid for Palestinians 2012. As a result of the military's unwillingness to voluntarily release its guidelines on the prohibition against food and other products entering Gaza, Israel's Gisha Legal Center for Freedom of Movement appealed to the Israeli Supreme Court, which compelled the Ministry of Defense to release its policy guidelines. Gisha published a position paper in October 2012 that contains details about the ministry's document titled Food Consumption in the Gaza Strip, Red Lines. The Gisha position paper presents interesting revelations about the process of establishing such data. First, the Ministry of Defense denied the existence of any such policy and stated that any documents, including those in draft form, have never been used as a basis for implementing civilian policy toward the Gaza Strip, in Gisha 2012, 2. Later, under pressure from the Supreme Court, the military admitted the existence of such guidelines, but Amos Jalad, who at the time was in charge of Kogut, claimed that releasing the details would harm Israel's security and its international relations. Ibid. 3. When the document explaining the so-called red lines was finally released, Gisha, Ibid. 5, commented. The presentation includes calculations made by the Ministry of Health in order to determine the number of calories and the weight of various basic food items Gaza residents require, according to age and gender. These figures are translated into the number of trucks needed daily and the specifics of their contents, taking into account local production of vegetables, milk, and meat. The overall impact of the food siege policy was evident in both the health and the economic domains. The Gisha paper points out, for example, that the curtailment of egg exports to Gaza adversely affected the poultry industry, while the blocking of access to the Israeli market, on which the Palestinians are highly dependent, reduced production levels in Gaza and contributed to high unemployment. In the words of Gisha, 2012, 7. It appears that the policy of economic warfare achieved its goal, inasmuch as the goal was to cripple Gaza's economy. In the second quarter of 2008, unemployment soared to 72% compared to the second quarter of 2007, just before the closure was tightened, reaching a level of 45.5%. The number of people receiving humanitarian aid rose from 63% in 2006 to 80% by December 2007. After the siege of Gaza went into full effect, food surveys in 2008 by United Nations organizations such as the Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA 2008, the World Food Programme, and the Food and Agricultural Organization documented the health repercussions on a population that was already reeling from poverty and high unemployment under so-called normal conditions. Some 70% of Gaza's residents receive food aid from humanitarian organizations. On the eve of Israel's invasion of Gaza in November 2012, poverty and unemployment levels were worsening, UNCTAD 2012. In its August 2012 report, the United Nations mission in Gaza questioned whether Gaza will be a livable place in 2020, with the gross domestic product in 2011 hovering around $1,165, a further decline from an already low level of $1,397 in 1994, in Ruderan 2012. Suicide killings. It should be noted that the control of the body has always been one major obsession of the colonial mind, a fixation engendered by the recognition of colonialism's outer limits. The Palestinians that annihilate themselves in order to kill must face a condition in which a suicidal determination has become an ontologically available one. Veracini 2006, 12. There has been little balanced discussion of state terrorism and the roots of suicide bombing in the popular press, other than to label it as terrorism and attribute it to culture, religion, and general primitive backwardness. Yossi Sarid, 2009, a previous justice and foreign minister in the Labour Party government, quoted one of his students in the aftermath of the 2009 attack on Gaza: "If I were a young Palestinian, I would fight the Jews fiercely, even by means of terror. Anyone who says anything different is telling you lies." Sarid reminded his readers that none other than Ehud Barak, when asked by a journalist a decade earlier what he would do if he were born a Palestinian, had replied, "I would join a terror organization." Contempt for the Palestinians is not confined to officials and faceless public opinion data. It also extends to politicians and Israeli intellectuals who, in the case of one-time leftist historian Benny Morris, wish that ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians had been pursued in 1948. If this path had been followed by Israel to its fullest, Morris, 2004, argues, there would be no refugee problem to contend with now. He advances his position as one more example of the price all modern nation-states must pay to secure independence. Even the great American democracy could not have been created without the annihilation of the Indians. Historian A. Dirk Moses, 2008, 6, regards the position of Morris and others as an example of a phallic logic. Commentators shout, "My trauma is bigger than yours," in order to defend or attack the theodicy that the brutal extermination and disappearances of people over the centuries is redeemed by human progress in the form of the Western-dominated global system of nation-states. The refugee camp. We the Palestinians are terrorists, and therefore anything they do to us is legitimate. We are treated as homo sacer, people to whom the laws of the rest of humanity do not apply. Shihete 2003, 95. According to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, for refugees, the descendants of the 750,000 Palestinians who were expelled by Israel in 1947-48 and/or fled from their homes in Palestine now number 5 million. They live in 58 camps in Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Gaza, and the West Bank that are administered by the agency, UNRWA and DC. They are frequently the target of mistreatment by the host governments and the local population, although this varies in intensity and frequency from one country to another. The fighting in Syria that began in 2011 has internally displaced more than 50% of the 500,000 unregistered Palestinian refugees there. An additional 70,000 have been displaced to Lebanon and Jordan, UNRWA and DB. Although occupation is associated with all kinds of deprivations in daily life, the 66-year-old Palestinian refugee camp is not simply where Palestinians have been gathered, it is rather the space in which their existence is constantly being reduced to bare life. Azole and Ofer 2004. The camp metaphor extends beyond the actual refugee camps. Azmi Bishara, 2004, describes the maze of walls, barriers, gates, observation towers, barbed wire, and electrical wires slicing through villages and other inhabited areas of the West Bank as tantamount to the recreation of the detention camp where the exception becomes the rule. And the state of emergency becomes permanent. It is not surprising to see several authors engage with Agamben's work in their discussions of the situation facing Palestinian refugees. For both Agamben and Hannah Arendt before him, the 20th century refugee symbolizes, on the one hand, the most vulnerable person under the aegis of the nation-state and, on the other, for Arendt 1978-66, the vanguard of their peoples, if they kept their identity. See also Arendt 2007. Arendt argues that the nation-state, which is burdened with nationalism, resulted in the creation of stateless people. It is in this sense that she is critical of the nation and the state and has serious misgivings about Zionism. See Butler 2007-2012. Arendt's analysis, according to Agamben, 1995, invites us to abandon without misgivings the basic concepts in which we have represented political subjects up to now, man and citizen with their rights, but also the sovereign people, the worker, etc., and to reconstruct our political philosophy beginning with this unique figure, the refugee. Refugee camps and refugeehood epitomize the state of exception in conflict zones. Here Palestinian refugees live outside juridical law but inside the spaces controlled by the sovereign that controls the law. To quote Agamben, 1998-28, he who has been banned is not, in fact, simply set outside the law and made indifferent to it, but rather abandoned by it, that is, exposed and threatened on the threshold in which life and law, outside and inside, become indistinguishable, emphasis in original. Thus bare life reflects the objectification and commodification of life where individuals are stripped of their dignity and personhood, Edkins 2008. This is true not only of life in the West Bank and Gaza, which are controlled and directly monitored by Israel. Palestinian refugees in other places of dispersal, such as Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria, and anywhere else, for that matter, live under close surveillance by the host governments. Human Rights Watch 2010, whether inside camps or outside them, and by the UNRWA for Palestinian refugees. The upshot of this, according to T.J. Demos, 2006, who echoes Agamben, is that the nation-state is the very power uniquely authorized to suspend law when it sees fit, creating a state of emergency, that zone of indeterminacy between law and non-law that opens a space for extrajudicial brutality, example torture and executions, that is now threatening to become the rule. In reality Palestinians already exist in the shadow of the nation-state, precariously inhabiting Israel's seemingly permanent state of exception. Palestinian refugees have gone through numerous massacres and calamities since they were expelled from their homes in Palestine, all of which have been carried out in the name of state security under the aegis of one nation-state or another. In 2015 Palestinian refugees became caught up in the civil war in Syria, and as a result the Yarmouk refugee camp near Damascus has been savagely attacked and almost emptied of its Palestinian residents. An extreme case of the vulnerability of Palestinian refugees in their bare life came into relief during Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982 due to the ensuing Sabra and Shatila refugee camp massacres near Beirut, with the full knowledge and connivance of the occupying Israeli army under the command of Ariel Sharon, commander of Israeli forces in Lebanon at the time. 3. In 2014, Palestinian refugees paid a heavy price for the civil war that was raging in Syria as a result of direct bombardment of the refugee camps. I keep reminding readers that the shortcoming of Foucault's writings on biopolitics lies in its underdetermination of colonialism, which prevents his analysis from accommodating the intersection between race, gender, population, territory, and governmentality in a colonial context. Venn 2009, Stoller 1995. Robert Young, 1995, in a widely cited article, notes that although Foucault did not take colonialism into account in his writings, he did in later years deal with modern racism, which he traced to the middle of the 19th century and the rise of eugenics. Biopower became a disciplinary tool in the hands of the state that enabled it to regulate the welfare of the population on behalf of race and class supremacy. Nazism was the culmination of such a blood ideology, in which class, sexuality, and race were held together. Ibid. 11. It must be said, however, that Foucault primarily directed his concerns inwardly toward European societies. But in doing so, according to Caus Venn, 2009, he downplayed the constitutive role of colonialism and European capitalist development in shaping biopolitics. To the extent that Foucault, 2003, 103, dealt with colonialism, it was to record its impact on Europe by means of what he called the boomerang effect. At the end of the 16th century we have, then, if not the first, at least an early example of the sort of boomerang effect colonial practice can have on the juridico-political structures of the West. It should never be forgotten that while colonization, with its techniques and its political and its juridical weapons, obviously transported European models to other continents, it also had a considerable boomerang effect on the mechanisms of power in the West, and on the apparatuses, institutions, and techniques of power. A whole series of colonial models was brought back to the West, and the result was that the West could practice something resembling colonization, or an internal colonialism, on itself. From disproportionate killings to necropolitics. In a briefing at the start of the name-coded Operation Cast Lead in 2008, a company commander instructed his Israeli soldiers. I want aggressiveness. If there's someone suspicious on the upper floor of the house, we will shell it. If we have suspicions about a house, we will take it down. There will be no hesitation. Nobody will deliberate, let the mistakes be over their lives, not ours. In Amnesty International 2009, 6. This section provides an overview of Palestinian and Israeli fatalities since 2000, followed by separate summaries of fatalities in each of the four major campaigns by Israel against the Operation Defensive Shield in the West Bank from March 29 to May 3, 2002, with special focus on the Jenin refugee camp, Operation Cast Lead from December 27, 2008 to January 18, 2009, Operation Pillar of Defense from 14 to November 21, 2012, and Operation Protective Edge, carried out intermittently from July 7 to August 24, 2014, when a ceasefire was established. It is important to note that there were other campaigns in which Gaza was targeted, such as Operation Summer Rains from June to September 2006, Operation Autumn Clouds in November 2006, and Operation Warm Winter from February to March 2008. An overview of Arab and Jewish casualties in the south of the country that was compiled by Haaretz newspaper starting on April 21, 2001, after the outbreak of the Second Intifada, and that covers two separate Israeli incursions, one from December 27, 2008 to January 18, 2009 and the other from 14 to November 21, 2012, demonstrates the extent of disproportionate killings. Including the fatalities of the 2014 incursion into Gaza, a total of 6,816 Palestinians and 135 Israelis were killed in the south of the country. Table 5.1. In Operation Protective Edge, 2,100 Palestinians from Gaza and a total of 64 Israeli soldiers and 6 Israeli civilians were killed. Palestinian estimates put the number of buildings destroyed at 10,800, and 50,000 were damaged. Included in these statistics are 277 schools, 270 mosques, and 10 hospitals. Among the fatalities were 500 Palestinian children, Ruderen and Akram 2014. A United Nations assessment of the cost of this war concluded that current figures underestimate the human and material damage. The number of displaced people now stands at 350,000. And a UNICEF official in Gaza said that if the severe Israeli trade constraints on Gaza were not relaxed, a preliminary analysis showed it could take 18 years to rebuild destroyed housing, furthering the prospect that young Gazans would reach adulthood in deprivation, anger, and despair. In particular, this official singled out the severe psychological impact of the war on children, who constitute 50% of Gaza's population, in Gladstone 2014. Covering a somewhat overlapping period from September 29, 2000 to September 30, 2012, statistics compiled by the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem, 2014b, which this time include the West Bank and Gaza, show that 4,660 Palestinians were killed in Gaza and 1,840 in the West Bank, for a total of 6,500 Palestinian casualties in the OPT, in addition to 69 Palestinians who were killed within the Green Line. During the same period, 500 Israeli civilians and 90 army personnel were killed by Palestinians. The statistics for Israeli fatalities in the OPT are 254 civilians and 253 combatants. The number of Palestinians who were killed by other Palestinians was 671. B'Tselem further shows that of the total number of Palestinians killed in the OPT, 1,335 were minors below the age of 15. A total of 44 Israeli minors were killed in the OPT and 85 in Israel. Targeted assassinations by Israel killed 259 Palestinians, and an additional 434 Palestinians, so-called collateral damage, were also killed during the course of a targeted killing. Of the total Palestinians who were killed by Israel, 3,029, 2,190 in Gaza and 839 in the West Bank, were not involved in hostilities. In Israel 500 Israeli civilians were killed. Excluding the 2014 attack on Gaza, Defense for Children International Palestine, 2015, documented the death of 561 children, whereas in 2014 Operation Protective Edge alone claimed the lives of 500 Palestinian children. Between the start of the Second Intifada in September 2000 and April 2013, the number of casualties among Palestinians who were 18 years of age and younger was 1,373. And the number of child fatalities in Gaza was 1,045, compared to 129 Israeli children who were killed by Palestinians during the same 13-year period, has 2013. Operation Defensive Shield, March 29 to May 3, 2002. In the wake of Ariel Sharon's provocative visit to Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem in 2000, the Palestinians launched their second Intifada, or Al-Aqsa Intifada, which lasted from September 2000 to February 2005. The period witnessed suicide bombings carried out by Palestinians and large-scale attacks by Israel on Palestinian towns, villages, and refugee camps. These resulted in mainly civilian fatalities on both sides, 4,000 Palestinians and around 1,000 Israelis, BBC News 2005, Araj and BRYM 2011. A United Nations, 2002, report described the operation as the most extensive Israeli military incursions in a decade. The following discussion focuses on the Jenin refugee camp, which Israel attacked in April 2002. During the campaign, it tested new tactics of urban warfare that drew upon postmodern writings. Postmodern violence. If until now you were used to move along roads and sidewalks, forget it. From now on we all walk through walls. Aviv Kochavi to his troops, in Wiseman 2007, 199. Israel's attack from 19 to April 28, 2002 on the densely populated Palestinian refugee camp of 14,000 residents in the West Bank town of Jenin attracted the attention of political and military pundits, who mostly hailed the introduction of new tactics and strategies to counter guerrilla warfare in urban centers. Coming at a time when the United States was embroiled in its first Iraq War, Israel was anxious to provide an example of how to deploy unconventional military strategies in urban guerrilla warfare. To capture the extent of the destruction of life and infrastructure in Jenin, Stephen Graham, 2003, 63, a British geographer, uses the term herbicide to describe the deliberate wrecking or killing of the city. According to Graham, the bulldozer, described by an Israeli chief of staff as a strategic weapon, is one element in the herbicide matrix. And the demolition of houses and cities is carried out so as to reduce the vulnerability of the growing archipelago of Jewish settlements and highways to Palestinian attack. The strategy of herbicide leads to the forcible demodernization of Palestinian society, Ibid. 64. The erection of the Israeli version of the Berlin Wall complements this process and functions to limit population movement, stifle the economy, and deprive Palestinians of access to their land. Altogether, Palestinian society is subjected to cultural, economic, and social strangulation. Finally, Graham declares, herbicide by bulldozer is also intricately linked to a maze of discriminatory planning and building regulations, which ensure that virtually all new Palestinian housing is constructed illegally in cramped and poorly serviced conditions. These are then reviled by Israeli politicians as uncivilized nests of terrorism, Ibid. 65. The tactics deployed during the Jenin incursion saw the application of what Wiseman, 2006, called lethal theory. Here again, we encounter Israel's military fascination with and pretension of scientific, philosophical, explanations. Leading the movement to fashion Israel's 21st-century army around the concept of postmodernity are retired General Shimon Nava and current General Aviv Kochavi. With theories borrowed from the writings of well-known postmodern French philosophers, such as Michel Foucault, Gilles Deleuze, and Félix Guattari, the cornerstone of this theory is the need to move away from a centralist, hierarchical structure and toward decentralist urban warfare. As Yotam Feldman, 2007, notes. Nava and his pupils took the Deleuze-Guattari theory, which was formulated as a philosophy of resistance and liberation and was influenced by the student revolt in France in 1968 as well as by feminist and anti-nationalist thought, and made it the theoretical underpinning for assassinations, defoliation, home demolitions, and wall breaking in homes. Under the Israelis' army's now defunct Operational Theory Research Institute, Nava set out to disseminate to officers an operational theory of postmodern warfare. When attacking urban centers, such as the refugee camps in Nablus and Jenin, they were told to use swarming, walk through walls, and avoid the streets. Walking through walls means literally walking through roofs, living rooms, bedrooms, and corridors to overwhelm Palestinian fighters and avoid exposure to counterattacks in streets and open spaces. Drawing upon his architectural training, Wiseman, 2007, 186, remarks, the tactics of walking through walls involved a conception of the city as not just the site, but as the very medium of warfare, a flexible, almost liquid matter that is forever contingent and in flux, emphasis in original. Thus, due to the new teachings of Nava and Kochavi, during Operation Defensive Shield the West Bank has become a giant laboratory of urban warfare at the expense of hundreds of civilian lives, property, and infrastructure. The outcome of such innovation in warfare is described by Wiseman as destruction by design, Ibid. 188, 201. 3 case studies. Operation Cast Lead, December 27, 2008 to January 18, 2009. The report by Beetsalem, 2011, on Operation Cast Lead states. The magnitude of the harm to the local population was unprecedented, 1,391 Palestinians were killed, 759 of whom did not take part in the hostilities. Of these, 318 were minors under age 18. More than 5,300 Palestinians were wounded, 350 of them seriously. Israel also caused enormous damage to residential dwellings, industrial buildings, agriculture and infrastructure for electricity, sanitation, water, and health, which was already on the verge of collapse prior to the operation. According to UN figures, Israel destroyed more than 3,500 residential dwellings and 20,000 people were left homeless. It is important to note that violence did not cease with the official end of the campaign. B'Tselem states that between January 19 and the start of Operation Protective Edge on July 7, 2014, 486 Palestinians were killed by the Israeli military in Gaza and that 97 were killed in the West Bank, compared to a combined 37 Israeli soldiers and civilians who were killed by Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. Among the fatalities were 105 Palestinian women and children, compared to 13 Israelis. And, according to B'Tselem, 2014a, these figures do not include Palestinians who died after Israel delayed their transfer for medical treatment outside Gaza and the West Bank. The official Israeli position is that Cast Lead was launched in response to rockets emanating from Gaza into southern Israel. Israel usually focuses on the large number of rockets fired at Israel, although the extent of damage, both in lives and property, is usually small, compared to the destruction heaped on Gaza. It is important, however, to go beyond the stated reasons for Israel's actions in order to identify the other, deeper justifications of this campaign, as well as whether it has a common denominator both with other such campaigns and with Israel's ingrained hatred of the Palestinians. Operation Pillar of Defense, 14 to 21 November 2012. Relative to other campaigns, Operation Pillar of Defense in 2012 against Gaza was short, lasting for only 1 week. Yet the level of killing and destruction was significant, particularly in the second half of the operation. On the Palestinian side, 80% of the uninvolved civilian fatalities were recorded in the last 4 days of the operation. Thus B'Tselem's 2013a report challenges the common perception in the Israeli public and media that the operation was surgical and caused practically no fatalities among uninvolved Palestinian civilians. The United Nations, 2013, reports that the number of Palestinians who were killed in Gaza alone was between 177, Israeli sources, and 189, Palestinian sources, and that the number of Palestinians who were injured was between 900, Israeli sources, and 1,526, Palestinian sources. Israeli fatalities amounted to 4 civilians and 3 soldiers. B'Tselem's 2013a statistics on the age composition of Palestinian fatalities show that 36% were under the age of 18 and that 10% were over 55. Human rights violations were singled out by the United Nations, B'Tselem, and Amnesty International, among several human rights organizations. The list of violations included killing bystanders, hampering medical treatment of the injured, and destroying homes and property, which usually resulted in loss of life, as occurred on November 18, 2012 when an Israeli airstrike without prior warning hit a 3-story house belonging to the Al-Dalu family in Al-Nasser neighborhood, central Gaza City. The airstrike killed 12 people, 5 of whom were children and 4 were women. 10 of those killed belonged to one family, UN 2013, 6. This is one of several cases outlined by the United Nations, whose report attests to how quick Israel was to claim that people who have relevance to terror activity were hiding among civilians. Ibid. 8. The report further states, during the crisis civilian properties other than residences, such as farms and businesses, also sustained damages or were destroyed as a result of IDF attacks. While some of these were the result of direct hits by airstrikes, others were the result of being located next to or close to targeted areas. This again raises questions whether the basic principles of distinction, proportionality, and precautions were fulfilled. The overall loss and damage inflicted on the agricultural sector is estimated at $20 million. Ibid. After analyzing several cases in which Palestinian civilians were killed or injured, B'Tselem, 2013a, reached similar conclusions. The report raises suspicions that the military violated international humanitarian law, IHL. Breaches of two major aspects of IHL are of greatest concern: lack of effective advance notice of an impending attack and an unacceptably broad definition of what constitutes a legitimate target. Operation Protective Edge, July 7 to August 24, 2014. On August 19, 2014, 2 weeks after the conclusion of the incursion into Gaza, the Israel Democracy Institute, ED 2014, released the results of a public opinion poll showing that 92% of Israeli Jews thought the war was justified and that 45% thought the amount of force used was insufficient. The Jerusalem Post reports that 71 Israelis died and that 842 were treated for mainly shock and minor injuries, Hartman 2014. The BBC, which describes the Gaza war as the first social media war, reports that 2,104 Palestinians were killed, of whom 1,462 were civilians, including 495 children and 213 women, Hughes 2012. Quoting United Nations figures, BBC News, 2014, further points out that of the 1.8 million people who inhabit Gaza, 475,000 were left living in emergency shelters or with relatives, that 17,200 homes were destroyed, and that 244 schools were damaged, including schools operated by the United Nations Agency for Refugees. In a perceptive opinion piece, Rafe Zureik, a Palestinian lawyer who is the academic director of the Minerva Humanities Center at Tel Aviv University, makes two relevant points about Israel's resort to violence. First, Israel invokes Zionism constantly to mobilize a world Jewry as a means to achieve its aims of combating anti-Semitism and building a state, but in the process it remains wedded to achieving these goals by creating and sustaining enmity toward others, the Palestinians in particular. Force is used to achieve the latter end. Second, as we saw in Chapter 4, there is at the level of Israeli public opinion overwhelming support for measures that largely dehumanize the Palestinian people and for the use of deadly violence against them. In Zureik's 2014 words, "It's hard to be convinced that the side effects of military action in the form of harm to civilians are seen in Israel as an undesirable goal when the air is full of slogans like 'Death to the Arabs' and calls to destroy and annihilate the enemy. But there's every reason to believe, even if there's no proof, that Operation Protective Edge in Gaza this summer 2014 was a war against an entire nation." See also Has 2009. Joel Bienan, 2014, is more direct in attributing wide-scale destruction of Palestinian lives and property to a deep-rooted Israeli form of Orientalist racism that triggers hatred and violence against the Palestinians. Thus, prior to the 2014 Israeli incursion into Gaza, calls for death to the Arabs and other similar racist calls by Jewish mobs and Israeli politicians were heard frequently, not to mention the series of bills passed by the Knesset in 2011 that target Palestinian citizens of Israel. Conclusion: because of the Israeli-imposed policies of separation, Palestinians in the West Bank have been reduced to helpless spectators unable to come to the aid of their brethren in Gaza, Kirshner 2014. Yet Israel's spokespersons never tire of boasting that its army is the most moral army in the world, Canaan 2014. Go tell it to the Palestinians, who have been at the receiving end of the Israeli army's brutality since 1948, if not before. Israel is constantly seeking justifications for its military conduct, and there is no shortage of legal experts, example Asa Kasher, in A Herald 2009, and other apologists at home, example Hankin 2003, who are prepared to lend support to the practices of the Israeli army. Immediately after the end of the 2008-09 Gaza invasion, which took the lives of 1,400 Palestinians, in contrast to 9 Israelis, Asa Kasher, a philosopher at Tel Aviv University, explained in newspaper interviews the ethical justifications for the conduct of the Israeli army in its confrontation with Palestinian fighters, regardless of the high civilian cost. For Kasher, such conduct, which includes targeted assassinations and large collateral damage, is perfectly moral and justified as long as it is aimed at protecting the lives of Israeli soldiers. Sending a soldier there to fight terrorists is justified, but why should I force him to endanger himself much more than that so that the terrorist's neighbor isn't killed? I don't have an answer for that. From the standpoint of the State of Israel, the neighbor is much less important. I owe the soldier more. If it's between the soldier and the terrorist's neighbor, the priority is the soldier. Any country would do the same. In A Herald 2009, Israel describes its violence toward the Palestinians along several dimensions. First, the violence is said to be an act of self-defense. Second, Israel claims to obey international norms governing rules of military engagement by taking special care to avoid harming the civilian population. Third, it frames its fight against the Palestinians as a matter of national survival. Fourth, since the attack of September 11, 2001 on the United States, it has argued in public forums that its fight is part of the global fight against the terrorism engulfing Western countries, a group to which Israel considers itself to belong. Fifth, Israel claims to spearhead a global fight against anti-Semites, a group to which the Palestinian radical factions are said to implicitly, if not explicitly, belong. Finally, Israel does not hesitate to equate criticism of its policies with anti-Semitism. Books and articles have been written to refute each of the above points. The evidence presented so far clearly casts doubt on Israel's intentions, bearing in mind that its attitude toward the Palestinians germinated during the pre-1948 period in its settler colonial policies. The basis for Israel's position in debating these points is that it rejects the idea that it is engaged in a form of state terrorism or that through its military actions it is committing war crimes that contribute significantly to the loss of lives and destruction of property. It sees itself as righteous and forced to act the way it does. One here cannot help but recall the words of Golda Meir, who more than 5 decades ago complained that Israel cannot forgive the Palestinians for compelling it to kill them. In all cases, Israel rejects or refuses to cooperate with international investigative bodies, as it did in 2014 when the United Nations Human Rights Council appointed an independent commission to investigate allegations of war crimes on both sides of the Gaza war. It is significant that when faced with international pressure like that marshaled by the Human Rights Council, Israel tries to blunt such criticism by appointing its own commissions of inquiry. It is no wonder that human rights organizations in Israel such as B'Tselem, 2014a, regard this Israeli government exercise as serving only to rubber stamp the conduct of the military in Gaza. 6. The Internet and acts of everyday resistance. During its early days, the silicon chip offered the possibility that finally the Third World would be able to experience economic and social development without having to labor through the industrial phase of heavy mechanization experienced by Western industrial societies. With an exponential drop in the price of the chip, accompanied by an exponential increase in its storage capacity, the Third World could finally see its future path to prosperity materialize through a quick transition from pre-industrial to post-industrial ways. Yet most commentators now admit that the pre-industrial-post-industrial divide, which has distinguished the developing from the developed world since the 19th century, is now being replicated through the emergence of a digital divide separating the Third World from advanced countries, Citus 2005. The Third World remains largely a consumer of Western technology rather than a producer of its own technology. This is primarily the case with information and communication technologies, ICT. Compared to the West, the Arab world and the Third World in general lag behind in terms of registration of patents and investment in research and development, Matter Research and Development 2014, 20. Early on, the presence of the digital divide triggered interest in researching the causes of this divide and ways to overcome it in the hope of lifting the Third World out of its economic and technological inferiority by achieving a level of sustainable development, Mansell and Wen 1998. The study of ICT diffusion in the Third World has followed two main approaches or their variations. The first approach focuses on the institutional mechanisms of a country, its infrastructure, wealth, nature of the human capital, and government regulatory policies, as key ingredients in building the information society. This approach characterizes a great deal of the basis for the standard diffusion models, in both developed and developing countries. The second approach, less prevalent in the literature but no less important, focuses on the role of the cultural national framework in facilitating or hindering the adoption of ICT and its deployment in society. Although the two approaches are interrelated, the thrust of the latter approach is to unravel the relationship between values, national culture, and attitudes to technology. In particular, it is argued that the development of democratic and participatory norms at the level of civil society is essential for the successful diffusion of the Internet. This chapter provides a literature review of the conceptual framework for understanding ICT adoption in the Arab world and the debate surrounding the digital divide, an overview of the rates of diffusion of the Internet and other information and communication technologies in the Arab countries, an examination of historical data and case studies from major Palestinian cities in the West Bank and Gaza, refugee camps, and villages that highlight Palestinian experience with the Internet and Israeli policies toward the Palestinians regarding the Internet and information technology, a discussion of the dialectic of the Internet, and conclusions. Conceptual framework. Broadly speaking, research on patterns of technology adoption in the Arab world can be divided into two main categories. First, there is policy-oriented research, which to a very large extent is driven by the interests and aid programs of international organizations and donor countries. This is particularly true in the case of Palestine, where national ICT policies remain in their formative stage and where dependence on the outside world in adopting ICT is a dominant feature to this day. Other Arab countries with national ICT policies have tended very much to operate in a top-down fashion, guided by nation-state interests, with varying degrees of attention, depending on the country in question, being paid to public use and modes of access to the technology. Second, at the level of values, the literature reflects the old debate surrounding the relationship between modernization and traditional value orientations of Arabs. There are those who explain technology transfer and its concomitant problems on the basis of the culture and value system of the region. According to this approach, the receiving region is portrayed as passive and lacking agency. Within this debate, we are beginning to see promising lines of investigation. Rather than divide the list of determining variables in a dichotomous fashion, John Anderson, 2000, who borrows from actor network theory in the social study of science, see Latour 1987, argues that it is more productive to think of a dense model of diffusion that includes innovative and creative initiatives as well as more passive responses at the consumer level. Thus it is important to open this technology variable into its social and cultural components, which include the work habits and organization of the developers, recruitment and support of technologies, Anderson 2000, 422. Anderson makes the important point that it is not upon the recipients as consumers that we should focus in the early stages of the diffusion of Internet technology, rather, it is the production process that is relevant, namely the nature of the socio-technical system that surrounds the agents responsible for technological innovations, the processes they adopt to achieve their goals, and the available infrastructure. Here he singles out the role of diasporic groups as agents of change and facilitators of technology transfer and its diffusion. Indeed, in the case of the Palestinians, the prime movers in Internet use during its emergence in the early 1990s were either Western educated or were able to shuttle between Palestine and the outside world. A different kind of support for the above argument comes from Mamoun Fandi, 2000, who argues that, contrary to the preaching of modernization theorists, diffusion of ICT in the Arab world has not been accompanied by democratization. As long as the state continues in one way or another to monopolize ICT, there is little hope that civil society will benefit from ICT. A digital divide continues to characterize the Arab world. This is true regionally as well as within the countries concerned. For example, Fandi points out that it is precisely because the elites, in a place like Saudi Arabia, have at their disposal disproportionate access to ICT that opposition to the regime has not taken the route of democratization. Instead, and this applies to other parts of the Arab world, there is a technological bias within ICT. For example, why is it that cell phones are diffused in Egypt at a rate 4 times higher than internet use? This has to do with trust, he argues. Arab society remains to a very large extent an oral society. Personal contact, through voice and face-to-face exchanges, remains a preferred mode of communication. Relatively speaking, there is a cultural bias against trusting the internet because of its impersonal nature, compared to the cell phone and prior to that the audio cassette. Thus oppositional groups were initially able to build mass support networks in the Arab world by relying on simple technologies like the cassette long before the internet was introduced there. But it is clear now, in light of the Arab Spring, which extended from late 2010 to mid-2012, that with the expansion of internet use and the adoption of various networking technologies, societal engagement and activism are becoming noticeable features of the Arab world. A case study by Carol Hill and colleagues, 1998, whose focus is the cultural influences of ICT penetration, provides support for the argument regarding the role of diasporas in innovation, although without denying the importance of indigenous culture. Based on an interview sample of 270 knowledge workers drawn from Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, and the Sudan, the authors show that those who lived in the United States were more inclined to adopt computers at work than those who did not. Yet this was not accomplished at the expense of collectivist and family values. Many of the interviewees explained that their reluctance to use a computer at home was due to its foreign origin, to the fact that it was not based on face-to-face communication, and to its tendency to disrupt family life. The authors conclude by noting that the preferences in Arab culture for face-to-face dealings mitigate against technology interfaces, as does the cultural tendency to build consensus and create family-like environments within organizations. Ibid. 36. A high level of education seems to enable some to override the cultural influences and incorporate outside factors into their orientation to the technology. It is important to note that the authors of this study do not call for either ignoring or modifying Arab culture to accommodate ICT demands. Culturally appropriate IT design and implementation which considers the differential influence of culture on IT may enhance its transfer. Instead of blaming the workers, or some cultural values, as singular explanations for ITT information technology transfer failure, we propose that a combinatory approach, perhaps incorporating the most salient factors of culture in designing transfer processes, might enhance ITT organization/business in Arab society. Ibid. 37. Beyond the digital divide concept. No doubt there is a so-called digital divide separating the developed from the developing countries. However, the concept itself has come under scrutiny for failing to account for the social factors that contribute to such a divide. Mark Warschauer, 2002, with research experience in the Arab world, remarks that the digital divide concept has a technological connotation and can very well imply digital solutions to the problem, devoid of considering social and political problems that stand in the way of ICT social inclusion. With regard to the specific circumstances of the Palestinians, Warschauer, 2006, 10, singles out the bifurcated outcome of Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories. The occupation and consequent economic hardship and political instability have made diffusion of ICT more difficult by depressing consumer demand for technology and discouraging industry investment. Israeli incursions in populated areas, together with the large number of roadblocks and other obstacles to mobility, make the maintenance of any kind of infrastructure difficult. How specifically this affects ICT access and use, and what can be done about it, should be an important component of study. At the same time, occupation has motivated the Palestinian people to go online, both to overcome problems of physical separation, Palestine from the diaspora, occupied territories from Jerusalem and Israel, Gaza from the West Bank, and across blockades and road closures throughout the territories, as well as to make their voices heard in the international arena. Generally speaking, differential access to and use of ICT exist at the levels of race, gender, national origin, disability, and income differentials. In paraphrasing two central writers in the debate over the digital divide and digital access, DiMaggio and Hargitay 2001, Warschauer, 2006, 7, notes that although social class and affordability in purchasing computers should not be downplayed, there are other barriers to adopting ICT that go beyond affordability. These barriers include differential access to broadband telecommunications, differences in knowledge and skills in using computers, or in attitude toward using them, inadequate online content available for the needs of low-income citizens, especially in diverse languages, and governmental controls or limitations on unrestricted use of the Internet in many parts of the world. To move away from a strictly technological or economic model, Warschauer introduces the literacy model. Literacy is more than just the skill to read and write, it is a set of social practices, Ibid. 10. Defined this way, literacy incorporates social context, including gradations and types of skills. In other words, and here he draws upon the work of Brazilian educator Paulo Freire, 1994, literacy is not a problem of cognition or the availability of reading material, although of course the material has to be there before reading can take place, or even a problem of culture. Rather, literacy is determined by power and politics. Warschauer suggests that effective use of ICT to access, adapt, and create knowledge has a reciprocal relationship with physical resources like computers and telecommunications, digital resources like relevant content in diverse languages, human resources like literacy and education, and social resources like community and institutional support. Conflict zones exhibit specific features that go beyond the so-called digital divide and influence the modes and capabilities of communications. Below, I present the Palestinian situation as a case study of how Israeli occupation and military control of the Palestinian territory have shaped the methods of electronic communication. Following an overview of the extent of ICT diffusion in Palestine, the chapter draws upon my qualitative study of early experiences of Internet use in Palestine, with a special focus on Palestinian youth. Overview of ICT diffusion. Since the attack of September 11, 2001 on the United States and subsequent threats made by militant groups against the West, tracking Internet usage has become a major undertaking of Western countries, particularly the United States, in their search for the perpetrators of terrorism. The Middle East garners the lion's share of Internet monitoring by foreign governments, and people of Middle Eastern origin who reside outside the Middle East are equally susceptible to surveillance by host governments. During the past 2 decades, Internet usage has evolved substantially to encompass the proliferating developments and use of social media, surveillance, hacking, and cyberwar. The terrorist emphasis in the media, although important, risks overlooking important features of Internet usage by ordinary Middle Easterners. The Internet is increasingly being used as a networking tool in a region where travel and physical crossing of borders remain onerous undertakings. Although there are stark differences in the rates of Internet diffusion among countries in the Middle East, the overall picture attests to a substantial increase in Internet penetration. According to Internet World Stats, 2013a. Table 6.1. Between 2000 and 2013, Middle Eastern countries registered an increase in Internet usage of more than 3,000%. With a combined population of around 231 million people, 3% of the world population, and a phenomenal growth rate in Internet usage, these countries account for around 3.7% of global Internet usage. The overall regional average is 45%, which places the Middle East in 5th place globally, slightly above the world average of 39%. As well, there are notable variations among Middle Eastern countries in Internet penetration, from highs of 90% for Bahrain and 88% for Qatar and the United Arab Emirates to lows of 26% for Syria, 20% for Yemen, and 9% for Iraq. Palestine, i.e., the West Bank and Gaza, is situated at the midpoint, with a rate of 54%, Internet World Stats 2013b. Interregional variations are also apparent when examining the rankings along an ICT index that is based on adding up the number of installed personal computers in a country, the number of Internet users, and the number of mobile and fixed phone lines, and then dividing the result by the country's population size. The higher the score, the more successful a country is in building and utilizing an information technology infrastructure. Internet use is correlated with national literacy rates. For example, based on data from the International Telecommunications Union, Palestine has the highest literacy rate, 94%, and Internet penetration rate, 54%, among Arab countries of the Levant and North Africa. However, it ranks 12th out of a total of 18 Arab countries on the ICT index. The index is dominated by the oil-rich Gulf states. Clearly, there is a connection between the wealth of a country, the availability of needed infrastructure, and its place on the ICT Index, Matter Research and Development 2012, 19-21. In the case of Palestine, there is the added factor that the development of its infrastructure is contingent on Israel's policies and its military occupation of the Palestinian territories. Palestine. Following the Oslo Agreement in 1993, using ICT to spur social and economic developments in the West Bank and Gaza became a main staple of policy recommendations from the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the United Nations Development Programme, donor countries in the European Union, the United States Agency for International Development, and others. This is understandable, bearing in mind that Palestine lacks natural resources and has historically prided itself on its human capital and resourcefulness. Three main components of ICT indicators are discussed in the next section: the diffusion of telephony, i.e., land-based telephones and cellular telephones, Internet subscription and use, and ownership and use of computers. Historical data. Rudimentary public opinion surveys in the West Bank and Gaza that were carried out as early as 1998 by the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research, PCPSR, indicated that 27% of Palestinians owned satellite dishes and that 12% owned personal computers. Of those who owned computers, 7% were Internet subscribers, and about 2% had Internet access at work. These preliminary data further revealed that computer ownership and Internet access were concentrated in large urban centers like East Jerusalem, Gaza City, Hebron, and Ramallah, PCPSR-ND. A year later, another private survey by the PCPSR reported an increase in ICT ownership and access. 45% of Palestinian homes owned telephones, and 38% owned satellite dishes. Home computer ownership stood at 13% and Internet subscription was 14% among those who owned computers at home and 5% among those who had computers at work, PCPSR 1999. Table 6.1. World Internet Usage and Population Statistics, December 31, 2013. Source: Internet World Stats, 2013a. Data from a 1999 survey of 7,559 households conducted by the Palestine Census Bureau of Statistics, PCBS, revealed regional, educational, occupational, and gender differences in the distribution of basic ICT indicators. Although the survey did not aim to map ICT distribution in Palestine in any detail, it contained useful information for establishing a benchmark for the evolution of ICT in Palestine. The findings of this first national household survey can be summarized as follows. Whereas the north and center of the West Bank accounted for slightly less than half of the population, between them they garnered close to 2/3 of computer ownership. Gaza, which had 1/3 of the population, accounted for 14% of computer ownership. 3/4 of computers were found in urban centers, 17% in rural areas, and 7% in all the refugee camps combined. Among homes where the head of the household had a professional, technical, or senior civil service job, 48% owned computers. Such households accounted for about 18% of the general population. More than half of all computers were found in homes where the head of the household had a post-secondary education. This figure increased to 75% with the inclusion of homes where the head of the household had a grade 11 or 12 education. The proportion of Palestinian households that simultaneously had a personal computer, a phone, and an internet connection was a meager 2%. PCBS 2000. In 2003, a small-scale study by the non-governmental organization Panorama in Ramallah, based on a sample of 800 Palestinian university and secondary school students from the Jenin area, examined internet usage, presence of computers in the home, computer skills, parental attitudes to ICT, and educational experience with ICT. The highlights of the study give us a glimpse into early experience with computers and the internet. Among young people, 68% had a computer in the home, 28% had an internet connection, 70% had a satellite dish, and 76% used a cellular phone. When asked to rate the quality of the ICT sector in the Jenin area, 2/3 said that it was lower than in all other Palestinian towns, whereas 34% reported that it was at about the same level. When asked in a follow-up question to give reasons for the low ranking of Jenin compared to other towns, 47.6% mentioned Israeli occupation, 15.4% cited a weak private sector, 21% mentioned bad infrastructure, and the remaining 16% referred to the community. Close to 90% agreed with the statement that the Israeli occupation had increased the importance of the ICT sector. The majority agreed that the educational system did not provide adequate training in the use of ICT equipment and that the schools stressed theoretical over practical knowledge with regard to ICT. The majority of these students mentioned individual initiative and self-teaching as the main methods of ICT training. Parents saw a negative moral impact as far as ICT was concerned, particularly with regard to women's access to sites on the internet. Encouragement by parents to use the technology was directed mainly toward males in the family, Panorama 2003. Table 6.2. Provides longitudinal data for Palestine on basic ICT indicators. Apart from ownership of land phone lines, which was reported by 1/3 to 1/2 of households, ownership of personal computers in the combined Palestinian territories increased by 500%, availability of the internet at home increased by 600%, and cell phone use nearly doubled to 218%. If we look at the regional variations, we see that the West Bank and Gaza had similar rates of internet usage and cell phone and landline ownership, but that the West Bank, 53%, had a slightly higher rate of household ownership of computers than the West Bank and Gaza, 46%. A 2011 PCBS national survey, which consisted of 4,448 households, showed that of those without computers, 49% mentioned the high cost and 27% cited a lack of qualified individuals at home to oversee computer use. Internet use by males was 72% compared to 66.2% by females. Of the entire sample, 27.2% had an email address, and 47% mentioned experiencing viruses, 9.3% hacking, and 7.3% theft of documents, PCBS 2011a. As regards the Palestinians in Israel, the Arab-Jewish gap in internet usage is quite wide. For example, the Israel Central Bureau of Statistics discovered in a 2009 social survey that 69% of the Jewish respondents had access to a computer, compared to 40% of the Arab respondents, ICBS 2009. In a 2008 survey, 30% of the Arab population had access to the internet, compared to 64% of the Jewish population, Nessa 2010, 2, see also Mess and Talmud 2011. Case studies of focus groups. The sample. In 2005 I interviewed 124 young people divided into 10 focus groups, Zureik 2006. This was a purposeful sample designed to explore early familiarity of young Palestinians with information and communication technologies, particularly the Internet. The interviewees were chosen from the 5 major Palestinian cities of Ramallah, Nablus, Gaza City, Bethlehem, and East Jerusalem, and from refugee camps near Ramallah as well as refugee camps in Khan Yunis and Rafah in Gaza. The rural areas were represented by the village of Kufr al-Labad near Nablus and by the villages of Al-Azariah and Ayat al-Baird at the outskirts of East Jerusalem. Table 6.2. Basic ICT indicators in Palestinian households, 1999, 2004, 2006, and 2011. Source: the data for 1999 are from a survey of 7,559 households in the West Bank and Gaza conducted by the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics, PCBS 2000, and the data for 2004 are in PCBS, 2004, Table 1. Both data sets are based on weighted samples. The data for 2006 are in PCBS, 2006, and the data for 2011 are in PCBS, 2012. Of the sample, 41% lived in cities, 35% in refugee camps, and 24% in villages. The sample was evenly divided between males, 52%, and females, 48%. Of the city dwellers, 72% had a university education, 12% held college diplomas, and 12% were either students or graduates of high schools, 4% were grade 9 graduates. Among refugee camp residents, 58% were university graduates, 14% held college diplomas, and 28% were either students or graduates of high schools. 2/3 of the entire sample were between the ages of 15 and 25, around 20% were between the ages of 26 and 30, and the remaining 7% were above the age of 31. The average age of males and females in the sample was 25.3 and 23.2 years respectively. Cities. Ramallah. 2 focus group interviews comprising 29 respondents were held in Ramallah. One group was chosen from the city of Ramallah itself, and the other from the nearby refugee camps of Al-Amari, Jalazon, Kalandiah, and al-Shariat. 9 of the refugee camp participants came from Al-Amari, 4 from Jalazon, 3 from Kalandiah, and 1 from al-Shariat. The interviews yielded several interesting findings about computer and internet usage. Everyone in the 2 Ramallah focus groups thought that the computer is a good thing for society. Although 3/4 of city participants had computers at home, compared to less than 1/3 of refugee camp dwellers, the average time spent on a computer among camp residents, including at internet cafes and schools, was higher than among city residents, 3.1 versus 2.8 hours per day. A minority of both city dwellers, 8.3%, and camp dwellers, 20%, said that they had computers at school. Only one high school student from the city reported that she used a computer at school to do school work. This was in contrast to 3 refugee students who reported using computers at school for this purpose. 3/4 of refugee camp respondents said that they visited internet cafes and centers, compared to 1/3 of city dwellers. However, substantially higher internet access at university was reported by city dwellers, 41.7%, compared to university students from the camps, 6.7%. Of the city dwellers, 3 indicated that they accessed the internet from home, compared to 4 of the 17 refugee camp dwellers. Between 80% of camp residents and 90% of city residents indicated that they were aware of computer and internet security issues. None of the city dwellers thought that sending information over the internet was secure, compared to 60% of camp refugees. When asked whether their personal information was secure over the internet, 50% of city dwellers and 87% of camp residents said no. One-third of city residents said that they did not know. When asked whether they thought that their personal information was being monitored, 12.5% of camp dwellers and 16.7% of city residents said yes. The majority of both groups reported that they were aware of privacy issues on the internet, and various means of protecting personal information were cited. Respondents from the camps mentioned changing their username once a month. Others accessed the internet in special places that provided firewalls. In some cases, respondents mentioned how hackers had penetrated and accessed their accounts and had then reported to their employers the sites that these respondents regularly visited. More than 90% of both groups thought that outsiders monitored information traffic over the internet, and when asked to name who these outsiders were, 50% of city dwellers cited the Israeli government and its security agencies, 20% cited the United States, including the CIA, and 30% mentioned both the United States and Israel. Among camp dwellers, whose responses throughout the survey showed a highly politicist view of the world, 73% cited the Israeli government, and the responses of the remaining 27% were distributed evenly, at 9% each, among the United States, Israel and the United States, and Israel and official Palestinian institutions. Whereas 75% of city dwellers endorsed the use of the Arabic language as a medium of communication to facilitate access to the internet, among camp refugees the corresponding figure reached 93.3%. Although many preferred Arabic as the medium of communication over the internet, they did acknowledge that its use was curtailed by a lack of search engines in Arabic. Those respondents who attended university found it easy to use English. Several of the city dwellers talked about the use of wireless technology as a means of circumventing obstacles to accessing the internet. In particular, they saw it as necessary in rural areas not connected to the electricity grid. A couple of city respondents attributed the slow penetration of wireless technology to the monopoly exercised by the Palestine Telecommunications Company. When asked to rank the internet in terms of usage priority, work came first, followed by contact with relatives, education, chat, entertainment, news, and finally e-commerce. There was a general consensus among the respondents on the ranking order. Although the internet was widely known, if not widely used in those days, special features of internet usage characterized the situation in Palestine. In the case of the group from Ramallah, internet users singled out the use of the computer to network with relatives and friends whom they were unable to see. This was particularly true among the refugee community, given its limited means of geographic mobility. Lack of mobility was not confined to the refugees but also affected the Palestinian population as a whole, due to frequent closures and curfews imposed by the Israeli occupation authorities. Both groups stressed how they used the internet to contact relatives in neighboring countries or overseas whom they had never seen. Chat rooms and MSN Messenger were singled out as means to re-establish contact with friends whom they had known in school or university but were unable to see face to face. The internet was useful in two other contexts. First, it facilitated efforts to overcome conservative trends in the community that prohibited contact between males and females. This was mentioned by those who lived in the conservative northern West Bank. In one case, a male respondent mentioned that he had met his wife through the internet. Second, due to frequent closures, universities and colleges in Palestine resorted to the use of the internet as a means to deliver educational material to students. Internet cafes occupy a special place in the internet landscape of Palestine. Many people do not own a computer or cannot afford to subscribe to the internet. This has made internet cafes and youth centers, particularly in the camps, popular points of access. The views expressed during the focus group interviews supported the popularity of internet cafes, particularly among male respondents. In one case, a respondent mentioned how he used the internet at a cafe owned by a friend who allowed him to spend up to 6 hours in the evenings accessing the internet free of charge. These early encounters with the internet led several respondents to think seriously about studying information technology at university, which one respondent had done. In a wide-ranging discussion of the internet and computers, one female respondent, who subscribed to the internet, cautioned against obsessive use of the internet for fear that, like television, it could lead to addiction and mental laziness. She was against home monitoring of computer and internet by parents and older siblings. Self-reliance and self-guidance were the methods that she relied upon. She was quite aware of the danger of meeting people on the internet who could introduce themselves under false pretenses. In several cases, the internet had become an indispensable tool for doing research. There were technical, socio-economic, and political problems associated with internet access in Palestine. One respondent indicated that she had been unable to get a leased internet connection at home due to what she called overloading of the phone lines. In contrast, university students had access to large servers on campus that enabled them to download large documents. Some pointed out how email was used to exchange, correct, and edit documents, both at work and in teaching. One female respondent described how, for a university assignment, she had used her entry into chat rooms to study the phenomenon of meeting friends and meeting future marriage candidates through the internet. To avoid hackers getting into individual accounts when using credit cards, some respondents opted for buying credit cards with dollar limits, say $100, after which the card expired automatically. In cases where knowledge of English was rather weak, respondents mentioned that the internet had become a learning source for increasing their English vocabulary. In one case, an employee of the Palestine Census Bureau of Statistics mentioned that he had connected to his workplace in emergency situations by using a satellite card, which enabled him to communicate from a distance, such as from the airport. The issue of home monitoring of internet use occupied a central place in the focus group discussion. The views varied from total monitoring by elders, to sporadic monitoring, to establishing a system of trust. One female respondent counseled that it was better to have a reasonable system of supervision and to make the internet available to all household members on a 24-hour basis, otherwise, members in their early teens would frequent internet cafes, where there was minimum supervision. The downloading of music and games was common. One respondent mentioned that she worked in a radio station where music was downloaded regularly from the internet and rebroadcast over the air. It was mentioned that those who lived in Jerusalem could subscribe to a digital subscriber line, DSL, which would allow broadband transmission of data and images. Online purchasing, especially of books, was reported by few respondents. The delay in delivery of the books from Israel to Ramallah did not encourage the use of e-commerce. Although several respondents had attempted to take workshops and courses to improve their skills in specialized programming, the cost was prohibitive to many at $800 per course. Nablus. 11 focus group participants, 6 male and 5 female, were recruited from Nablus, the largest Palestinian city on the West Bank. They ranged in age from 19 to 26 years old, with an average age of 22.1 years. In addition to endorsing the importance of the computer and the internet for Palestinian society in general, respondents stressed the need to raise public awareness of these technologies through public campaigns and special policies aimed at absorbing computer science graduates into the labor market so as to prevent brain drain. Of the participants, 5 were university students, 2 were computer professionals, 1 of whom was unemployed, 1 was a lawyer, 1 was a teacher, and 1 was a white-collar employee. The majority emphasized the importance of personal motivation in developing computer skills, although a minority attributed skill acquisition to the need to strengthen the theoretical base in computer science training. The average daily use of the computer ranged from 2 to 7 hours. 40% averaged 4 hours per day on the internet, and 20% averaged between 5 and 6 hours. 70% indicated that their knowledge of the computer and the internet was quite good. They considered those who could not use the computer and the internet to be illiterate by current technological standards. Frustration with computer use was due to frequent electrical power cuts, technical failures that resulted in the loss of stored information, viruses that commonly infected floppy disks and then traveled from one machine to another, theft of one's electronic address, a lack of knowledge about whom to contact to solve technical problems during emergencies, traffic overload that hampered access to the internet, and failures of system programs. In one case, a respondent's inadequate knowledge and frustration had been revealed by an incident in which her computer mouse did not work. She was told by the repair shop technician that there was nothing wrong with the computer and that all she had to do was reset and restart it. In describing the importance of the computer to Palestinians in general, the respondents gave several reasons that touched on national, personal, and communal interests, furthering one's education, gaining technical skills, and increasing creativity through access to worldwide information. A second cluster of uses for the computer centered on publicizing the struggles of Palestinians under Israel's occupation of the West Bank and Gaza and on recruiting international support for Palestine. Third, several respondents cited the Internet as a means to connect Palestinians worldwide. 10 respondents mentioned using Arabic as the main language of communication over the Internet, although 8 said they used English too. When it came to protection of personal information over the Internet, 5 respondents were familiar with various means of protecting personal information, such as changing passwords frequently, installing a firewall, ignoring unsolicited emails, using antivirus programs, and blocking advertisements. 5 respondents had little knowledge of the subject. E-commerce was not popular on the Internet due to users' lack of trust of the technology. They were wary of giving personal information regarding credit cards, although some respondents mentioned that it was possible to obtain credit cards from banks with a predetermined use value. In terms of priorities in the use of the computer and the Internet, research came first, followed by work, entertainment, news, contact with others, and finally e-commerce. Home use of the computer was subject to parental authority or to supervision by older siblings. This group ended the session by offering several recommendations on how to facilitate the diffusion of ICT, organizing workshops on how to use the computer and the Internet that are open not just to students of ICT but also to all those who are interested in ICT from a professional angle, providing all schools with computer labs to train their students in ICT, recruitment of ICT students by local employers, development of long-term national and local ICT policies, monitoring Internet use at home because the Internet is like a double-edged sword, establishing ICT centers for students to meet and exchange ideas, and preparing students in ICT skills before they start their technical programs in college. Gaza City. Gaza City is the largest population center in the occupied Palestinian territories. At the time of the survey in 2005, the population stood at nearly 400,000. Of the 15 focus group participants, 9 were males and 6 females. Their ages ranged from 16 to 40 years, with 9 respondents falling between the ages of 16 and 24. The average age of the group's members stood at 25.7 years. 5 respondents held college diplomas, 7 had bachelor degrees, 1 was a secondary school graduate, and the remaining 2 were a university student and a secondary school student. Of the 13 who were employed, 5 were in the government sector, 6 in the public sector, and 2 in the private sector. In terms of place of employment, 3 worked for the Palestine Census Bureau of Statistics, 1 managed an internet cafe, another was an inspector in the Ministry of Health, 1 was a teacher, 1 worked in sales, 1 was an accountant, and 6 were employed by various non-governmental organizations, NGOs. The majority of the group's members were educated beyond secondary schooling, and all were engaged in white-collar occupations. There was consensus among the respondents that the computer and the Internet benefited society. Both technologies simplified life and, in particular, made the jobs of professional people easier. The internet made it possible for people to connect with relatives and friends whom they otherwise were not able to contact. But not all respondents were sanguine about the technology. Some expressed fear that it could lead to computer and internet addiction, particularly as a result of chatting. 8 of the respondents reported that they spent in excess of 20 hours per week on the computer and the internet, and an additional 3 mentioned averaging from 11 to 15 hours. Several expressed the opinion that internet use by young people was fraught with moral concerns due to easy access to pornographic sites. Each respondent had access to at least one computer at home, 11 used a computer at work, and 2 spent between 1 and 6 hours per day using computers at internet cafes and in women's clubs. Although most participants were heavy users of the computer at home and work, this was not the case for the high school student, who reported using the computer at school for less than 1 hour per week. 6 of the participants used the internet at home, 5 at work, and 4 in public places. Among those who had internet at home, the average usage time varied from 1.5 to 6 hours per day, which was similar to the time spent on the internet at work. With regard to public places, users averaged a half hour to 1 hour per day. The high school student in the sample averaged 1 hour on the internet at school per week. He was careful not to use it for chatting, due to school monitoring. The university student in the group logged onto the internet a total of 3 hours per semester. Here, too, use of the technology was described as a function of the socio-political conditions of Gaza. Because of frequent closures and constant surveillance by Israel, the internet had become an indispensable tool for students to reach their teachers and for citizens to connect with their relatives in other places. Others reported using the internet to make friends overseas. Few used the internet for downloading music or playing games. The engineering student in the sample used the internet to exchange technical information with other students living in neighboring countries and in the West. All of the respondents were aware of privacy risks. One participant referred to personal experience of having his internet privacy violated. However, they all concurred that there was no privacy protection over the internet, and they named Israel and the United States as the primary sources of internet surveillance of Palestinians. Some went as far as to say that Yahoo and Hotmail were practically Israeli sites. Arabic was the preferred language of use on the internet for 14 of the sample's respondents, although 9 said that they used English as well as Arabic, and 1 respondent mentioned using English more often than Arabic. In descending order, the internet was used for chatting, work, study, networking, and e-commerce. Bethlehem. 13 participants, 7 males and 6 females, took part in the focus group interviews in Bethlehem, population 29,019. They ranged in age from 15 to 29, with an average age of 20.9 years. 4 were university graduates, 5 were university students, 1 was a secondary school graduate, and the remaining 3 were in preparatory and high school. Of the 5 employed people, 3 worked in the NGO and public sectors, and the remaining 2 were employed in the private sector. Time spent on the computer and the internet varied. The average was 10 to 12 hours per week for 2 respondents, 5 hours for 5 respondents, 4 hours for 2 respondents, 3 hours for 1 respondent, and 2 hours for 2 respondents. An average of 5 hours per week were spent on the computer and the internet. Of the 13 respondents, 5 used the technology for communication, for research, and to search for general information. 2 respondents used it for email and work purposes, 4 for communication and news searches, and the remaining 2 for email only. Overall, the respondents thought that the computer and the internet were beneficial for society, although some cautioned that the information revolution could lead to cultural domination by the West. They also said that overindulgence in the use of computers and the internet could lead to a form of addiction, resulting in negative health consequences and distracting students from their school work. Frustration with the computer was mentioned by most participants. This was attributed to the slowness of the internet and computers. Viruses were singled out as an important factor in causing frustration in computer use. 12 of the participants mentioned that they had at least one personal computer at home. 5 stated that they used the computer at work, and 4 used it at internet cafes and in social clubs. Unlike the 2 university students, who had access to computers on campus, none of the high school students said that they had access to computers at school. 10 respondents indicated that they used the internet at home, 3 at work, and 7 at internet cafes and in social clubs. 2 used the homes and offices of friends to access the internet, whereas the university students used the internet at school. Respondents used computers to access the internet, type reports for work and school, plan, do computer-assisted design, and gather information. In 1 or 2 cases, the computers facilitated access to the internet for the sake of conducting e-commerce. Overall, participants were satisfied with self-regulating their use of the computer in the workplace and at home. Their internet usage was wide-ranging and included messaging, phone calls, and transmitting live and still pictures at a reasonable cost. It is interesting to note that use of the internet for messaging was not confined to contacting acquaintances in faraway places but included communicating with friends and relatives in the West Bank and Gaza, where geographic mobility was limited due to closures and curfews. The respondents estimated that they spent between 1 to 4 hours per day on audio and video messaging. The respondents were familiar with issues of privacy and security in connection with internet use. However, after some prompting and explanation, one female respondent pointed out that privacy was of great value to her personally, whereas another male participant noted that his work demanded security of information and pointed out that privacy and copyright legislation were non-existent in the Arab world. They all concurred that personal information was not secure on the internet. 3 mentioned that their personal emails had been intercepted and their identities stolen. When asked whether governments targeted and spied on internet users, the majority agreed that this did happen. However, with regard to the Palestinian Authority, several noted that even if it wished to do this, it lacked the technical and physical means. The participants singled out Arabic as their preferred language for both computer and internet use, followed by English, French, and Hebrew. 9 participants mentioned that they were compelled to use English because of the quality of information available on the internet through English search engines. 2 respondents indicated that they were familiar with translation on websites. In descending order, the internet was used for contacting relatives and friends, work, entertainment, news and political coverage, e-commerce, and education. Finally, when asked to assess family control of computer and internet access at home, 8 of the respondents said that there was no problem in access, although parents occasionally deterred family members who were still in school from spending too much time on the internet. 4 respondents mentioned that their families had drawn up plans regarding times of computer and internet use, depending on need and priority. 1 respondent mentioned that at times he faced problems due to the number of users and the fact that older siblings tended to monopolize computer use. The group indicated that there was no gender or age discrimination in computer use at home. Villages. Kufr al-Labad. Located near the city of Tulkarem, Kufr al-Labad is a village that had around 4,000 inhabitants at the time of the survey. The focus group consisted of 11 participants, 6 males and 5 females, whose ages ranged from 21 to 45 years, with an average age of 32.45 years. The respondents were comprised of 3 teachers, 1 lawyer, 1 unemployed electrician who worked as a farmer, 1 employee of the Ministry of Youth and Sport, 1 head of a local sports club, 1 employee of a travel agency, a housewife, and a university student. 3 of the respondents had 3 years of experience using the computer, 3 had 5 to 6 years of experience, 2 had little experience, 1 had medium experience, and 1 respondent said that he had more than 20 years of computer experience. With regard to the internet, 9 had minimal experience, 1 had been using the internet for less than a year, and 1 had 7 to 8 years of experience. The majority evaluated the computer positively in terms of its research, educational, and networking potential. The problems faced by participants when using the internet were, in descending importance, the cost of Internet access, ownership of a computer, dependence of the Internet on the home landline, lack of training in Internet usage, unreliability of electrical supply, and viruses. To solve the overriding problem of cost, several respondents suggested that the Internet cost be reduced and that Internet subscriptions be made available on a fixed basis, the way television licenses are paid for. To cope with security and privacy issues on the Internet, respondents mentioned encryption and the use of secret codes for their passwords. However, they also said that it was always possible for hackers and foreign agents such as Israel to intercept personal email. Other participants were concerned that Internet users did not pay sufficient attention to copyright laws when they downloaded text, music, or videos. The majority were most comfortable using Arabic on the Internet, although 5 said that they used both Arabic and English. Only one respondent felt that it was easy to use English, particularly for printing downloaded documents. In descending order, the reasons given for using the Internet were news, networking with family and friends, chat lines, academic research, general information, and entertainment. Al-Azariah and Ayat al-Baird. These two villages are situated at the outskirts of East Jerusalem. A total of 19 respondents were interviewed, 9 from Al-Azariah, population 17,000, and 10 from Ayat al-Baird, population 25,000. Of the former, 6 were females and 3 males. The latter group had 6 males and 5 females. The ages varied from 15 to 24 years, with an average age of 17.8 years, in the case of Al-Azariah, and from 15 to 19 years, with an average age of 18.5 years, in the case of Ayat al-Baird. In Al-Azariah 6 respondents were university students, 2 were in preparatory school, and 1 was employed as a college lecturer. In Ayat al-Baird the majority were students, 6 in high school, 1 in preparatory school, and 2 in university. 1 respondent worked as an administrator in a law office. Time spent using the computer and Internet in the case of Al-Azariah was 1 to 3 hours per week for 4 people, 1 to 2 hours daily for 2 people, and 3 to 6 hours daily for 5 people. In the case of Ayat al-Baird, the rate was 4 to 5 hours daily for 6 people, 1 to 2 hours weekly for 2 people, and 1 to 2 hours daily for 3 people. The majority of respondents ranked themselves as quite knowledgeable in computer and Internet use. 1 or 2 people indicated that they were not regular users of the technology, and 1 in particular expressed serious reservations about it. Frustrations with computer use and Internet access were experienced by all participants. These were caused by unsecure Internet connections, unexpected power cuts, high traffic on the Internet, slowness of data transmission, and viruses. One person cited the lack of someone to correspond with on the Internet. They all agreed that the technology had its positive and negative aspects. The outcome depended on the user and the purpose for which the technology was used. 2 respondents from Ayat al-Baird remarked that computers could isolate individuals from their surroundings and, in doing so, could contribute to psychological problems. Cost and an insufficient number of Internet cafes and community centers equipped with the Internet were cited as factors inhibiting Internet access. The home was at the center of computer use, although more than 1/3 of the combined groups mentioned that they had computer access at work as well. A similar proportion used the computer both at home and at Internet cafes. The 2 university students in the Ayat al-Baird group had campus access to computers and the Internet. Several in the combined groups knew about data protection and viruses. They also pointed out, without specifying the source, that spying on users did take place on the Internet. Several knew of various programs that were used to protect Internet users from identity theft and unlawful access to their data. Computer use at school was conditional on teachers' supervision. 4 respondents in Al-Azariah mentioned that their older brothers monitored computer use at home. Others used passwords to protect files stored on their computer. In Ayat al-Baird a couple of respondents referred to their mothers as the main decision makers regarding computer and Internet use. In Ayat al-Baird, 3 individuals resorted to English first in accessing the Internet, followed by Arabic, 4 used Arabic only, 2 used English only, and the rest used combinations of English and Arabic. Respondents in Al-Azariya said that Arabic was their predominant language, followed by English. Some mentioned that at school the teacher obliged them to use Hebrew. Suggestions for how to improve access to the Internet and computer included increasing the number of hours when computers were available in schools, organizing summer camps to train students in the use of the Internet and computer, lowering the cost of Internet access, mounting a campaign to make the public aware of the importance and benefit of computers and the Internet, increasing the number of Internet service providers, allowing for a system of prior reservation at Internet cafes and increasing the number and location of Internet cafes and community centers, providing publicly accessible terminals in large cities and on main streets, and expanding the telecommunications network and providing a larger number of telephones at a reduced cost. The refugee experience. West Bank. Although the computer and Internet were used in various capacities among camp residents, what stood out in the interviews was the use of the Internet to connect with other refugee communities. One respondent remarked that she used the Internet in the Women's Center to participate in the Across Borders project, which brings Palestinian refugees worldwide in contact with each other. The Internet was used to send pictures as well. She narrated how she took a course to enable her to use the Internet for these purposes. She singled out Lebanon, Gaza, and Hebron as 3 communities whose refugees had expressed an interest in networking with other refugees. Not everyone was an Internet or computer enthusiast. One male respondent from the Al-Amari camp in Ramallah declared that he was not a friend of the computer or Internet and did not intend to become one. When pressed to say why and how he planned to contact relatives and friends who lived outside the camp, he replied that all his relatives and friends were close enough that he could rely on face-to-face contact. Palestinian refugees in Lebanon were on the mind of most refugee respondents in the sample. For example, one respondent mentioned how he used the Internet to collect background data on the refugees in Lebanon, such as their numbers, health conditions, and employment status. It was through his Internet contacts that he had become aware that the refugees in Lebanon were barred by the government from working in 70 occupations. One male respondent who worked as a programmer mentioned how the Arabic language was not treated with respect by search engines. For example, he noted that Google in the early days would translate text from Arabic to French for free, but when the request was from French to Arabic, Google demanded a fee. The discussion revolved around his French-speaking Algerian girlfriend whose Arabic dialect was difficult to understand. Because of language problems, he communicated with her in English. Although most communicated in Arabic, they used the English alphabet phonetically to communicate in Arabic. As expected, in a politicist environment the issue of using the Internet for political goals was mentioned by several respondents. One male respondent mentioned that he used Internet chat rooms to defend against attacks on Islam and to explain the situation in Palestine/Israel. The views on monitoring were varied and included those who believed that employers in both the public and private sectors monitored Internet users. Very few were concerned about home monitoring. In one case, a respondent mentioned employers who had monitored their employees upon request from Israeli authorities. The respondents noted that one appeal of e-commerce was that it was often cheaper to book a hotel room or buy a plane ticket using the Internet. Most respondents were aware that using the Internet was beyond the reach of many people. Many respondents thought that the authorities should pressure the Palestinian telecommunications company, a monopoly, to lower its subscription rate so that Palestinians living in rural and poor areas could afford to get connected. Khan Yunis. Located in Gaza not far from Gaza City, Khan Yunis, population 47,360 at the time of the interviews, is the second largest refugee camp in the Palestinian territories after the Rafah camp. The focus group consisted of 8 males and 6 females. Respondents varied in age from 21 to 45 years, averaging 28.6 years. 7 of the group members held bachelor degrees, 4 held college diplomas, and the remaining 3 were high school graduates. 3 were unemployed, 1 was a business owner, and the rest held jobs in accounting, in teaching, or with NGOs, either paid or volunteer positions. Most of the respondents were frequent computer users, although 3 respondents classified themselves as below-average users. The heavy computer use was due to work circumstances, with several respondents indicating that they used the computer between 6 to 7 hours daily. Computer use at home ranged from 2 to 4 hours daily. 4 participants indicated that they did not own a computer due to cost. Those who did own a computer shared it with other family members. All but 1 or 2 believed that the computer was an essential tool in modern society. The only problem that respondents singled out was the access to immoral material over the internet. At a more general level, one respondent remarked that the computer could be good, bad, or excellent depending on its usage. A couple of respondents mentioned that they used the computer to research and prepare school assignments. 3 mentioned that they had taken short courses in how to use the computer. Discussion of the internet was wide-ranging. Several respondents used the internet, or knew of others who used it, to conduct business transactions. In one case, a female respondent mentioned how her husband, who in the past had relied on the postal service to receive product samples from China for sale in the Palestinian territories, now used the internet to display the samples to customers, thus cutting down turnaround time and cost. Views on the internet were more stark than views on the computer. Like other focus group participants, the Colonial respondents raised the moral issue of children's use of the internet. Although the extent varied, all respondents expressed concern about young people's unmonitored exposure to the internet. In some cases, misuse of the internet was attributed to lack of know-how. The internet is like a spider's web, opined one participant. It opens horizons in various positive ways, although there is no denying the fact that it has some negative consequences. For example, a collaborator working for Israeli intelligence can use the internet to deliver useful information to them. He proceeded to say that he knew of a case where Israeli intelligence had penetrated Palestinian servers and provided users with wrong information. The internet was also monitored by managers of internet cafes. Another respondent said that between 70 and 90% of internet traffic was monitored by foreign sources. Overall, respondents concurred that there was no guarantee of privacy over the internet. In the words of one participant, it is next to impossible to escape internet monitoring because it is important for Israel and the USA to monitor the Palestinian people. The view that Israel and the United States monitored Palestinian usage of the internet was expressed several times over the course of the focus group session. The conflict between us, the USA and Israel continues, although it is now taking a new turn after the introduction of the internet. As well, surveillance of Palestinian users takes place through the use of satellite technology to disable Palestinian websites. The internet was also used to seek out general information, as in the case of a mother who turned to the internet to find information about her child's illness. Another participant used the internet to download student applications from European universities. The internet was singled out as very important for the work of NGOs because it facilitated networking at an effective cost. Arabic was mentioned as the most frequently used language on both the computer and internet, although there was no escaping the fact that English was also used on the internet, mainly because Arabic search engines were not as numerous and because the information available on them was limited. Several respondents pointed out that one needed to know English in order to do proper searches for scientific topics. Several respondents knew what e-commerce meant, but very few actually used it. One respondent had bought a book through the internet. Some respondents resorted to the cell phone to send messages, although it was pointed out that this was more expensive than using the internet. A couple of respondents used the phone over the internet, which turned out to be the cheapest method, assuming that one had access to the internet. All participants concurred that price was the main deterrent to using the internet, and they suggested that internet access be treated on the basis of licensing fees, the way television sets are licensed. RAFA. The 12 participants in the RAFA camp, population 57,839 at the time of the interviews, were divided equally between men and women. They ranged in age from 23 to 40 years, with an average age of 26.9 years. All of the males and 3 of the females were university graduates. Of the 3 other females, 2 held college diplomas, and 1 was a high school graduate. 10 were employed, and 2 were unemployed. Except for 1 or 2 respondents, the majority held government jobs or were employed in the NGO sector. 6 of the participants indicated that they owned a computer. 4 respondents used the internet at home, 5 at work, 2 at school, and 2 in clubs and at internet cafes. The time spent using the computer was 2 to 7 hours per day at work, 2 to 4 hours per day at home, and roughly 2 hours per day in clubs and at internet cafes. The computer was used at school by 1 person who happened to be a teacher, and 1 university graduate in the sample used the computer for an average of an hour and a half daily to study and prepare reports. Although the majority described the computer in positive terms, all expressed frustration with its use and that of the internet due to interruptions of electricity, viruses, or slowness in accessing the internet. Similar to what was expressed throughout the focus group interviews, these respondents had serious reservations about the security of their files, password, and identity when accessing the internet. As well, concern was expressed about children accessing pornographic sites on the internet. Use of chat rooms exposed many participants to unwelcome intruders. In descending order, the internet was used for work, chat, study, contacting relatives and friends, browsing for news, and e-commerce. Overall, the internet was used to browse in media outlets. The respondents who were employed by NGOs and nonprofit organizations underscored the importance of the internet in networking, disseminating information, and maintaining contact with donors. Most of the participants acknowledged that there was no privacy on the internet. 2 to 3 participants mentioned that their private email and password had been intercepted. Others mentioned that their information on the internet, particularly when engaging in chat, had been compromised. All respondents stressed that the internet was monitored by Israel and the United States, particularly those who used Hotmail and Yahoo accounts. 5 participants indicated that they used only Arabic on the internet. 3 indicated that Arabic was their primary language but added that they could use English if the need arose. 1 indicated that he used Arabic and English equally. Only 1 used English more often than Arabic, and 1 used both Arabic and Hebrew. Use of the internet at home was not prioritized. However, all participants stressed the need for the internet to be monitored at home. Although they were familiar with using the internet to buy goods, only 1 participant had tried to purchase products on the internet, and this transaction had gone through a local agent. 1 respondent mentioned that her relatives used the internet for commercial purposes. Respondents were familiar with wireless internet technology. However, this service was not available in Rafah. Others pointed out that Paltal, the private Palestinian carrier, was a monopoly, which made it difficult for competitors to operate in Rafah. Balata Camp. In addition to my interviews, I accessed the results of an ethnographic study of the Internet carried out from 2003 to 2004 by doctoral student Cole, Konstantin, Liberda, 2005, who at the time was living in the Balata refugee camp, population 24,000, near Nablus in the north of the West Bank. Individual interviews were conducted with managers or owners of the camp's 4 internet service providers and its 3 main internet access points, located in internet cafes, with representatives of 5 leading community-based organizations that worked in Balata, and with a sample of 30 active internet users, 25 men and 5 women, who ranged in age from 10 to 39 years, the average age being 21 years. This demographic profile closely corresponded to the profile of the camp, where most active ICT users were young males. It is worth pointing out that the Nablus region has a long history of resisting foreign occupiers dating back to the 19th century rule of Muhammad Ali Pasha, the governor of Egypt during the Ottoman period, and to the subsequent British rule in Palestine. Following the outbreak of the Al-Aqsa Intifada in 2000, opposition to occupation resulted in 505 people being killed in the Nablus Governorate and 3,018 injured. These included 120 residents of Balata camp who were killed by Israeli soldiers and over 1,000 injured. As will be shown below, this active resistance also informed early Internet use. Following 1995, when the first Internet connection was established in Balata camp, Internet use grew considerably, first through dial-up home connections and later by means of high-speed connections. It is estimated that by late 2002 approximately 25% of households in Balata camp had computers at home and that 5 to 10% had a high-speed Internet connection. As of September 2004, there were 3 main Internet cafes still running in the camp, along with 2 main computer shops. The importance of Internet cafes as a point of access to ICT has been heightened since 2002, when Israel's military operations destroyed the ICT infrastructure of NGOs and community-based organizations in the camp. In discussing cell phone services, Kiliberda, 2005, 10, summarizes one interviewee's account of the unfair advantage reaped by Israeli-owned providers. Israeli-run cell phone service providers are operating illegally in the West Bank, as they don't fall under licensing agreements regulating telecommunications in the area ceded to the Palestinian Authority under the Oslo Accords. This fact underlines the inability of Palestinian governing institutions to adequately regulate the local ICT infrastructure as well as the opportunistic/predatory nature of the economic policies pursued by Israeli corporations in the occupied territories. Kiliberda goes on to say, in addition to operating extra-legally, the Israeli operators also enjoy unfair advantage. During the time of this study, Cellcom, an Israeli service provider, was simply more available than Jawwal in Balata, which is the reason that most of our interviewees claimed Cellcom was more popular than Jawwal. The limitation of Jawwal's service capability was, to a large degree, a direct function of Israeli restrictions imposed on the import of necessary technologies and its refusal to release more spectrum to the Palestinian side. During this author's stay in the camp, Jawwal had to stop issuing SIM cards due to network congestion caused by such restrictions. Jawwal only began issuing SIM cards again in September 2004 once some of these restrictions were lifted. Ibid. 10-11. It seems that the cell phone is classified as a security device. Kiliberda, 2005, 41, quotes an Israeli with the Samaria Brigade who said that some units have been given explicit orders to shoot any young men seen using cellular phones, highlighting the perceived threat such a technology poses to the operations of the Israeli military. Interviewees perceived the Internet as opening opportunities for Palestinians to expand their job horizons, as well as opening opportunities for young Palestinians to lift themselves out of their isolation and enable themselves to emigrate in search of a better future. More than 90% thought that the Internet was important for Palestinians generally, and 43% thought that it was important for the refugee in particular. When interviewees were asked whether they thought that there was full privacy on chat and email, 77% said that there was no privacy. Here we encounter a theme noted earlier, namely that those who perceive an absence of privacy share the general feeling, as one respondent said, that Israel didn't leave anything in our lives that isn't monitored. We can't have privacy. Another respondent was just as clear, everything is under the control of the Israelis and the Americans. Yet all interviewees thought that some types of control should be imposed on Internet use to prevent the young from being exposed to immoral websites. Kiliberda 2005, 21. Kiliberda, 2005, 23-24, makes the point that under the conditions in Palestine, where there are deep cleavages along region, gender, income, education, occupation, and employment, the pattern of ICT diffusion and access has tended to reproduce pre-existing forms of social stratification, including the privileging of Israeli settlers over Palestinians, urban Palestinians over those in the camps and the villages, men over women, the rich over the poor, the employed over the unemployed, and the upwardly mobile and better educated over those with lower educational attainment. NGOs were particularly targeted by Israeli soldiers in the Balata camp, resulting in wide destruction, which negatively impacted the NGOs' training programs and their capacity to maintain electronic records and archival material with functioning equipment. The perception that the Internet can be put in the service of information warfare also emerged as a dominant theme in Que Libertad's 2005 interviews. The Internet was seen as a tool to distribute leaflets and posters, as well as to publicize stories of Israeli assassinations and military actions in the camp. The dialectics of surveillance and resistance. It is thus the case that technologized surveillance and security increase the vulnerability and insecurities of already marginalized social groups, jeopardizing their welfare and life, but they can also encourage such marginalized groups to use cyberworld devices and tools to resist them. Shalhoub Kevorkian 2012a, 56. Publicized cases involving hacking and government or corporate snooping and surveillance of the private affairs of citizens via the telephone, the Internet, and other mobile technologies by far exceed attempts to harness ICT technology for everyday resistance purposes. However, as Nadira Shalhoub Kevorkian points out in her study of young Palestinian women from East Jerusalem, the use of the Internet by marginal and oppressed groups is not an insignificant, random practice. From her focus group interviews, it is clear that the Palestinians resort to the Internet as an essential means to communicate with others and to secure information for personal use. Here is how one of her interviewees described the Internet. "Let me just end by telling you that last week, I watched my cousin's wedding by Skype and was able to join them, at least virtually. In other parts of the world, if you work hard, if you study, if you contemplate your steps, you have a good chance of building a house, traveling and participating in family gatherings. We Palestinians are displaced all over the world, and we here in Jerusalem live in a prison, and I even live with no identity card. My only way to resist Israeli occupation is by using the Internet, studying, sharing, meeting people and developing myself. We in Palestine, and people like me, would die without the Internet." In Shalhoub Kevorkian 2012a, 65. Although Palestinians in general are constantly under the gaze of Israel in one way or another, Palestinian refugees occupy a special place in the surveillance matrix. Virtual mobility has become a tool to overcome geographic and spatial immobility, Federman 2003. In her research on Palestinian use of the Internet in Palestine, Lebanon, and Jordan, Miriam Zureik, 2011b, demonstrates how the Internet facilitates shared experience and the emergence of refugee collective action across borders by overcoming time limitations, immobility, and spatial isolation. Thus pre-1948 memories of the Nakba are shared by the refugees, now in their fourth generation, regardless of their current location and generation. Memories act as a means for mobilization. These findings are echoed in Lali Khalili's research on the cyberculture of Palestinian refugees in Lebanon. Khalili argues against technological determinism and the popular assumption that technology exercises a leveling effect on its users by transcending culture, identity, and geography. She asserts that the popular postmodern notions of decentered information, fluid borders, and multiple identities are not borne out by the Palestinian refugee experience. I argue, however, that embodied identities, territorialized spaces, and real-world institutions extend deeply into the realm of cyberspace, and that Palestinian virtual culture has non-virtual roots and histories. Khalili 2005, 126, emphasis in original. In her interviews with young people, Khalili shows that Internet coverage of events in the West Bank and Gaza, such as the Al-Aqsa Intifada of 2000, played a major role in keeping Palestinian identity alive at a time when the refugees' identity was under assault to such an extent that young refugees were, unsuccessfully, attempting to adopt the Lebanese identity. Names of places in Palestine are incorporated into cyberspace. Moreover, the consumers of cyber content create narratives from news items and images that place the Palestinians in the occupied territories and those in the camps of Lebanon in the same community of suffering. A Palestinian youth in Lebanon writes, "Our pain is one and the suffering is one." Colonial 2005, 131. Several writers have attributed the surge in internet usage among Palestinians to geographical isolation caused in no small measure by the occupation and to the Al-Aqsa Intifada. Some have argued that the Arab Spring further contributed to a heightened interest in internet usage. El-Haddad 2003, Kirshner 2012. This increase occurred in spite of the fact that in the internet's early days, when the average monthly income of a Palestinian worker was $300, a monthly subscription cost $25. Undeterred by low income, Palestinian home subscribers to the internet increased from 5% in 1999 to around 33% in 2012. Table 6.2. See also Cisneros 2001, and Kauri Machul 2010. Along the road to joining the cyber world, the Palestinians face several obstacles, some of which are technological and others socio-political. It is correct to say, however, that the major problems of Palestinians who have limited access to the internet and advanced connectivity are rooted in the political circumstances of their daily lives. For example, on more than one occasion, under the guise of security, the Israeli forces have engaged in wanton destruction of the offices and equipment of Palestinian internet service providers. Palestinian Human Rights Monitor Group 2002, Shachtman 2002, the Palestinians lack any control over allocation of the wireless spectrum, a fact that impoverishes their technological autonomy and hampers the use of global positioning systems and other mobile technologies. Bobown 2013, Israel limits Palestinians to outdated second-generation technology. Gilbert 2013, Kutab 2013, or what one commentator aptly calls the cell phone dark ages. Linfield 2013, it prevents Palestinian internet service providers from accessing up-to-date fourth-generation wireless technology, and it even severely restricts access to the older third-generation platforms, all of which are essential for the smartphone and are available to Israeli users. Davison 2013. The refusal by Israel to allocate cellular frequencies to Palestinian service providers as part of its technological monopoly has forced Palestinian consumers to resort to the Israeli telecommunications market, with huge windfall profits being reaped by Israeli companies. Bryant 2013, Haas 2007, Moscovia 2011, and as noted by Ashnal Pfeffer, 2012, the digital siege is not limited to the West Bank. All of Gaza's telephone networks and internet servers go through Israel. Every phone conversation and email is routed through Israel's territory and from there sent on through underwater fiber optic cables to the rest of the world. As evidence of its attempts to spare Palestinian lives, Israel does not hesitate to mention the recorded messages, or so-called roof knocks, that it sends to Palestinians whose homes and neighborhoods are about to be bombed. These phone numbers are gathered by Israeli intelligence, and although the targeted Palestinians are given 5 minutes to vacate their homes, it is not clear where they are supposed to vacate to since Gaza's high-density housing leaves no room for escape. The warning messages cannot absolve Israel of blame for its actions. A report in the Washington Post during the War of August 2014 discussed the connection between Israel's surveillance methods and the state of the Palestinian telecommunications sector. How could the IDF Israeli Defense Forces so easily access telecommunications in the Gaza Strip, knowing exactly whom to call at each residence? It's incredibly simple. While the telecommunication companies that operate in Gaza, such as the Palestinian Telecommunication Group, PalTel, are owned and operated by Palestinians, they are routed through servers based in Israel. These servers are easy for Israel's intelligence community to access and can provide an important resource for the IDF. Taylor 2014. Close monitoring and intrusive surveillance are bound to produce reactions and even counter-surveillance. This is basically the meaning of the dialectics of control, and the situation in Palestine is no exception. The Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem has provided Palestinian youth on the West Bank with cameras to record the abuses by Israeli forces. This form of citizen journalism has resulted in wide-scale publicity of human rights violations by Israel, Haas 2012a, Mackey 2011. By the same token, it has become apparent that the Middle East conflict is not immune to cyber war. During military incursions, the Palestinians and their supporters have engaged in retaliatory cyber attacks against Israeli computer networks, whose operators in turn have hacked Palestinian computer networks. The extent of support for Palestinians has been singled out as a reason behind Israel's recruitment of an army of cyber soldiers, Farrago 2006. In monitoring the Gaza War of 2012, The Washington Post weighed in with an answer to its question, who is winning the online war? It said, the online masses are clearly on the Palestinian side, overcoming the challenge of an IDF armed with more sophisticated and well-funded, optimized posts and fancy graphics and videos, Sommer 2012. Conclusion. Several commentators have pointed out that one of the unintended effects of the First Intifada, if not the entire Palestinian-Israeli conflict, is that it has increased reliance on ICT, particularly the Internet, for the purpose of reaching beyond the borders of Palestine to convey the texture of life under occupation and maintain contact with Palestinians worldwide. Thus, in spite of poverty and unemployment, the occupied territories have experienced a general increase in the diffusion of ICT, and with this increase has come the need to acquire skills in ICT use. Based on the historical data and the focus group interviews summarized above, it appears that as of nearly 2 decades ago, there was considerable familiarity with the Internet and use of the computer among Palestinians in the occupied territories. At the pre-college level, the schools did not seem to play an active role in training students in ICT use. The situation may have changed now. At that time, the skills acquired were more a product of learning by doing than the result of systematic hands-on instruction in schools. Contrary to the fear expressed by various observers, the home did not appear to exert a controlling effect on Internet and computer usage. This does not mean that Internet usage was not monitored at home, particularly where young users were concerned. But for the young adults in the studies discussed above, both males and females, supervision by parents or older siblings was not an issue. The main impetus for using the Internet was the desire to establish contact with friends and family members. That Palestinians were living under occupation with restricted freedom of movement made virtual technology indispensable. Most of the participants in the qualitative interviews were white-collar workers and students. Those who were in the labor force relied heavily on computers, and most, but not all, had access to the Internet at work. As is the case elsewhere, workers' Internet use was monitored by employers in both the private and public sectors. The cost of the Internet connection was cited as the greatest deterrence against having Internet access. This explains the popularity of Internet cafes, youth clubs, and community centers. Several respondents mentioned the lack of fair competition in the telecommunications sector and were fairly critical of the Palestinian service provider for its high subscription rates and unavailability of land phone lines in remote and rural areas. To remedy the situation, respondents suggested instituting fixed subscription rates for Internet usage, fashioned after television license fees. One salient feature of Internet usage in Palestine was the issue of privacy, surveillance, and monitoring by foreign nations, particularly Israel and the United States. This concern was raised in almost every location in which the focus group interviews were held. Finally, all respondents noted that privacy and secure information flow on the Internet were non-existent. Several of the respondents had experienced hackers and had suffered from viruses in their computers. Although they knew about firewalls and installing special antivirus software, the majority chose to change their passwords regularly in order to avoid identity theft. Israel's conscious attempts to control the flow of information by denying Palestinians access to high-speed and broadband wireless communication practically amounts to what Helga Tal-Souri, 2012a, calls digital occupation of the Palestinian territories. Conclusion. In the wake of Israel's savage attack on Gaza in late December 2008, historian Avi Shlaim, 2009, a seasoned analyst of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, concluded. This brief review of Israel's record over the past 4 decades makes it difficult to resist the conclusion that it has become a rogue state with an utterly unscrupulous set of leaders. A rogue state habitually violates international law, possesses weapons of mass destruction and practices terrorism, the use of violence against civilians for political purposes. Israel fulfills all of these 3 criteria, the cap fits and it must wear it. Israel's real aim is not peaceful coexistence with its Palestinian neighbors but military domination. As documented in Chapter 5. The extent of destruction and ferocity referred to by Shlaim was surpassed in Israel's attack on Gaza in July 2014. In his survey of the disproportionate extent of the destruction, Rashid Khalidi, 2014-15, 5, points out the following details. During its latest campaign, stretching over a period of 50 days in July and August of 2014, Israel's Air Force launched more than 6,000 air attacks, and its Army and Navy fired about 50,000 artillery and tank shells. Together, they utilized what has been estimated as a total of 21 kilotons, or 21,000 tons, of high explosives. The attack from the air involved weapons ranging from drones and American Apache helicopters firing U.S-made Hellfire missiles to American F-16s carrying 2,000-pound bombs. According to the commander of the Israeli Air Force, there were several hundred F-16 attacks on targets in Gaza, most of them using these powerful munitions. A 2,000-pound bomb creates a crater 15 meters wide by 11 meters deep and propels lethal fragments to a radius of 365 meters. 1 or 2 of these monsters can destroy a multi-story building, and they were used at the conclusion of the Israeli air campaign toward the end of August to level several of Gaza City's high-rises. In addition to the aerial bombardment, Israel launched equally vicious sea and land attacks against Gaza, which were described by one retired American lieutenant general as absolutely disproportionate, inhibited. Moreover, over 16,000 buildings were rendered uninhabitable, including entire neighborhoods. A total of 277 United Nations and government schools, 17 hospitals and clinics, and all 6 of Gaza's universities were damaged, as were over 40,000 other buildings. Perhaps 450,000 Gazans, over a quarter of the population, were forced to leave their homes, and remain displaced as many of them no longer have homes to go back to. Ibid. 6. The military doctrine followed by Israel in Gaza was a replica of the blanket bombing campaign that Israel carried out in Lebanon in 2006. Both strategies involved collective, disproportionate punishment. There is no escaping the fact that, since its confrontation with settler Zionism in Palestine more than a century ago and given the growth of the Palestinian population from 300,000 in the late 19th century to close to 12 million globally in the early part of the 21st century, the Palestinians have been plagued by a plethora of problems that continue to dominate their future and frustrate their national aspirations. This book has framed the problem in terms of biopolitics and demography, on the one hand, and state security and control of territory in the context of Palestine's colonial experience, on the other. I have explored the ideological basis of Zionism's brand of settler colonialism along several fronts. It is clear that any critical assessment of the Zionist venture and its implications for the Palestinians in particular is not in the offing. On the contrary, right-wing Zionism, as shown by the adherents of various political stripes, remains trapped in an ideological straitjacket. The push by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in 2015 to enshrine Israel's brand of Zionism in the Jewishness of the state and his demand that the rest of the world, particularly the Palestinians, accept such branding were tantamount to rejecting the notion of citizenship rights along universal lines and to abandoning any peace prospects. More than a decade ago, the noted historian Tony Yude, 2003, singled out Israel's anachronistic position with regard to the Jewishness of the state. The very idea of a Jewish state, a state in which Jews and the Jewish religion have exclusive privileges from which non-Jewish citizens are forever excluded, is rooted in another time and place. Israel, in short, is an anachronism. Like other critics, Jews and non-Jews, Yud opted for a binational state as a way of resolving the impasse with the Palestinians. Similarly, philosopher Judith Butler, 2012, 7, who writes that Arab-Jewish coexistence projects can only begin by the dismantling of political Zionism, is emphatic in rejecting the two-state solution and the continued dominance of a Jewish state over the Palestinians in favor of a binational state. State violence. The body is directly involved in a political field, power relations have an immediate hold upon it, they invest it, mark it, train it, torture it, force it to carry out tasks, to perform ceremonies, to emit signs. Foucault 1977, 25. Throughout this book, I have demonstrated that the brutal conduct of the Israeli regime toward the Palestinians in the occupied territories and in the refugee camps of neighboring Arab countries gives light to the claim by Netanyahu and others that the Israeli army is the most moral army in the world, Canaan 2014. The Palestinians, who have been at the receiving end of Israel's military actions since 1948, hold a diametrically opposed view, M. A. Khalidi 2009-10, and international public opinion no longer gives Israel's official position an automatic seal of approval. Yet Israel is constantly seeking justifications for its use of military force, and as seen in Chapter 4. There is no shortage of homegrown legal experts, Asa Kasher, in A. Herald 2009, apologists, Hankin 2003, and others abroad who are prepared to justify the practices of the Israeli army. During military conflicts, Israel is driven by what Corrine Hamilton, 2011, calls a moral economy of violence that is based on a hierarchy of values regarding human life. Reflecting on Israel's extensive bombing of Beirut during its 1982 invasion of Lebanon, Hamilton notes that advanced technology, the so-called distance technology, tolerates the killing of civilians, such as in aerial bombings, because it is not face-to-face and is carried out from a remote location. Underlying the practice of such asymmetrical warfare is a racist public discourse in Israel that portrays the Arabs as savage, sly, cheat, thief, robber, provocateur, and terrorist, Ibid. 137. This may explain why the minority of the Jewish Israeli public, at 47%, opposes using torture in interrogating suspects, compared to 58% in the United States, 72% in Britain, 49% in China, and 43% in Russia, in 2006. This book has highlighted several aspects of the Palestinian experience as a colonist population, both in the occupied Palestinian territories and in Israel proper. In referring to Palestinian citizens in Israel, Adriana Kemp, 2004, 74, remarks that the Palestinians stand at the center of the state's desire for control, discipline, and regulation of the most minute levels of conduct of those who are members of the society and polity, yet do not belong to them, see also Lawrence 2005. With words that echo Michel Foucault's notions of capillary power and the microphysics of power, Kemp goes on to identify the essence of the inclusion-exclusion contradiction underlying the logic of governmentality facing the Israeli state. On the one hand, discipline and surveillance are applied systematically and minutely to govern the Palestinian community in Israel, and on the other hand, the state limits the community's participation in the body politic as active citizens entitled to take part in the definition of the public good. In pursuit of this objective, the Israeli state has deployed surveillance assemblages since its inception in 1948. These comprise a collection of hard and soft technologies that involve the reporting of information by collaborators as well as spying on the everyday activities of people, both of which are reminiscent of the East German Stasi, as depicted powerfully in the film The Lives of Others, Henkel von Donnersmarck 2006. The award-winning documentary I Love You All, 2004, co-directed by Eyal Sivan of Israel and Audrey Morian of France, uses the East German Stasi surveillance system allegedly to highlight the experience of Palestinian citizens in Israel at the hands of the Israeli Security Services, Elia 2006. Revelations by Israel's elite military security agents have shown that such surveillance is far from being a work of fiction. As a matter of fact, upon seeing the lives of others, one such agent had a transformational moment that resulted in feelings of regret about spying on Palestinians, Ruderan 2014. A former soldier of the Israeli Haganah has admitted in a television appearance the deliberate deception of the Zionist movement in destroying Arab villages in 1948, Peace Planet 2014. Although such admissions are significant, if not numerous, they do occur every now and then under the weight of moral pangs. Consider, for example, the latest coverage accorded to S. Yazar's 1949 novel Khirbet Isaac, named for a fictional village that stands in for all the Palestinian villages that were wantonly destroyed by the nascent Israeli army in 1948, their residents expelled to make room for the Zionist settlers. What is galling to the Western reader, according to a New York Times book review by Dexter Filkins, 2015, is that Smolenski, the protagonist in the novel, suggests that the Palestinians leaving on trucks resemble the Jews being deported to the Nazi concentration camps. The victims, that is, are now the oppressors. In Smolenski's words, "I felt that I was on the verge of slipping. I managed to pull myself together. My guts cried out. Colonizers, they shouted. Lies, my guts shouted. Khirbet Isaac is not ours. The Spandau gun never gave us any rights. Oh, my guts screamed. What hadn't they told us about refugees? Everything was for the refugees, their welfare, their rescue. Our refugees, naturally. Those we were driving out, that was a totally different matter. Wait. 2,000 years of exile. The whole story. Jews being killed. Europe. We were the masters now. In Ibid. The predicament of Palestine. The issue of Palestinian refugees remains at the heart of the conflict, yet this fact is not acknowledged by Israel and its supporters. To this author, the issue of the Palestinian refugees must be brought to the fore and dealt with justly. If this is not done and Israel continues to define the conflict with the Palestinians as part of a zero-sum game in which resolving the refugee issue on the basis of justice is tantamount to surrendering Israeli sovereignty and the Jewishness of Eretz Yisrael, the land of Israel, the status quo will prevail, with more violence to come. In this final segment, I rhetorically pose a question: is there a relationship between prolonging the ongoing ethnic and regional conflicts in the Middle East and the unresolved Palestine question? Rarely is the name of Palestine associated with the ongoing conflicts in Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, let alone with the anti-American sentiment emanating from the Middle East. When mentioned at all, Palestine is usually relegated to the debate about terrorism as formulated by Israel and its supporters in response to Palestinian violent reactions to the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. What would the Middle East have looked like in the 20th and 21st centuries if the conflict over Palestine had been resolved? Would the level of Muslim and Arab animosity to the West have reached the level that it has? These issues are hardly addressed either in concrete or reflective modes by policymakers. The so-called Middle East peace process continues to lurch from one crisis to the next, so much so that many have resigned themselves to accepting this as the normal state of affairs. In his testimony to the Peel Commission in 1937, Winston Churchill, in A. Roy 2003, 58, see also Guardian 2002, had this to say when asked about the rights of the native Palestinians in the face of Jewish illegal immigration to Palestine at the time. I do not agree that the dog in a manger has the final right to the manger, even though he may have lain there for a very long time. I do not admit that right. I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America, or the black people of Australia. I do not admit that wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. Such sentiments are not surprising in the light of what we know about the outlook of colonial rule and the racism associated with it. But the gist of Churchill's words must have been music to the ears of the Zionist leadership at the time. The Zionist stance toward the Palestinians, judging by the events of 1948 and the accompanying mass expulsion of Palestinians, has remained entrenched in a Churchillian worldview that belongs to centuries gone by. But it would have been a surprise to the likes of Churchill and his Zionist sympathizers that more than a century after the Zionist settlers first set foot in Palestine, the Palestinians are still around to narrate their story. To quote the title of an article by Edward Said, 1984, they cannot be denied the permission to narrate their experience. Moreover, in spite of their brutal pursuit by Israel and other Arab regimes, the Palestinians have developed a repertoire of resistance, both discursive and practical. The denial of any association between the unresolved Palestine issue and the current turmoil in Islamic lands is not new. Israel has always defined the conflict as an interstate conflict between itself and neighboring Arab countries. The Palestinian dimension is considered tangential. Indeed, the closer Israel has come to normalizing its relationship with other Arab countries such as Egypt and Jordan in a public way, as well as with several other Arab countries in the Gulf and North Africa in a less public way, the urgency to resolve the Palestine issue has receded even further into the background. Yet events on the ground involving Palestinians and Israelis have become more deadly, suggesting a correlation between so-called normal politics at one level and the escalation of violence at another. Under the Netanyahu government, Palestine has assumed a more perilous position insofar as it has been identified with the global Islamic fundamentalist camp and thus cast as the eternal enemy of the West. Netanyahu personally does not miss an opportunity to lump the fundamentalists of Iraq, Syria, and Al-Qaeda together with radical Palestinian groups such as Hamas as though they were parts of one monolithic entity. We forget, as Schleim, 2009, correctly points out, that Hamas was supported and encouraged during its inception by Israel, which nourished it as a counterweight to Fatah. The association between Palestine and fundamentalism serves Israel's purpose of driving the death nail into the coffin of the two-state solution. The Palestinians are presented as terrorists bent on denying Israel's right to exist. To a very large extent, Israel has succeeded in conveying such an image, particularly in Western media and the U.S. Congress. There have been attempts to resolve the conflict over Palestine equitably, but the cost would have been unacceptable for Israel in light of its expansionist policies and uncompromising Zionist, fundamentalist attitudes. Its illegal settlement policies would have been curtailed, an outcome deemed undesirable even though Israel would have benefited if it had adhered to the 1949 armistice lines within the 1967 borders, enjoyed tranquility and prospered as an industrial country, but maybe without being able to market itself as a main producer of military hardware at the expense of Palestinian lives. For their part, the Palestinians would have gone ahead with the creation of institutions that they deeply needed. They have not lacked the manpower and experience for such a purpose. And above all, they would have relieved themselves of the Israeli occupation. The most important outcome of such an imagined development would have been to provide young people in the Middle East with an outlet for their blocked aspirations under the status quo. It is their experience of oppression that accounts for the desperation we see in the Middle East, particularly Palestine. No matter how cleverly the roots of the conflict are masked and redefined, unless the Palestinians are acknowledged and dealt with in a serious manner, the turmoil that we now see in the Middle East will only continue. Based on Netanyahu's admissions at the end of his successful and manipulative campaign for re-election in 2015, in which he cultivated fear-mongering by warning Israeli Jews that the Arabs of the state were heading in droves to vote, it is clear that the Israeli government does not subscribe to the two-state solution. The most that the Palestinians will get if they accept Israel's conditions regarding the Jewishness of the state is an emasculated entity that lacks a coherent political configuration based on real sovereignty and independence.